Lin Dong, let's break up. By the playground of Jiangnan University in a secluded grove, Jiang Shan said to her boyfriend Lin Dong. Shan, why? What did I do wrong? Why are you being so heartless? Lin Dong asked, somewhat agitated. He and Jiang Shan were high school classmates who became a couple in their senior year. Although Lin Dong's family was not well off, he was handsome, studious, and a true warm-hearted boy. In the innocent days of high school, he naturally became the object of admiration among female classmates. Jiang Shan was also not ordinary. She was the class beauty, slightly behind Lin Dong in academics, but still top tier. When they first got together, teachers often criticized them. They repeatedly promised not to let love affect their studies and would break up if their grades dropped, which made the teachers turn a blind eye. As they had said, both were admitted to the prestigious Jiangnan University, envied by many. But Lin Dong never imagined that less than a year into university, Jiang Shan would become distant, and now she directly wanted to break up. Actually, from the start of this semester, he had noticed Jiang Shan's change. She was absent-minded every time they were together and repeatedly refused dates under various excuses. One Saturday, he even saw Jiang Shan getting into the car of a known playboy from their class. But he kept comforting himself that it might just be a class gathering. But today, Jiang Shan's breakup request shattered Lin Dong's illusions. Lin Dong, let's part on good terms and leave each other a beautiful memory, okay? Shan, tell me, is it because of Huang Junlang? So what if it is a Shan? Huang Junlang is a notorious playboy on campus. Last semester, he got a female classmate pregnant, don't you know? Junlang explained it to me. It was a mistake after they both got drunk and the girl made the first move. He later compensated her. Shan, don't believe him. He's lying to you. He's dating many other girls at the same time. Enough, Lin Dong. I'm here to inform you. Please don't bother me anymore. Goodbye. Jiang Shan was about to leave, but Lin Dong grabbed her. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang is really no good. Don't be fooled. Is he forcing you? It must be. They'll go find him. Jiang Shan threw off Lin Dong's hand and said, Lin Dong, stop deceiving yourself. Junlang didn't force me. It's my choice. I don't want to be with you anymore. After graduation, I'd have to work hard, save for a house, and car, be a mortgage slave for life. I want to eat well, dress well, use good things. Do you understand? See this bag? It's the latest Louis Vuitton, over 10,000 yuan. With you, I could never have this. Junlang can give me what you never can. But Huang Junlang is just playing with you. He won't marry you. He's already abandoned several girls. Lin Dong made one last effort. Yo, classmate. Lin Dong talking behind someone's back is not nice. A voice reached their ears. Huang Junlang, dressed in branded clothes, walked over and put his arm around Jiang Shan's waist. Junlang, you're here. Jiang Shan leaned into Huang Junlang like a little bird. Lin Dong watched them, his heart bleeding. He knew further words were futile. Once a woman's heart changes, it's hard to turn back. He didn't want to see their intimate display. To Jiang Shan, he said, Jiang Shan, you will regret today's decision. Then he started to leave. Wait. Huang Junlang called out. Turning to Jiang Shan, he said, Shan, you go ahead. He'll talk to Lin Dong for a moment, then he'll find you. Junlang, let's go together. Lin Dong and I are done. What else is there to say? Don't worry, just a couple of words. It won't affect our relationship. All right, hurry up. They'll wait for you at the school gate. Jiang Shan glanced at both of them, then left. Say what you want. If you want to see me devastated after a breakup, you'll be disappointed. There are plenty of women in the world. I won't hang myself on one tree. Though his heart was bleeding, Lin Dong spoke stubbornly. He could show grief to Jiang Shan, but never in front of Huang Junlang. Lin Dong, I just want to tell you one thing. Huang Junlang stepped closer and whispered in Lin Dong's ear, Jiang Shan has a great figure. I can't believe you were together so long, and she was still. All right, I should go. Shan is waiting for me. I've booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Know it. An 8-star hotel. You could never afford even a meal there. Huang Junlang walked away laughing heartily. Lin Dong's mind went blank after hearing his words. He and Jiang Shan had been together for 4 years. In all that time, they had only held hands and kissed. Every time Lin Dong tried to go further, Jiang Shan stopped him, saying she wanted to save the best for marriage. But he never imagined that after just a few days with Huang Junlang, Jiang Shan. At that moment, Lin Dong felt a surge of blood in his head. His eyes turned bloodshot. He lost control, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. When Lin Dong woke up, he was in the school clinic. Just as he tried to sit up, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Super Tycoon system binding. 10%. 30%. 50%. 80%. 100%. System binding complete. Then a panel appeared before Lin Dong's eyes that only he could see. Host Lin Dong. Balance 100,000 yuan. Physique 15 weak. Spirit 28 normal. Skills freely addable, consumes Tycoon points. Tycoon points 0. Before Lin Dong could understand, the voice in his mind spoke again. Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the Super Tycoon system. This system is exclusively bound to one person and cannot be transferred. If the host dies, the system disappears. The host's balance is already linked to all major banks in this world and can be paid directly via fingerprint facial recognition or iris scan. System gameplay: host Lindong will receive 1 tycoon point for every 100 million yuan spent. Tycoon points can be used to improve physique, enhance comprehension, add skills, and upgrade skill levels. Rule: this system has only one rule: the host must never haggle when buying anything. A cheapskate does not deserve this system. Lin Dong was still pondering the authenticity of the so-called Super Tycoon system when the door to the infirmary opened. A beautiful young woman in her 30s dressed in a white medical uniform walked in. She was the school doctor Chen Xian, 32 years old, married for several years with no children. Her husband was the boss of a small company. Rumor had it that her marriage was strained and she was going through a divorce. The story went that her husband, hoping to secure a business partnership, had spiked her drink at a dinner party, intending for her to spend the night with the client's boss. But she discovered it in time, slipped away to the restroom, and fled back to the school. She had been living on campus ever since, looking for a lawyer to finalize the divorce. Young man, since you're awake, you can leave. Remember to eat more blood-nourishing food. Your body is weak. You can't keep going like this. Take things lightly, and don't let emotions overwhelm you, she said. Lin Dong got up feeling dizzy and staggered out of the infirmary after thanking her. He was still lightheaded. Chen Xian sighed to herself, are all students so love-struck these days? Then her thoughts drifted to her own husband. How passionately they had loved each other in college. Yet last month, for the sake of his company, he had secretly drugged her, doing something so despicable. If she hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even now, she couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. Walking across the campus, many students pointed at Lin Dong. He had become famous. Couples at Jiangnan University broke up and made up every day, but it was the first time in history that a breakup had led to someone coughing up blood and collapsing. Thanks to Huang Junling's deliberate spreading, Lin Dong had become a campus celebrity in just half a day. But Lin Dong didn't care about that now. Feeling thirsty, he left the campus and walked to a self-service water dispenser nearby, ready to buy a bottle of mineral water. When paying, he instinctively tried to use the balance on his phone, but then remembered the newly bound Super Tycoon system. He decided to test if it was real. He chose fingerprint payment. Ding! Super Tycoon system successfully paid 3 yuan. The machine dispensed a bottle of water. It really works, Lin Dong murmured, holding the bottle. Then he looked at the interface on the machine. Host Lin Dong. Balance 999999999999997. Physique 15 weak. Spirit 28 average. Skills can be added freely by spending Tycoon points. Tycoon points 0. He burst into loud laughter. The Super Tycoon system was real. From now on, he would be richer than anyone else in the world. The world's richest man. A mere trifle. Forbes list. A joke. All of them together didn't have a fraction of his wealth. From this moment on, he would live a different life. The first 20 years had been too stifling. The next decades would be lived brilliantly, freely, and elegantly. Everyone who had looked down on him would be slapped back hard. After calming down, Lin Dong headed to an 8-star hotel near the school, the Golden Leaf Hotel, intending to get a meal. He was so hungry he felt faint. It was the most luxurious and expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. Once, when passing by with Jiang Shan, she had said she dreamed of eating there. Sir, how may I help you? As soon as Lin Dong entered, a tall, fair-skinned waitress approached him. I want to eat, Lin Dong replied. How many in your party? The waitress asked politely. Just me. Please, this way, sir. The waitress made a gesture for him to follow. Lin Dong assumed she would take him directly to a table, but instead she led him to the front desk. Sir, do you have a membership card? A front desk clerk asked. Several other clerks nearby were all exceptionally beautiful, comparable to flight attendants, all above 170 centimeters, fair-skinned with long legs. No, Lin Dong replied. Sir, I'm afraid our food here is all premium, imported from abroad, and unused portions are discarded daily to ensure absolute freshness. The prices are consequently much higher. Without a membership card, we require a deposit to dine. How do I get a membership card? Sir, our card's 1 million yuan for regular, 2 million for advanced, 5 million for VIP. Then sign me up for one. Sir, how much would you like to deposit? 100 million first. Sir, how much did you say? I think I misheard. The clerk stammered. I said deposit 100 million for me. Sir, are you sure? Yes. Sir, please wait a moment. Our manager will be right here. The clerk picked up her intercom and called. Manager Zhao, are you available? Please come to the lobby. She probably thought Lin Dong was causing trouble. After all, he didn't look like someone who could casually deposit 100 million for a membership card. That's why she called the manager directly. Copy that. A crisp voice came from the intercom. Soon, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a black business skirt approached. This beauty was obviously a cut above the other clerks in every aspect. Truly the manager. What's the matter? The manager asked at the front desk. The clerk whispered a few words into the manager's ear. Sir, is it you who wants to deposit 100 million for a membership card? The manager asked Lin Dong directly. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Are you sure it's 100 million? Yes. Sir, which bank will you use to make the payment? The manager began operating the computer. Any will do. Payment method. Fingerprint. Please check the amount, confirm it's correct, then tap confirm and place your finger on the scanner. The manager turned the computer to Lin Dong so he could see the amount. He glanced at it. Indeed, 100 million. Then tapped confirm and placed his finger on the fingerprint reader. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice from the front desk announced transfer successful. Payment received 100 million yuan. At that moment, all 7 tall waitresses at the front desk, including the manager, drew in a sharp breath. Their gazes toward Lin Dong shifted instantly from disdain to intense admiration, as if they could devour him. Zhao Xian has been the lobby manager at this 8-star hotel for over 3 years. She has encountered many wealthy individuals, including those worth billions, as anyone who can frequent this place is somewhat affluent. Although the membership cards here can be refunded and many large corporations often recharge millions for their clients, seeing someone directly recharge 100 million is truly unprecedented. Such individuals must be worth over 100 billion, otherwise they wouldn't dare to play like this. While Forbes lists individuals with fortunes in the hundreds of billions among its top ranks, Zhao Xian only realized after entering this circle that there are countless invisible rich people in the world, and those on Forbes might not even make up 1% of the total. Most billionaires tend to be very low-key, and this young man in front of her is clearly one of the hidden wealthy elite and undoubtedly among the top tier. So young, he must be a super-rich second generation from a hidden family. In fact, when she first saw Lin Dong, Zhao Xian looked down on him. His entire outfit probably didn't add up to 200. Such people are everywhere. Upon hearing at the front desk that Lin Dong wanted to recharge 100 million membership card, Zhao Xian immediately judged that he must be here to toy with them. However, out of professional courtesy, she still carefully inquired about Lin Dong and opened the payment for him. In her mind, she hoped the transaction would fail to see how Lin Dong would handle it, and she was even prepared to call security, but to her surprise the payment was successful. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Having already been exposed to high society, Zhao Xian yearned for that level of life and dreamed of stepping into that circle. Though many nouveau riches have hinted at their interest, Zhao Xian actually held little respect for those overweight and ostentatious types, as most only sought to possess her physically. From what she understood, none of those who had shown interest were genuinely wealthy, just pretenders. What she truly hoped for was to gain the favor of real aristocrats. These individuals are generally very low profile, and this young man is clearly a king among them, recharging a meal card worth 100 million without batting an eye. This person fits her criteria perfectly: young, wealthy, and low-key. She decided she must get close to this big tree. It was her best chance to change her fate, and she could not afford to miss it. She had absolute confidence in her own allure. The front desk attendant who had just called for the manager was now regretting her decision immensely. If she had processed Lin Dong's request directly, that business would have been hers, but after calling the manager, she could only watch from the sidelines. Zhao Xian snapped back to reality and said to Lin Dong, "Sir, please show me your ID, and I will process your membership card." Lin Dong handed his ID to Zhao Xian. He had long since seen through her perfunctory attitude. Why ask for ID when processing a membership card? They only required the ID after the transfer was successful, clearly not believing he was truly going to recharge 100 million. However, Lin Dong didn't care. He had received plenty of disdain over the past 20 years, and she was still somewhat polite. In other places, he would have likely been thrown out by security. "I am a student from Jiangnan University nearby. Starting today, I will be dining here 3 times a day. Please prepare the best ingredients according to breakfast, lunch, and dinner standards. If I am absent for any reason, just discard the food and keep preparing for the next meal." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, everyone present was taken aback. If he were to consume the best ingredients for 3 meals a day, it would likely cost hundreds of thousands daily. "If I don't show up, just throw it away. That's just too extravagant. This isn't something that can be described merely as wealthy. He is simply a god among the rich. Moreover, he is a student of Jiangnan University. How can someone so young be so lavish? This is the legendary top-tier rich and handsome type." Everyone looked at Lin Dong with stars in their eyes, all wanting to get close to this big tree, willing to sacrifice a little without any hesitation. They did not dream of marrying into such a top-tier wealthy family, but as long as they could establish some connection, it would be immensely beneficial. At this moment, with just a hint from Lin Dong, these people would likely line up to share his bed. "All right, Mr. Lin, we will proceed according to your request. Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's best private room. The dishes will be served shortly. Here is my business card. For any future matters, you can call me directly, and I will provide you with the highest level of service," Zhao Xian said as she handed Lin Dong her personal business card. This was not supplied by the hotel, but was personally printed by her, given only to those who met her standards. Lin Dong accepted Zhao Xian's business card. As he took it, Zhao Xian intentionally or unintentionally brushed her fair slender hand against the back of Lin Dong's hand, sending a tingling sensation through him. Such delicate hands. This woman knows how to seduce. Truly enchanting, Lin Dong thought to himself. Not long after, a full table of dishes was brought in. Lobsters, abalone, king crabs, shark fins, bird's nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar, world-class top ingredients were all present. Every dish looked exquisite and was quite appetizing. There was even a bottle of 1983 Lafite. This entire spread likely cost over $1 million, which Lin Dong could not possibly finish, but he didn't mind. Now he was truly poor, save for his money. If he couldn't eat it, just throw it away. He had the money. Lin Dong tasted each dish. As expected of an 8-star hotel, the food was a feast for the senses. Mr. Lin, how does it taste? Are you satisfied? Zhao Xian leaned towards him as she asked. Being so close, Lin Dong could feel Zhao Xian's warm breath on the back of his neck, which was quite pleasant. Very good. As expected from a large hotel, the food is delicious. I am very satisfied. I am glad you are satisfied. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. Zhao Xian felt it was about time and prepared to leave, saying, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Miss Zhao, with so many dishes, I can't possibly finish them all alone, and with such fine ingredients, it feels lacking without a beautiful companion. Would you honor me by dining with me? Lin Dong inquired. Lin Dong genuinely found Zhao Xian quite appealing. Her figure and face were top-notch, and her attire accentuated her advantages. The fragrance she wore ignited male hormones, and even an unintentional gesture could stir his desires. Dining with such beauty was undoubtedly a pleasure. Mr. Lin, isn't that inappropriate? Besides, I am currently on duty, Zhao Xian said hesitantly. She actually wanted to dine with Lin Dong. Such opportunities to foster relationships were rare, and despite being a lobby manager, she had never tasted many of the top ingredients on this table. However, she understood that a woman must maintain a level of modesty. Being elusive yet present was the best form of seduction. A woman's allure when fully undressed can never match that of one wearing semi-transparent clothing. The excuse of being on duty was merely a pretext. Accompanying a guest of this stature for a meal would only earn her employer's praise. Besides, she didn't outright refuse, but merely stated it was inappropriate, which would only stoke Lin Dong's competitive spirit. As expected, Lin Dong spoke up. What's inappropriate about it? If your boss gives you trouble, just tell him I'll speak to him. If that doesn't work, I'll buy the hotel outright and make you the boss. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Zhao Xian replied, no longer holding back. She directly sat down and began to pour wine for Lin Dong, realizing that if she made further excuses, she might anger him. This was a moment she needed to handle well. As for Lin Dong's comment about buying the hotel and making her the boss, she just smiled it off. What a joke. To buy this hotel would certainly cost no less than 150 billion. While she held Lin Dong in high regard, she didn't believe he had such strength. Of course, she only thought Lin Dong lacked that strength. It didn't mean that his family didn't possess it. Many people today are worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions, but most of that wealth is tied up in stocks and other virtual assets. Very few can produce hundreds of billions in cash. Such people are the true aristocrats. If Lin Dong truly bought this Golden Leaf Hotel and made her the boss, she would follow him wholeheartedly, ready to devote her life to him. Lin Dong was unaware of Zhao Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have bought it outright without a second thought. It was no big deal, not to mention 150 billion, even 300 billion was within reach. The two finished their grand meal while talking and laughing. Lin Dong stepped out of the 8-star hotel after his meal, glancing back at the entrance where Zhao Xian and several waitstaff bowed in farewell. The world suddenly seemed so beautiful to him. What was Zhongshan compared to this? If he wanted, he could even build a harem of 3,000 beauties now. What next? Buying a house, of course. Lin Dong had long grown tired of the school dormitory. The room originally meant for 4 now housed only 2, as the others had rented places off campus with their girlfriends. And the remaining roommate was also planning to move out, deeply involved with his girlfriend. Lin Dong had once considered renting a place with Jiang Shan, but she had flatly refused. The thought that Jiang Shan had slept with Huang Junlang just days ago sent a pang of agony through Lin Dong's heart. Damn it, I should have forced the issue back then. Now that bastard Huang Junlang got the better of me. Lin Dong cursed under his breath. Just then his shabby second-hand phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his roommate Lu Peng. Although Lu Peng had moved out to live a carefree life with his girlfriend, they had lived together for over a year and maintained a good relationship. Since the dormitory fees were bundled with tuition, the room remained theirs even when empty. Occasionally, they would return to play a few rounds of games together. Lin Dong answered the call. Dongzi, where are you? We 3 are at the clinic. Dr. Chen said you'd already left. We heard what happened. Don't do anything foolish. Cheer up. Out with the old, in with the new. When you're feeling better, we'll set up a mixer and find you someone better. Lu Peng's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Dong felt a bit reassured and replied, Da Peng, what are you thinking? I wouldn't do anything stupid. Don't worry about me. They'll be back soon. Are you sure? Absolutely. Then tell me where you are now. We'll come find you. No need. I've gone home. Don't worry, you'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Really? Of course. It's good to go home and relax. Remember, you still have a family that loves you and brothers like us. All right, I'm not that foolish. Don't worry. They'll hang up now. Jiangnan International Mansion. These were the most expensive residences in Jiangnan province. The average price started at 200,000 per square meter. Naturally, the location was unbeatable. The entire complex was encircled by the river with only one entrance and 3 sides facing the water. The scenery was indescribably beautiful. There were only 6 buildings, each 38 stories high, with the smallest units exceeding 200 square meters and the largest over 1,000. This was a true enclave for the ultra-wealthy. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars of vehicles under $1,000,000 would be embarrassed to enter. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. The sales hall felt rather empty. Only 5 or 6 saleswomen sat scattered in small groups chatting. When they saw Lin Dong enter, not one of them bothered to approach. Jiangnan International Mansion had been on the market for 3 years, but the units hadn't sold out. They were too expensive. A small apartment cost tens of millions beyond most people's reach. In the early days, there were many visitors, but after 2 years, those who could afford it had already bought, and those who couldn't still couldn't. Most of the original sales staff had left, many having made millions in commissions. After all, with unit prices in the tens or hundreds of millions, even a small commission rate yielded huge sums. Back then, the commission was only 0, 2, but now it had risen to 1. Yet, even so, selling 2 units a year was a challenge. Many just coasted on the base salary. Seeing Lin Dong's shabby attire, they knew he wasn't a serious buyer, so they continued their conversations, ignoring him entirely. Lin Dong felt a bit awkward. The chatting women clearly had no interest in him, and there was no one at the front desk to ask for help. After standing for 2 or 3 minutes, a young woman around 26 or 27 emerged from the restroom. Cui Jia had joined the sales team at Jiangnan International Mansion just last month thanks to her uncle's connections and a 10th Sanyuan bribe. She came from a small town and had dreamed of striking it rich at this upscale property. But after more than a month, she hadn't landed a single client. In that time, the total number of visitors could be counted on 2 hands. The veteran saleswomen always snatched them up, leaving her no chance. Moreover, not a single unit had been sold in the entire month. As she came out of the restroom, she spotted a young man about her age standing alone in the hall. Seeing that the others weren't attending to him, she approached. Sir, are you here to see the properties? Cui Jia asked. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Delighted at the opportunity, she finally had a chance to show someone around. What type of unit are you interested in? What options do you have? Cui Jia launched into a detailed introduction. There weren't many remaining units, so Lin Dong's choices were limited. He finally settled on a 500 square meter flat on the 22nd floor of Building 3. Cui Jia got the keys from the front desk, and they went to view the property. As soon as they left, the hall buzzed with chatter. Him looking at property. Look at his clothes. All cheap street market stuff. A total loser. Does he even know what this place is? Exactly. 1 square meter here would cost him a lifetime of work. Only a newbie like Cui Jia would waste time on him. He's probably from the countryside, clueless about the prices. Just wait till he finds out. He'll be scared out of his wits. Huh. Yeah, let's see the joke when he picks one. 2 hours later, Lin Dong and Cui Jia returned to the sales hall. They sat on chairs at the edge, and Cui Jia poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with what you saw? Cui Jia asked, sitting across from him. Not really. Building 3 isn't in the best location. Are there any units left in Building 1? Lin Dong thought Building 1 had the best location. Since he had money to spare, he wanted the best. One moment, Mr. Lin. Let me check. Cui Jia picked up her tablet and began searching. Mr. Lin, Building 1 has only 1 remaining unit due to its prime location. It's the top floor penthouse spanning the 37th and 38th floors. It's the crown jewel of the building with a total area of 1,300 square meters. However, it's quite expensive. I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, can I see it? Lin Dong didn't even ask the price. It's possible, but... Then let's go take a look, Lin Dong interrupted. Cui Jia hesitated, but replied, all right, Mr. Lin, please wait while I get the keys. As she returned with the keys, and they were about to leave, a seasoned saleswoman in her 30s, still attractive, spoke up from nearby. Xiao Jia, are you going to see the crown jewel of Building 1? She had overheard their conversation. Yes, Sister Lu. Xiao Jia, Sister Lu means well. This isn't a place for just anyone to tour, especially the crown jewel. It was designed by foreign masters. What if something gets damaged? Who would pay for it? They'll be careful, Sister Lu. Xiao Jia, you're new and don't understand this business. You need sharp eyes. Look at him. Does he seem like someone who can afford a place here? Sister Lu pointed at Lin Dong without any pretense. Sister Lu, I believe Mr. Lin isn't that kind of person. Since you want, listen, suit yourself. But make sure to wipe the floor clean afterward. Not a single footprint, understand? Yes, Sister Lu. With that, Cui Jia led Lin Dong straight to the penthouse at the top of Building 1. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Dong was awestruck, truly worthy of the title king of the building with its opulent and extravagant furnishing. Lin Dong walked to the 3-meter-high, over 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the view before him, feeling as if he were at the summit overlooking all other mountains in a single glance. Mr. Lin, this is the premier unit of Building 1. The window before you is made of imported bulletproof glass 10 centimeters thick. Even a typical missile couldn't shatter it. Its transparency is exceptional, allowing sunlight to stream in without obstruction. This single window alone is worth over 10 million. And above your head, that magnificent chandelier imported from France can shift through more than a dozen colors. This is the kitchen. This is the bedroom. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the restroom. This is the reception hall. This is the entertainment room. Then the two proceeded to the 28th floor. There's an indoor swimming pool here. The water is automatically refreshed every morning, and it's purified sterile water, safe to drink directly. As she spoke, Cui Jia cupped some water and brought it to her lips, taking a sip, all to convince Lin Dong of its purity. Another hour slipped away with their tour. As they left the apartment, Cui Jia said to Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, please head back to the sales office and rest. They'll finish mopping the floor and join you shortly. Then Cui Jia grabbed a towel to start cleaning. No need to mop. They'll take this house. At Lin Dong's words, Cui Jia's hand trembled. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? I said no need to mop. I'm buying this house. Really? Of course. Lin Dong affirmed with certainty. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Shall we proceed with the paperwork? Cui Jia asked, excited. Sure. The two returned to the sales office. Throughout the walk, Cui Jia felt a surreal disbelief. Lin Dong was actually serious about buying this house. She had just calculated the total price, 398 million, and her commission would be nearly 4 million. She had never seen so much money in her life, though it could buy her 10 apartments in her small hometown. Only someone like Cui Jia from a small town and new to the industry would take Lin Dong's words at face value. Anyone else would never believe that such a scruffy-looking guy could afford a 400 million yuan property. They wouldn't believe it, and they certainly wouldn't have bothered to show him around. Back at the sales office, Cui Jia busied herself with the contract and called the manager, who arrived with the finance team. By the time everything was finalized, dusk had fallen, yet none of the sales staff had left. They could hardly believe Cui Jia had actually sold the premier unit of Building 1. Only after the payment was complete did they accept the reality, their hearts bleeding with regret. 4 million. Just a few minutes earlier, Lin Dong had stood in the lobby with no one approaching him. Whoever had stepped forward would have claimed that commission. That woman's Sister Lu wished she could slap herself twice. For million. Last year, to sell an 800th to Sandywan apartment, she had to endure a month of accompanying a pot-bellied rich man before finalizing the deal. A whole month of disgust just to earn 800,000, while Cui Jia made 4 million in just half a day. It nearly made her vomit blood. Leaving Jiangnan International residence, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian, had dinner at a hotel, and spent over 10,000 on a new smartphone, tossing his old second-hand one into the trash. Returning to the top floor of Building 1 Jiangnan International Residence, this was now Lin Dong's home, where he would likely live for a long time. He called his university advisor to request sick leave for a few days. News of Lin Dong coughing up blood and collapsing at school had spread, so his advisor didn't make things difficult for him. Lin Dong didn't feel like going to school anyway. Returning would invite mockery from many. Tomorrow I'll buy a luxury car and drive it straight to campus. Let's see who dares laugh at me then. Yu Jiangshan gave up our 3-year relationship for a bag worth over 10,000. When I roll up to school in a car worth millions, we'll see if you regret it. Damn it. Lying on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong thought the life of the wealthy was just too comfortable. He glanced at the panel before him. Host Lin Dong. Balance 999999502198641 yuan. Physique 15 weak. Spirit 28 average. Skills freely edible, requires tycoon points. Tycoon points 4. Behind physique, spirit, and skills, a plus sign had appeared, and he now had 4 tycoon points. Without hesitation, Lin Dong allocated all 4 tycoon points to physique, raising it from 15 to 19. Instantly, a warmth spread through his body. The weakness and fatigue from years of malnutrition began to noticeably improve. He felt strength surging through him. Checking his body, he saw it had grown more robust. So this is the effect. If I spend dozens of tycoon points on physique, would I surpass an Olympic champion? Lin Dong felt his life was bright. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and saw 2 friend requests, one from Zhao Xian, the other from Cui Jia. Lin Dong accepted both. Soon Zhao Xian sent a message, little brother Lin Dong, are you asleep? Not yet. Something on your mind, Sister Xian? Can't I message you without a reason? Of course you can. I'd be thrilled to hear from you, Sister Xian. What a sweet talker, little brother Lin Dong. I'm off this Sunday. Are you free? I'd love to invite you for a swim. Reading the message, an image of Zhao Xian in a bikini flashed through Lin Dong's mind, and his body heated up. Damn, this is blatant temptation. How could he resist the allure of a fair-skinned, long-legged beauty like her? In the end, Lin Dong realized he couldn't resist at all. So he replied, I'm free, absolutely free. How could I not be when Sister Xian invites me? It's settled then. See you Sunday. Sure, Sister Xian. Good night, little brother Lin Dong. Good night, Sister Xian. Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating Sunday's arrival. He played on WeChat for a while, but found it dull. His social circle was small, with friends mostly being casual classmates from middle school, high school, and college. A few group chats were lively, but Lin Dong rarely participated. Then there were some relatives. A few roommates had sent caring messages. Lin Dong's parents had died in an accident when he was under 10. Until high school, he lived with his second uncle. Back then, his two uncles, and an uncle on his mother's side, had fought fiercely over his custody. For a while, his second uncle and aunt treated him wonderfully, making Lin Dong believe he could have a good life with them even without his parents. So he chose his second uncle. But once custody was secured, life became harsh. He was frequently beaten and scolded, forced to eat leftovers, leading to chronic malnutrition. As he grew older, he realized they hadn't fought for his custody, but for his parents' nearly 2 million yuan in compensation. From the time he started high school at 16, they hadn't given him a single cent. Without support from his aunt and younger aunt, he would have dropped out. According to the original agreement, the nearly 2 million in compensation was supposed to be handed over to Lin Dong when he turned 18, but he hadn't seen a single penny. His younger aunt, and uncle had repeatedly argued with his second uncle and aunt over this, but to no avail. The money was in their hands, and his aunt simply claimed it had all been spent on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong silently estimated that during his years with his second uncle, they had spent no more than 5,000 yuan on him, mostly essential middle school tuition and a couple of cheap outfits from street stalls each year. Thinking about it, Lin Dong felt life was utterly wretched. Leaving the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened the Douyin app. When he had nothing to do, he enjoyed scrolling through Douyin. Seeing that the streamer he followed, Shui Wire, was live, he clicked in. This Shui Wire was a streamer Lin Dong had followed on Douyin from early on, ever since she started streaming over a year ago. Lin Dong counted among her first fans from just a few followers to now 50,000. The live stream had also grown from a handful of people to a dozen to the current 200 or 300. However, Lin Dong had never gifted her anything. He simply liked listening to her voice and her songs. In truth, Shui Wire could have done better with her conditions, but her streams were audio-only, no face reveal. Such streams on Douyin rarely captivated big spenders. After all, how many people tuned in just for the music? Most came to see the girls. So despite her pleasant voice and beautiful singing, she remained just a small streamer, neither flourishing nor fading. Due to the incident with Jiangshan, Lin Dong hadn't entered Shui Wire's livestream for nearly a month. As soon as he entered, he heard her familiar voice singing Absolute Infatuation. The pain I endure for you, you'll never understand. Why should I force myself to love everything about you? You mercilessly push back my defenses, tightly closing the door as I silently count my tears. Hearing this song, Lin Dong's eyes instantly welled up. Humble love always ends in vain. A simp in the end ends up with nothing. As the song ended, gifts began to fly in the live stream again. But they were all small ones worth a few or a dozen yuan, none reaching 100. Still, Shui Wire thanked each donor by name. As a small streamer, she was grateful for any gifts. Thank you for the gift, Brother Sinyu. Thank you for the gift, Brother Gaoshan Lu Shui. Thank you for the gift, Sister Xian. Lin Dong felt he was no longer short on money and should gift his favorite streamer. So using his account balance, he recharged Douyin with 10 million yuan. Then he started sending gifts to Shui Wire directly, selecting the most expensive one world star. Shui Wire was in the live stream, thanking the brothers and sisters who sent gifts. She earned a few hundred in gifts each day from streaming a few hours, taking home 100 or 200, sometimes 200 or 300, which already satisfied her. It wasn't that she was unwilling to show her face, it was inconvenient in her school dormitory, where she lived with 3 roommates who dressed casually. As a music student, she wanted people to gift her for her singing, not for her appearance. Some big spenders had privately messaged her wanting to meet and then boost her rankings, but she refused. It felt too much like a transaction to her. Though she needed money, she was unwilling to do so. Suddenly, Shui Wire sensed a flash of light in the live stream. Is that the world star effect? In over a year of streaming, she had never received a world star, but she had seen others receive them in different streams. One world star cost 2,000 yuan, what she usually earned in a week of streaming. Today, someone was sending her world stars. Before Shui Wire could see who sent the first world star, a second flash followed. A third. A fourth. The dazzling effect of world stars began to cascade endlessly in Shui Wire's live stream. A little matchstick sent Shui Wire world star X10, A little matchstick sent Shui Wire World Star X11. A little matchstick sent Shui Wire World Star X66. Sending over 66 world stars in a row not only flooded the streamer's screen, but also promoted it across the entire Douyin platform. Instantly, many live streams noticed a tycoon had appeared in Shui Wire's stream. Damn, a tycoon has shown up in an unknown stream. Let's go check it out. Wait for me, wait for me. I'm coming too. A crowd of onlookers flooded Shui Wire's live stream, the viewer count soaring from over 200 to more than 1,000 and still climbing. Thank you, little matchstick, for the world stars. Thank you, thank you. Moi Shui loves you. Shui Wire was too overwhelmed to know what to say. Yet the special effects showed no sign of stopping. A little matchstick sent Shui Wire World Star X666. A little matchstick sent Shui Wire World Star X999. A little matchstick sent Shui Wire World Star X1314. Finally, Lindong stopped at 1314 world stars simply because he was getting tired. Shui Wire's live stream exploded, the viewer count surging to 100,000. Whoa, Big Shot Matchstick is awesome. Big Shot Matchstick is mighty. Big Shot Matchstick, do you need a sidekick? Shui Wire was completely dazed. What did 1314 world stars mean? In monetary terms, it was over 2,600,000 yuan. Even half of that after her cut would be 1,300,000. She looked at the sender's name, a little matchstick who had followed her long ago, but never gifted before. She never expected such a huge gift today. Shui Wire sent him a private message. Thank you for the gift, little brother. Can I add you on WeChat? Seeing her message, Lindong sent his WeChat ID. Soon she added him. Little brother, thank you for the gift. It's nothing. I've listened to you sing for so long without sending gifts. I felt a bit embarrassed. Today I made up for it all. Thank you for your support, little brother. I can sing for you privately sometime. My name is Li Shuowei. What's your name? Lindong. They chatted about trivial matters with Li Shuowei thanking Lindong in almost every other sentence. Lindong walked to the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of the riverside city outside, bustling, enchanting, and beautiful. He took a few photos of the nightscape with his new phone and posted them on his Moments. Caption: the night view by the river is still so enchanting. Lindong rarely posted on Moments, but today he was in such high spirits that he couldn't resist. After posting, Lindong felt tired and lay down on the 4-meter-wide luxury bed in the bedroom to sleep. And so Lindong slept. But on Douyin, some people couldn't sleep, especially the major streamers. Though their top donors ranked first, second, and third had spent millions. Those were all from guilds, they got nothing. The real money came from the later leaks, the regular fans. Just now, a small streamer's room had someone directly gift over 2,600,000 yuan. And for such a small streamer, no guild would lavish such support, so it must be a real tycoon. Why hadn't such a fat leak fallen into their bowls? Some had already started studying Shui Wire's stream, plotting how to lure this tycoon over. Li Shuowei lay on her dormitory bed, still unable to fall asleep. Tonight, all 3 of her roommates had gone to socialize with other male dormitories. She had made an excuse about feeling unwell to avoid going to. In truth, she rarely attended such events as her family's circumstances couldn't compare with the others. To afford her tuition at the music academy, her family had nearly gone bankrupt, and she only went when absolutely unavoidable. Now she was truly grateful she hadn't gone, or she would have missed the generous tip from the benefactor known as Matchstick. A single tip of 260,000. Even major streamers rarely encountered such fortune, let alone a small-time streamer like herself. Before she had even finished her stream, a guild had already contacted her offering to manage her image, promote her on leaderboards, and arrange collaborations with more famous streamers to provoke this benefactor. Given his lavish nature, they speculated he might even tip millions in one go. Guilds understood these wealthy patrons' temperaments perfectly. What did they value most? Of course it was face. They could never bear to lose it in front of their favorite streamer. By exploiting this, guilds could compel them to keep sending gifts. Naturally, the guild's purpose in promoting was to reap profits. She wouldn't see a cent, and they would even demand a cut of the harvest. But Li Shuowei refused. She didn't want to exploit Lindong's money in such a way, and in return she was threatened with being blacklisted from the streaming industry. Li Shuowei wondered if she would regret this decision or if Lindong's generosity was merely a fleeting whim. She also had to figure out how to wisely use the over $1 million in earnings to improve her family's situation. Thus she was destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lindong's WeChat Moments buzzed with activity. The post he had shared, a night view of the river, had already amassed over 100 comments. The angle he had captured was simply too perfect. Anyone could tell it was taken from a floor above the 30th in Jiangnan International Mansion. What kind of place was Jiangnan International Mansion? The most expensive residential complex in the entire Jiangnan province, starting at 200,000 per square meter, with even the smallest unit costing at least 50 million. Lindong had actually posted a photo taken there. Comment 1: Lindong, where did you steal that picture? Nice angle. Comment 2: Dongzi, are you working part-time as a cleaner there? Can you hook me up? Maybe I can befriend some rich folks here. Comment, 3 dongzi have you been taken in by a wealthy woman here? Any other opportunities? I don't want to struggle anymore either. Comments ranged all over, but none suggested Lin Dong had actually bought a place there. The next day, Lin Dong woke up to find the sun already high. After washing up, he walked to the window and gazed at the river view, still feeling as if it were all a dream. What to do today? Right, I need to buy a car. Then it suddenly hit him. He didn't even know how to drive. What to do? Should he hire a driver? Driving himself would be far more enjoyable. And if he bought a sports car, would he still need a driver? That was absurd, wasn't it? If he signed up for driving lessons now, it would take at least a month. Lin Dong felt he couldn't wait that long. Then he recalled that the system had a skill panel where skills could be freely added. So Lin Dong opened the interface. He had gained another godly point. Last night, he had topped up 10 million on Douyin, totaling over 500 million, which earned him an additional point. Lin Dong tapped the plus sign next to the skill points and entered car driving. Immediately, the system began loading. After a few seconds, Lin Dong felt a flood of knowledge surge into his mind, all about driving. Which pedal was the brake, which was the accelerator? Which was the clutch? How to start, how to shift gears, how to turn, how to reverse. It felt as though he had personally driven before, and every detail was crystal clear. Lin Dong was thrilled. This system was truly miraculous. He couldn't wait to get behind the wheel and test it out. Leaving the international mansion, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. As soon as he reached the entrance, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong found Zhao Xian truly impressive. She knew her boundaries. Last night on WeChat, she had called him little brother with great familiarity, but today it was Mr. Lin. This clear separation between public and private was something Lin Dong appreciated. After breakfast, as he walked out of the hotel, Zhao Xian deliberately leaned close and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget our agreement, little brother Lin Dong." Her breath fragrant as orchid brushed against his ear, stirring an itch in his heart. He silently cursed, what a temptress. Lin Dong spent several $100,000 to upgrade his wardrobe. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. After swapping his street stall finds for designer labels, he looked completely transformed, especially with the 4 godly points he had added to his physique the night before. He appeared far more spirited, like a completely different person compared to yesterday. He looked every bit the wealthy scion. If he had dressed like this yesterday when buying the apartment, he wouldn't have been left waiting in the lobby for several minutes. After his makeover, Lin Dong headed to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Spotting a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million, he paid and drove it away directly. Thanks to his new attire, he encountered no disdain from salespeople, nor the need for a face-slapping moment with his credit card. Driving his new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lin Dong felt no unfamiliarity, marveling at the system's brilliance. However, one problem remained. He could drive, but he didn't have a license. How could he get a driver's license? None of his acquaintances seemed capable of helping. Zhao Xian. Lin Dong figured Zhao Xian might have the connections given her role as a lobby manager at an 8-star hotel where she must know influential people. So he drove directly to the Golden Leaf Hotel entrance and called Zhao Xian. "Little brother Lin Dong, missing your sister already." Zhao Xian's magnetic voice came through the phone. "Sister Xian, I'd like your help with something," Lin Dong said bluntly. "Tell me what you need, and if I can do it, I won't refuse. Can we discuss this in person?" I'm at the hotel entrance in a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class on the left, without plates yet. "All right, wait for me, little brother. He'll be right out." Zhao Xian appeared outside Lin Dong's car in less than 5 minutes. As she got into the passenger seat, she asked, "What help does little brother need?" "I need a driver's license." "Do you have any connections, Sister Xian?" "Money's no issue," Lin Dong stated directly. "A driver's license." Zhao Xian felt a flicker of confusion. How could someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich second generation, not have a license at his age? But since he didn't elaborate, she didn't pry. "That shouldn't be too hard. When do you need it?" Zhao Xian asked. "The sooner the better. Give me your ID, and I'll take a photo." "All right." Lin Dong handed over his ID. Zhao Xian snapped a photo with her phone and sent it to someone. Then she dialed a number. "Hey sis, I sent you a photo of an ID. Ask brother-in-law to process a driver's license for me as fast as possible." Okay, got it. "Thanks sis, and thank brother-in-law for me too." Zhao Xian hung up and told Lin Dong, "You should have it by this afternoon at the earliest." "Thanks, Sister Xian. How much do I owe you?" "I'll transfer it. Don't mention money. Since you call me sister, don't be so formal with me." "All right then. Are you free, Sister Xian? Come with me somewhere." Lin Dong didn't stand on ceremony. "If little brother invites me, I'll make time, even if I'm busy." "Then hold tight, Sister Xian. We're off." Lin Dong started the car and drove away from the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong brought Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. As they entered, a beautiful saleswoman approached them. She noticed they had just stepped out of a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and Lin Dong's attire clearly marked him as a wealthy scion. Enthusiastically, she asked, "Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars?" "Yes," Lin Dong replied. What model are you interested in? She inquired. Do you have a Porsche 911 in stock? Yes, we do. Then show us. Right this way, sir. The saleswoman led them to a Porsche 911. We have two available, one red and one black. Which would you like to see, sir? Lin Dong glanced briefly and said, they'll take the red one. Just write up the invoice. Off. The saleswoman was taken aback, buying without even a proper look. Utterly extravagant. Sir, wouldn't you like to inspect it? Didn't I just look? This red one looks great. In all her years, she had never seen anyone buy a car this way. A mere glance at the exterior, not even the interior, before demanding the invoice. Please follow me, sir. She led them to the front desk and began detailing the car's performance. Sir, this red Porsche 911 is the latest top-tier model equipped with a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbo engine. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interrupted, enough. Skip the introduction. Just tell me the price. What optional features would you like, sir? Just pick the best. Please wait a moment while I calculate. 2 minutes later. Sir, the total is $3,280,000. After payment, they sat on the lobby sofa waiting for the paperwork. Zhao Xian assumed Lin Dong had brought her to drive one of the cars back since he couldn't manage to alone. Though puzzled by his choice of red, she suggested, Brother Lin Dong, red doesn't seem suitable for you. Why not go with the black one? Why not take the black one? I think it suits you better. This isn't for me. It's for you. I think the red one matches your elegance, Sister Xian, Lin Dong replied with a smile. For me? Brother Lin Dong, are you joking? Zhao Xian asked, stunned. Do I look like I'm joking? It's a gift for you. No, this is too generous. I can't accept it. Zhao Xian quickly refused. Sister Xian, since you call me brother, don't be so formal. You know this money means nothing to me, just the cost of a couple of meals. If you refuse, can we still have fun together? Well, all right. Thank you so much, Brother Lin Dong. Zhao Xian was overjoyed inside. She still drove a modest car worth a pittance, earning around $500,000 to $600,000 a year. Rent, clothes, and cosmetics ate up half her salary, and she supported her parents and a younger brother who had just graduated and was unemployed. The rest went to her family. So despite her glamorous appearance, she had no savings and could never afford such a luxury car. And a red Porsche 911, any woman would fall for it. The saleswoman who had just approached behind them overheard their conversation and gazed at Zhao Xian with envy and jealousy. She too wished for such an extravagantly generous brother, one who could casually gift a 3 million plus car without batting an eye. Sir, please provide your ID or ID number for insurance and registration. Sister Xian, use yours. Lin Dong looked at Zhao Xian. Brother Lin Dong, this isn't appropriate. Though he said the car was for her, Zhao Xian thought it was just for her to drive, never expecting the registration to be in her name. Now the car would truly be hers. Zhao Xian was utterly dazed by this unexpected windfall. Didn't we agree it's a gift? Did you think I was joking? Then, all right, Brother Lin Dong, thank you so much. Zhao Xian handed her ID to the saleswoman. About 10 minutes later, the saleswoman returned. Sir, everything is ready. Here are the keys and documents. You can drive it away now. Sister Xian, take them. Let's go. Lin Dong stood and left. Zhao Xian took the documents and keys and went to get the car. The two cars drove one after another. Soon after, Lin Dong, leading the way, received a call from Zhao Xian. Brother Lin Dong, where are we going? How about dining at a hotel? But I'm not very hungry. Me neither, Zhao Xian said. Then how about coming to my place? Lin Dong asked. Sure. They arrived at Jiangnan International Residences, parked, and walked toward Building 1. Zhao Xian had long heard of the renowned Jiangnan International Residences, so close to her workplace. Every time she passed by, she gazed at it with envy, dreaming of owning a home there. Though the dream seemed distant, just visiting was a treat. They entered the elevator in Building 1 and ascended to the 27th floor. Even though Zhao Xian had mentally prepared herself upon entering, she was still dazzled by the opulence before her. The magnificent chandelier overhead, the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the river, the sofa, the television, the paintings. Every element exuded sheer luxury. Living in such splendor daily, Zhao Xian felt she would gladly trade 10 years of her life. Have a seat, Lin Dong said, pouring her a glass of water. Brother Lin Dong, this apartment is stunning. The night view of the river from here must be breathtaking. Zhao Xian asked, pointing at the massive windows. It's decent. You're welcome anytime if you want to see it. Really? Zhao Xian asked hesitantly. Of course. By the way, Sister Xian, where are you from? I'm from Yunqing. I've been working in Jiangxing for 3 or 4 years. So do you own a place here? No. Property prices in Jiangxing are so high, I don't know when I'll ever afford one, Zhao Xian sighed. With your salary, a mortgage shouldn't be too hard, right? Lin Dong asked, puzzled. Actually, my salary isn't that high. I have to support my parents and younger brother, plus rent, clothes, and cosmetics. They all add up. I can't save much. Zhao Xian's voice carried a hint of melancholy. At that moment, on the 33rd floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, inside the chairman's office, Lu Xian, the hotel manager, stood before a man in his 30s. The man lounged in the chairman's seat, half reclining with his feet propped on the desk. This man was Yi Hong, the chairman of the Golden Leaf Hotel and its largest shareholder. Lu Xian, anything happening at the hotel lately? Yi Hong asked. He had come to Jiangnan province on business and decided to check in an unplanned visit. Normally, he only came once or twice a year. Chairman Yi, everything is running smoothly. Business volume is steadily increasing, up about 20% compared to the same period last year, Lu Xian replied. Not bad, Lu Xian. You've done well. Double your year-end bonus and raise staff bonuses by 50%. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. All right, if there's nothing else, go ahead. I'm just passing through and will leave shortly. Yi Hong said casually. After a moment's thought, Lu Xian reported. Chairman Yi, there's something I should mention. Yesterday, a guest got a membership card and directly topped up 100 million. Oh, in a personal name or a company name? Yi Hong grew interested. In a personal name. And yesterday, he spent 1.5 million on a single meal. He also asked the hotel to prepare a one-person meal daily using the finest ingredients, and if he can't come, just throw it away. Sounds like some nouveau riche. How old is he? The records show 21. Seems to be a student at Jiangnan University. 21. A student. Spending 100 million on meals. Have you met this person? Chairman Yi, I haven't. Yesterday, he was handled by the lobby manager Zhao Xian. Then call Zhao Xian here. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian immediately spoke into the intercom. Is Manager Zhao there? Please respond. After a moment, a voice replied. Manager Lu. Manager Zhao went out this morning and hasn't returned yet. Lu Xian glanced discreetly at Yi Hong and said into the intercom. Does anyone know where she went? No, she didn't tell us. Lu Xian fell silent, then looked at Yi Hong. Chairman Yi'll call her right away. Yi Hong's expression was impassive. No need. We'll wait here and see when she returns. Lu Xian leaving during work hours without informing anyone and without permission. How do you manage this place? I apologize, Chairman Yi. It's my oversight. I will strengthen management and thoroughly rectify the hotel, Lu Xian replied cautiously. Inwardly, he was furious. What was Zhao Xian thinking? Normally, she performed excellently, but now at this critical moment, she had let him down, causing him to be reprimanded. Neither spoke. Yi Hong scrolled through his phone, while Lu Xian stood still, not daring to move, hoping Zhao Xian would return soon. After the two returned to the hotel, Lin Dong went directly to the private dining room. Zhao Xian headed straight to manager Lu Xian's office. At the front desk, she had been told that Lu Xian was looking for her. Finding the office empty, Zhao Xian picked up the intercom and said, Manager Lu, this is Zhao Xian. I'm at your office door. Where are you? Lu Xian's legs were growing numb from standing, but finally, Zhao Xian's voice came through the intercom. He replied, Zhao Xian, come to the chairman's office. Zhao Xian's heart skipped a beat when she heard Lu Xian tell her to go to the chairman's office. His tone also seemed off. Being summoned to the chairman's office meant the chairman was here. Chairman Yi Hong was a mysterious figure. She had worked at the hotel for over 3 years and only saw him at the annual banquet. Now he suddenly wanted to see her, and she happened to be away during work hours. If she handled this poorly, she could lose her job. She hadn't even secured Lin Dong yet, and losing her job now would be disastrous. Zhao Xian hurried to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she stood before the door. Knock, knock. She rapped twice on the door. Come in. A steady voice called from within. Zhao Xian pushed the door open to see manager Lu Xian standing facing Chairman Yi Hong. Chairman Yi, Manager Lu, hello. I'm Zhao Xian, she said, closing the door and walking over, her voice trembling. Yi Hong studied her carefully after she introduced herself. She was beautiful with a wonderful figure, and her work attire accentuated her professional charm. He hadn't expected the hotel to have such an outstanding woman. Being a lobby manager seemed a waste of her talents. Manager Zhao, leaving your post during work hours without a word. How did you get this position? Yi Hong questioned sternly. Zhao Xian's heart raced at his immediate reprimand. The aura of these powerful men was overwhelming. Still, she explained, I apologize, Chairman Yi. I left the hotel to accompany a client. Accompany a client? Since when does our hotel require a lobby manager to accompany clients? Is it for the hotel's needs, or for your personal desire to climb up? Yi Hong's words were sharp. He knew all about women who would do anything to rise in status, and he assumed Zhao Xian was one of them. His first impression of her had been favorable, but when she mentioned accompanying a client, he immediately categorized her as that kind of woman. After all, accompanying a client could mean anything. Chairman Yi, you can punish me or fire me, but please don't insult me. Today, Mr. Lin wanted to buy a car and had driven one here, so he asked me to help drive it back. Mr. Lin is a VIP guest of our hotel, which is why I went. Zhao Xian said, anger creeping into her voice. She felt aggrieved. Yi Hong had reduced her to a woman who could be bought with money, and she couldn't accept that. At least she had kept her integrity. At 27, in a society full of temptations, it hadn't been easy for a woman as beautiful as her to resist and hold onto her principles. Who is this Mr. Lin? Yihong asked. He should be the VIP who deposited 100 million yesterday, Lu Xian answered this time. Where is he now? Mr. Lin is dining in private room 3, Zhao Xian replied. Let's go. Well, meet this VIP and see if what manager Zhao says is true. Yihong rose and walked out of the office with Lu Xian and Zhao Xian quickly following behind. Lin Dong was in the private room, savoring the world's most exquisite cuisine. Wealth was truly exhilarating. These delicacies which he once dared not even dream of were now being consumed with reckless abandon, half eaten and half discarded. As he indulged, the door to the private room swung open. Assuming it was Zhao Xian, he said, Sister Xian, come join me for a bite. Turning around, he saw a man in his 30s enter, followed by Zhao Xian, with another man in his 40s ahead of her. Apart from Zhao Xian, he recognized neither of the other two. Noticing Zhao Xian's troubled expression and reddened eyes, Lin Dong surmised the situation. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Yihong, the owner here. May I ask if you are satisfied with the cuisine and service? If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them, and we will certainly accommodate you. Yihong approached Lin Dong with a courteous demeanor. He was quite intrigued by Lin Dong. A young man capable of spending 100 million on dining and entertainment was undoubtedly a wealthy scion. Making his acquaintance could prove beneficial. As a businessman, Yihong understood the value of connections. The Golden Leaf Hotel was merely one of his ventures. He managed numerous other enterprises. Perhaps in the future, he could collaborate with Lin Dong or the family behind him. Mr. I am quite satisfied here. I am glad to hear that. I've heard you are a distinguished student at Jiangnan University. Truly accomplished at such a young age, Yihong said with a hint of flattery. Yes, but accomplished is an overstatement. I know my own worth. You are too modest, Mr. Lin. Jiangnan University ranks among the top 5 in the nation. Those who study there are destined to become elites in their fields. Here is my card. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me. Yihong handed Lin Dong a gilded business card. Mr. I have a question for you, Lin Dong said as he accepted it. Please go ahead. Is this hotel for sale? Ah. Yihong was taken aback. Not only he but also Lu Xian and Zhao Xian behind him were equally bewildered. Mr. Lin must be joking, Yihong said with a smile. Do I look like I'm joking? If it's for sale, I'll buy it. What's there to joke about? Lin Dong replied earnestly. Do you know that the construction cost alone exceeded 10 billion, not including the land? Are you certain you want to buy it? Of course. If you're willing to sell, name your price. If not, forget it. Yihong studied Lin Dong for a moment, finding it difficult to fathom this young man more than a decade his junior. Spending 100 million on leisure was one thing, but now he was asking to buy the hotel outright. Many could muster a few hundred million in cash, but few could command tens of billions. Even if Lin Dong's family possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, they wouldn't allow him such extravagance. Could he be an heir from one of those hidden families? Only they would dare to act so boldly, Yihong mused silently. If you are genuinely interested, it's not impossible, but I need to consult with the other directors, as the hotel isn't mine alone. However, I must warn you, we require cash. Then ask them. Let me know as soon as possible, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Very well, please enjoy your meal. We'll get back to you shortly. Yihong turned and left the room, followed by Lu Xian. Zhao Xian was about to leave when Lin Dong called out, Sister Xian, wait. I need to talk to you. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to stay. Her job could be sacrificed, but she must cling to Lin Dong, this powerful ally. The mere thought of Lin Dong buying the hotel sent a thrill through her. Tens of billions in cash. If he succeeded, given their recent rapport, he would likely retain her, perhaps even offer a promotion. She now fervently hoped the owner would sell to Lin Dong, and that he had the means to follow through. Having already been marked by her boss, her position was precarious without a change in ownership. Back in his office, Yihong pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message to a small group of 4 guys. Someone wants to buy our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangxing. Should we sell? Sun Chen Dongxing replied, who's that extravagant? Yihong, a college student named Lin Dong studying in Jiangxing. Liang Jie, a college student. Old year, you being fooled. Can a student afford tens of billions for our hotel? Chen Dongxing, I agree. Yihong, do I look that gullible? Li Bin, yes. Yihong, enough joking. Seriously, sell or not? He's waiting for my answer. Chen Dongxing, it's up to you. You're the major shareholder. Yihong, your combined shares outweigh mine. If I say yes, and you all say no, I'm powerless. Liang Jie, is he really buying? What's his background? Are you sure he has the means? Yihong, it should be solid. Yesterday, he deposited 100 million for a membership card just to dine here. Liang Jie, then it's no joke. Who is he to have such cash at his age? Chen Dongxing, perhaps an heir of a hidden family. Li Bin, you've dealt with them. What do you think? Li Bin, if he can really pay tens of billions in cash for the hotel, he's likely one of them. They're sent out to endure hardship first, then inherit part of the family business. Yihong, should we investigate? Li Bin, absolutely not. If you're caught, you won't know how you died. Yi Hong, that powerful. In this day and age, aren't you overreacting? Li Bin, there are things you haven't encountered, you don't know the depths. Their influence is terrifying. They'll show you sometime. Liang Jia, I've long wanted to see how formidable these so-called hidden ones really are. Shen Dongxing, me too. Yi Hong, alright, so are we selling the Golden Leaf Hotel, or not? Li Bin, what's his offer? Yi Hong, he asked me to name a price. Li Bin, what about you two? I'm indifferent, it's up to you. We don't lack the money. If the deal goes through, I'd like to meet this person. Liang Jia, I think 18 billion is acceptable. The total cost was around 12 billion, and we've recouped several billion over the years. Selling at 18 billion nearly doubles our investment. I have a good project in mind to reinvest the funds. Yi Hong, what project? Liang Jia, not finalized yet. Once it is well, meet and discuss in person. Shen Dongxing, sounds good. Old Yi, quote him 20 billion. If he haggles, hold firm at 18 billion. Any lower, and we call it off. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 20 billion and see his reaction. I'm off now, I'll update you later. Having agreed, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs and present the offer to Lin Dong. Jinyi Hotel. Room No. 3. Zhao Xian stayed behind and asked Lin Dong, are you really going to buy the hotel? I do want to buy it, but I'm afraid your boss won't sell. What kind of person is your boss? Lin Dong inquired. I'm not sure either. Chairman Yi rarely comes to the hotel. He usually only shows up during the annual meeting. I've heard he has many other companies and Jinyi Hotel is just one of them. So mysterious. That sounds challenging. He likely doesn't need this amount of money, Lin Dong remarked. This amount of money? Did he just refer to several billion as this amount? Is this the circle of these super wealthy individuals? It's truly terrifying. Zhao Xian was almost numb. Having worked at this top-tier hotel in Jiangnan for 3 to 4 years, she had built many connections and friendships due to her advantages. Several of her acquaintances were worth tens or even hundreds of billions, and she felt she was getting closer to this circle. However, Lin Dong had just taught her a lesson in the past few days. It turned out that what she had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. In front of these true super wealthy individuals, a few hundred billion could be spent on a whim or out of interest. Those so-called billionaires she knew in front of Lin Dong and Chairman Yi probably wouldn't even be considered juniors. The money that others casually spent could be several times her entire worth. How could they be compared? They simply weren't on the same level. Zhao Xian thought of this and looked at Lin Dong with adoring eyes. This was the ideal man in her heart. Though young, his demeanor was impeccable. Casual dining was all about hundreds of billions in business reminiscent of ancient kings strategizing the realm. If Lin Dong knew Zhao Xian's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. An impeccable demeanor. Kings strategizing the realm. Just 2 days ago, I was abandoned by my girlfriend over a bag costing more than 10,000. I'm left with only a little over 1,000 as a poor loser. In this materialistic society, as long as one is a normal person, suddenly possessing such endless wealth would likely elevate one's demeanor. They might even be better at playing the game than I am. Zhao Xian watched Lin Dong eating for a while, retracting her enamored gaze, and said, it's not necessarily the case, as all products have a price. If Lin Dong offers a high enough price, Chairman Yi will definitely sell. He's a shrewd businessman whose goal is to maximize profit. Hearing Sister Xian's analysis, it does seem possible. Come on, Sister Xian, don't just stand there, sit down and eat a bit. If the hotel is bought, I'll let you manage it. Lin Dong casually said while eating. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Xian felt her head buzzing, nearly fainting. What did Lin Dong just say? He would let her manage the hotel if he bought it. Let her be the general manager. Although she was currently the lobby manager, the difference between that and a general manager was merely a character, but the status and treatment were worlds apart, several tiers different. General Manager Lu Xian was the highest authority apart from Chairman Yi and a few directors. When Chairman Yi was absent, he was the local emperor. His annual salary plus bonuses exceeded 10 million. How much did she make in a year? Now Lindong actually said he would let her be the general manager if he bought the hotel. Wasn't that a leap to the sky? Lindong, are you joking with me? Zhao Xian replied, feeling a bit dazed. What's so funny? Why does everyone think I'm joking? Haven't I mentioned this before? If your boss is making things difficult for you, I'll buy the hotel and make you the boss. I noticed your eyes were red when you just walked in, and you must have been caught by your boss this morning when we went out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes turned red again and tears began to flow uncontrollably. However, this time it was different from before. Before it was grievance, now it was gratitude and happiness. Lindong, we've only known each other for 2 days. Why are you being so good to me? You gave me a car, let me live in such a luxurious house for free, and now you're even buying the hotel to promote me. Zhao Xian said, her voice choked with emotion. Lindong noticed something was off with her voice and turned to look. Sister Xian, why are you crying? Just as Lindong was about to say something, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhao Xian quickly adjusted herself and stepped aside. Yihong walked in with Lu Xian following behind. There was no choice. This was the moment that would decide his fate. The hotel might change owners. If the owner changed, could he still sit in the general manager's position? Given Zhao Xian's relationship with Lindong, it was probably unlikely. His current position had a salary of 6 million a year plus bonuses around 10 million. Moreover, since Chairman Yi was seldom at the hotel, this was his realm. If he secretly skimmed off some benefits, it would be several millions. Where could he find such a good job if he lost it? Over the years, he had used his power to exploit many female waitstaff who wished to climb the ranks, even hinting at Zhao Xian several times, but she had ignored them all. If it weren't for Zhao Xian's strong work abilities, she would have been gotten rid of long ago. At this moment, he could only pray that this transaction would not go through, otherwise his good days would truly be over. Lu Xianyu and manager Zhao step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with Mr. Lin. Yihong said to Lu Xian, who had followed him in. Yes, Chairman Yi. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian and Zhao Xian both replied simultaneously. They then left the room. Mr. Lin, do you truly wish to buy this hotel? Yihong asked after sitting down. Of course, Chairman Yi, as long as you want to sell, I want to buy it. Mr. Lin, I just discussed with a few shareholders. If you genuinely want to buy this hotel, here's the price. Yihong said, while making a scissors gesture with his hand. 2 billion. Yes, Mr. Lin, as you know, this hotel is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangqing, which is also the most thriving area of Jiangnan. The decor is done to the highest standards, and the annual profit is steadily increasing. Buying it at this price is absolutely not a loss. All right, then it's 2 billion. However, I'm not very familiar with the handover process, so just contact Zhao Xian directly. She will be the general manager here from now on. Lin Dong said nonchalantly. It's just 2 billion, how big of a deal could it be? In fact, he had never spent $200 so decisively before. That's settled. Since Mr. Lin agrees, we'll finalize it this way. However, the handover process is a bit complicated and may take about a week. According to regulations, Mr. Lin will need to pay a 10% deposit. If the transaction fails due to your reasons, we will not refund the deposit. All right. Yihong took out his phone and made a call. Soon a voice came through the line. Hello, Chairman Yi, this is Zhou Wenhua. What instructions do you have? Director Zhou, please come to room no. 3. Yihong said into the phone. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Lu Xian, both of you enter as well, Yihong said. The private room door opened, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian stepped inside. First, let me announce a decision. I have reached an agreement with Mr. Lin. The Golden Leaf Hotel will be transferred to him for 20 billion yuan. Director Zhou, please prepare to receive the deposit and issue a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week. Yihong looked at the three as he spoke. Their expressions shifted upon hearing the news. Zhou Wenhua remained indifferent. As a long-serving confidant of Yihong, he held positions beyond the hotel's financial directorship, and the sale actually lightened his burden. Lu Xian's face turned ashen. Recruited by Yihong from a headhunting firm as a senior professional manager, losing this position would make finding another of equal caliber a daunting challenge. None was more delighted than Zhao Xian. Her face flushed crimson with excitement, a sight truly captivating. Zhou Wenhua provided an account to Lin Dong, who transferred a 10% deposit of 2 billion yuan, receiving a receipt in return. With the deposit settled, the deal was all but sealed. Yihong's gaze toward Lin Dong subtly shifted. As Li Bin had suggested, the young man's ability to produce such cash for the hotel purchase pointed to a hidden family background. A circle Yihong knew little of, shrouded in mystery and wielding formidable influence beyond mere wealth, accessible only to those at a certain level. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke. Mr. Yi, am still a student and lack time for the handover. Please liaise directly with Sister Zhao Xian. Oh, she will be the general manager here from now on. Director Zhou follow Mr. Lin's instructions, Yi Hong said to Zhou Wenhua. Yes, Chairman Yi. Then Yi Hong addressed Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, since the deal is done, we are friends now. Calling me Mr. Yi is too formal. I am Yi Hong, a few years older. If you don't mind, call me Brother Yi. Since Brother Yi says so, then stop calling me Mr. Lin. Just call me Little Brother Lin. Huh. Excellent. Little Brother Lin is indeed straightforward. If you ever come to Lake City, be sure to contact me so I can play the proper host. Rest assured, Brother Yi. I will seek you out when I'm in Lake City, Lin Dong replied. He recalled that his aunt's daughter, his cousin Wang Li, was studying at a university in Lake City. Perhaps he might need Yi Hong's help in the future. Then I won't keep you. I have to return to Lake City this afternoon. Remember, Little Brother Lin, find me when you're there. I do carry some sway in Lake City. Of course, of course. Yi Hong departed accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian. Zhao Xian stayed behind, realizing she would now serve this astonishingly young new boss. Sister Xian, the hotel is in your hands from now on, Lin Dong said to Zhao Xian. Rest assured, Chairman Lin. I will not disappoint your expectations and will manage the hotel well. In the chairman's office of the Golden Leaf Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were inside. Lu Xian, the hotel is about to change hands. If you wish to stay, I can put in a word with Little Brother Lin. Even if you can't be general manager, a department head position is possible. Hearing Yi Hong suggest he stay as a department head, Lu Xian found it beneath him. The vast gap in status and compensation between general manager and department head was unacceptable. He quickly replied, Chairman Yi, since you're leaving, I don't wish to work here either. I want to follow you. Lu Xian, I don't have a suitable position for you right now. How about I give you this year's annual salary and you find another path? Chairman Yi, our contract still has several years left. You can't just abandon me. Lu Xian said anxiously. Lu Xian, I've made myself clear. Why don't you understand? Must I spell it out? Do you think I'm unaware of your actions these past years? You haven't crossed my bottom line, so I turned a blind eye. But if I chose to hold you accountable, what you've done, though not enormous, could land you a decade or so in prison. Lu Xian broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Yi Hong's words. He had believed his misdeeds were discreet and insignificant against the hotel's annual turnover of billions, never expecting the boss to know. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Xian said, Chairman Yi, I understand. He'll pack up and leave immediately. You've worked for me for a few years. Go to Director Zhou, collect this year's salary, and then leave. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian left the room after speaking. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong planned to buy a sports car. But after browsing several dealerships, he found no model to his liking. Only mass-produced cars with pricier ones requiring pre-orders. He purchased a laptop and some branded clothes, then returned to the international residence. Lying on the leather sofa, he checked his system and found 20 new tycoon points. Host Lin Dong. Balance 99999978992598996. Physique 19 weak. Spirit 28 average. Skills car driving beginner. Tycoon points 20. His physique had reached 19 points, but was still weak. Spirit remained at 28 points. A new skill beginner car driving appeared in the skill list. Lin Dong added 11 tycoon points to his physique. Physique surged to 30 points, upgrading from weak to average. A sustained warmth radiated through his body, gradually subsiding after a full minute. He added 6 tycoon points to spirit, raising it from 28 to 34. Instantly, a cool clarity filled his mind. He truly felt smarter. He allocated the remaining 3 points to the car driving skill. After doing all this, Lin Dong felt slightly sweaty. He went to the 28th floor, stripped off his clothes, and dove into the crystal clear pool. So refreshing. He swam several laps, then rested at the pool's edge, marveling. Climbing out, he spotted a massive mirror and approached it, revealing a reflection. Is this me? Lin Dong could hardly believe it. Though the face was still his, the body was entirely transformed. The old Lin Dong, though handsome, was so thin that he couldn't fill out his nearly 1.8-meter frame. But the figure in the mirror now had defined lines, exuding a sense of strength rather than frailty. After a long days, Lin Dong snapped back and said, this system is truly invincible. Changing into a new set of branded clothes, he returned to the giant mirror. The reflection showed a handsome man with a well-proportioned physique, looking every bit the top-tier wealthy elite. With such looks, he could easily be a kept man. Lin Dong said arrogantly, Gentlemen, keep a close watch on your girlfriend's sisters and sisters-in-law, because Big Brother is going out. Huh. In the evening, Lin Dong strode into the Golden Leaf Hotel with the confident gait of a wealthy and handsome man. Good evening, Chairman Lin. Good evening, Chairman Lin. The 4 beautiful receptionists at the entrance greeted him, their eyes brimming with admiration. By now, news had spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong was about to become its owner. Zhao Xian had already taken over as general manager, and the former general manager Lu Xian had packed his bags and left. After Lin Dong entered the lobby, the four receptionists began to whisper among themselves. Chairman Lin is so young and handsome. Yeah, right. Handsome and wealthy. He's practically the dream man for all of us. You little flirt, Chairman Lin wouldn't fancy you. How do you know? What if Chairman Lin happens to like someone like me? If Chairman Lin has his eye on Manager Zhao, don't you know that eating the same dish every day gets boring? If Chairman Lin ever wants a change of taste, our chance will come. Unaware of the chatter behind him, Lin Dong had barely entered the hall when Zhao Xian approached him. Sister Xian, why are you still here? Didn't I make you the general manager? You haven't started the handover yet. Lin Dong asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chairman Lin, I've already taken over the general manager's duties. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license. Zhao Xian handed Lin Dong a small booklet. Thanks, Sister Xian. Go ahead with your work. They'll just eat and leave. By the way, ask your sister and brother-in-law when they're free. I'd like to treat them to a meal to express my gratitude. All right, I'll ask them. I'm quite busy now and still unfamiliar with many things, so I won't keep you company, Chairman Lin. Zhao Xian called over a front desk clerk to escort Lin Dong to dinner, then left. Chairman Lin, please, the young front desk clerk said respectfully. I can find my way. You don't need to come. Chairman Lin, your private room has been changed today. Please let me guide you, the front desk girl said. Changed rooms? Why? Lin Dong asked. Chairman Lin, yesterday you were a distinguished guest of the hotel, so you used private room no. 3. But today, as the hotel's chairman, your designated room is no. 1. The front desk clerk explained. All right then, lead the way. Lin Dong didn't argue further. After his meal, Lin Dong drove around Jiangcheng for a while. Though dusk was falling, Jiangcheng was a city that never slept, with many shops staying open until midnight. Still, he couldn't find the sports car of his dreams. Upon inquiring, he learned limited edition sports cars were typically sold out upon release and never made it to 4S dealerships. Only some top-tier car dealerships had them at prices far above the original. Lin Dong thought about it. Among his acquaintances, the only one with connections seemed to be Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. So he gave Yi Hong a call. The call connected quickly. Brother Lin, are you already in Huqing? Yi Hong's voice came through. Brother Yi, I'm still in Jiangcheng. But I need a favor. I'm looking to buy a globally limited edition sports car. Do you have any connections? Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin, are you into collecting limited edition cars too? Brother Yi, what man doesn't love cars? Huh, true enough. Brother Lin, you've come to the right person. I happen to count a dealership that specializes in selling high-end second-hand cars. Yi Hong indeed co-owned a dealership with some friends, but they dealt exclusively in top-tier models, turning their noses up at anything under 10 million. That's great. Brother Yi, see what you have that would suit me. Brother Lin, I have a Bugatti Flying Dragon limited edition supercar released 3 years ago. Only 8 exist globally. The original price was 60 million, but since it's a limited edition, the price has gone up to around 80 million. What do you think? Sounds good. Brother Yi, do you have any pictures? Send me a couple so I can take a look. Alright, I'll send them shortly. I think this car would suit you perfectly. Imagine driving it into Jiangnan University. It would be the ultimate statement of style. Huh. Brother Yi, you really get me. They'll just transfer the money to you. Will you come to Huqing to pick it up, or should I have it shipped to you? They'll come pick it up during the May Day holiday. I have some business in Huqing then anyway. Lin Dong said. He planned to visit his cousin Wang Li during the holiday and upgrade her lifestyle, as some things were hard to explain over the phone. Lin Dong transferred 80 million to Yi Hong without a second thought. Money had become just a number to him now. With the sports car sorted, he returned to the international mansion. He opened his newly purchased laptop, downloaded the Whale live streaming platform, and registered an account named A Little Matchstick. Lin Dong had never watched Whale live before, mainly because he couldn't afford a computer. Whale Live was the largest streaming platform for PC users, while Douyin dominated the mobile market. Together, they held about 80% of their respective segments. Entering his cousin Wang Li's stream room, Lin Dong saw it was almost 11 o'clock. The girl was in the middle of a lively stream. As he entered the stream room, Wang Li was thanking viewers for their gifts, though they were mostly small, 10 or 20 yuan here and there. Lin Dong noticed the top spender had only given over 10,000 while the second had dropped to a few hundred. Lin Dong felt he needed to remind the girl during the May Day holiday, your brother is now a multi-billionaire. Isn't this gratitude a bit too cheap? If anyone finds out, where will I put my face? He topped up his account with 10 million, intending to send Wang Li some gifts. Had thought about sending tens of millions, but decided against it, afraid of startling the girl. Had rather wait until the May Day trip to Huqing to leave her some financial security so she could prepare his aunt for the news and avoid any suspicion that he was involved in illegal activities. Thank you for the gift, Brother Wang. Thank you for the gift, little star. Thank you, senior brother, for the supercar. Thank you so much. Lin Dong watched for a while and noticed a user named Senior Brother had sent Wang Li a supercar, which cost 200 each. This senior brother was the top spender. Lin Dong posted a comment. Little sis call me brother, and he'll take the top spot for you. In hooching at the Yunhu University dormitory, Wang Li was in the middle of her stream thanking gift givers when a comment caught her eye. Without hesitation, she called out, "Little Matchstick, are you serious about taking the top spot for me?" "Of course," Lin Dong continued typing. "Then he'll thank you in advance, brother Matchstick." Just then the top spender senior brother posted a comment. "Hey, who are you? Trying to take my top spot? Let's see if you have the means." Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to reply. He directly selected the most expensive gift, the super rocket. Liftoff. A Little Matchstick sent the streamer Little Dumpling a super rocket X1. A Lin Dong typed a message. Follow. Senior brother sent the streamer Little Dumpling a super rocket X1. A Little Matchstick sent the streamer Little Dumpling a super rocket X2. A Little Matchstick sent the streamer Little Dumpling a super rocket X3. A Little Matchstick sent the streamer Little Dumpling a super rocket X66. Each super rocket cost 2,000, so 66 of them totaled over 130,000. The top spender senior brother had followed with over 10, but didn't dare continue. The stream room's popularity skyrocketed as sending 66 super rockets triggered a platform-wide advertisement. The chat exploded with comments. "Holy crap, a whale. This A Little Matchstick seems familiar somehow. Damn, this is the super whale from Douyin. Last night, he dropped 2,600,000 in gifts in an hour. Is that for real? It's definitely him. Can't believe he's here. A whale is a whale, blowing 66 super rockets right off the bat. That impressive. Never heard of him before. He just rose to fame recently, only gifting in small stream rooms. I see. That impressive. Never heard of him before. He just rose to fame recently, only gifting in small stream rooms. I see. Hooching City. Girls' dormitory of Yunhu University. Wow. Lily, who is this? So generous. Could it be another senior secretly crushing on you?" "Exactly. Much more generous than Zhou Sudong. He claims to like you, so we gave him your livestream ID, and he only sent about 10,000 yuan. After just a dozen super flames, he stopped following. But this senior brother Xiao Huachai is truly generous." Wang Li was utterly bewildered. She had never heard of anyone named Xiao Huachai, yet the moment he entered her stream, he showered her with over 100,000 yuan in gifts. She had only recently begun live streaming. Her audience consisted mostly of fellow students, many from her own class. Zhou Sudong, a senior year ahead of her, ranked first on her gifting leaderboard and was actively courting her. "Girl, should I add him as a friend?" Wang Li asked. Hosts typically added wealthy patrons to their contact lists to retain their favor and encourage continued gifting. Rumors claimed some hosts even met such patrons in person, making personal sacrifices to secure their loyalty. "Lily, hold off for now. 10,000 yuan isn't much. Our Lily is worth far more. If he truly intends to court you, his identity will inevitably surface on campus." Lin Dong paused after sending over 100,000 yuan, not out of frugality. Even if he gifted his cousin hundreds of millions, or billions, he wouldn't blink. Yet he feared overwhelming her with excessive generosity. He'd visit Hooching during the May Day holiday instead. After gifting, Lin Dong exited the stream without revealing his identity, then idly browsed Whale Live, dropping 6 dozen super flames into any host whose style appealed to him. Within an hour, he had gifted over a dozen times, spending more than 1 million yuan. His name appeared repeatedly in trending news. The ID Xiao Huachai had quietly gone viral on Whale Live. Countless aspiring hosts eagerly awaited his arrival, knowing that his entrance alone would ignite a flood of super flames and surge their traffic. After over an hour of browsing, just as Lin Dong prepared to log off, 2 characters, region, appeared in the top right corner of his screen. He clicked, and the interface instantly shifted. A message appeared locating. "Please wait." Within 10 seconds, a new list of streams materialized, those hosted by users geographically nearest to Lin Dong, many likely based in Jiangxing. Lin Dong selected a high viewership stream, and upon entering discovered the host was Han Shiyun, one of Jiangnan University's famed 3 campus beauties. Han Shiyun was a campus icon, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but exceptionally talented. At the freshman welcome gala, her sensual, captivating dance had captivated over 80% of the male student body. Thereafter, she remained a constant subject of speculation, rumored to maintain ambiguous relationships with several wealthy elite students from rival universities. Huang Junlang was among them. To win her favor, these affluent suitors competed fiercely, sending imported delicacies, designer clothing, luxury handbags, and even a super-rich second-generation heir who gifted her a BMW sports car worth hundreds of thousands. Now that was mastery, gracefully navigating between multiple elite suitors, granting no one easy access, thereby intensifying their rivalry and deepening their desire to possess her. Her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty naturally drew massive admiration across Jiangnan University. Her livestream already boasted several thousand concurrent viewers. Lin Dong's entrance caused an immediate stir. The recent million yuan spree repeated promotional flashes, and his account level exceeding 100 all marked him as a rare powerhouse. On Whale Live, users ascended levels solely by gifting, one level per 10,000 yuan, with no upper limit. Higher tiers triggered increasingly dazzling entrance animations. Having gifted 172 million yuan, a Lindong stood at level 172, the highest in the room. His entry instantly placed him first on the leaderboard. The second highest was merely level 120. Welcome, brother Xiao Huachai, to our stream. Han Shiyun's voice greeted him the moment he entered. With no time for pleasantries, Lindong launched a volley of 66 super flames. Xiao Huachai gifts host Han Xiao, Xiao 1 super rocket. Xiao Huachai gifts host Han Xiao, Xiao 66 super rockets. Thank you, brother Xiao Huachai, for the super flames. Moi. Brother Huachai, would you prefer a song or a dance? Han Shiyun asked, eager to retain this formidable patron. Holy cow, brother Huachai has arrived. Brother Huachai is legendary. Wherever he appears, 66 super flames are non-negotiable. Saluting brother Huachai. Chased you halfway across the platform. Finally caught up. Does Director Chai need a bag-carrying junior brother? A torrent of chat messages flooded the screen. At that moment, another elite user entered. Their level astonishingly higher than Lindong's at 298, immediately displacing him to second place. This user Lang Lang sent a chat message. Thanks to their elite status, the text gleamed gold, immediately drawing every eye. Shiyun, if I seize the top spot tonight, will you truly go on a date with me? Yes, Junlang. If you claim the top spot tonight, I'll meet you tomorrow. Han Shiyun replied in her soft, melodious voice. The audience erupted. What a... Is our goddess really being swept away? That's Huang Junlang, the campus elite. His family is immensely wealthy. Looks like Huang Junlang's going Allen tonight to win Han Shiyun. Tomorrow's headline writes itself. Elite Huang Junlang spends millions to claim campus beauty Han Shiyun. Perfect. That'll dominate the campus news feed. Lindong had been preparing to leave until he saw this. Damn it. Huang Junlang already had Jiang Shan, yet he dared pursue Han Shiyun here and dared aim to seize the top spot for a date. How delusional. Damn it. This ends tonight, starting with collecting interest. The principal can wait. Huang Junlang had resolved to claim Han Shiyun definitively tonight. After months of pursuit and lavish spending, he'd yet to succeed. Yet she'd never outright rejected him, leaving him perpetually tantalized. Indeed, Han Shiyun was a woman who ignited male hormones with effortless intensity. His parents ran a successful business, renowned locally in Jiangxing with a net worth exceeding 1 billion yuan. Thus, his extravagant spending was legendary, even among campus elites. Over 3 years of university, any woman he desired fell swiftly to his financial onslaught, never once failing. He'd even dated numerous livestream hosts, yet Han Shiyun remained impervious. Months earlier, he'd spent hundreds of thousands, yet hadn't so much as held her hand, nor had any of her other suitors fared better. Precisely this resistance inflamed his urge to conquer. Tonight, no matter the cost, he would claim her, not only to satisfy his desire, but to humiliate his rivals. As for Jiang Shan, they'd already crossed that threshold, and he'd grown weary. If she chose not to protest, he might tolerate her presence a while longer. If she sought to compete with Han Shiyun for his attention, she could depart immediately. Han Shiyun had been in low spirits lately. Though her family was of modest means, her parents had spared no effort in nurturing her since she was a charming child. Coupled with her innate talent in song and dance, she had been the center of attention from middle school through high school. Even after enrolling in university in Jiangxing, it didn't take long for her to become the object of widespread admiration. She had been drifting among several wealthy suitors, letting them compete for her affection by sending various gifts. Some even offered luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands, but she dared not accept those, only taking items like clothes and handbags. She sold those gifts at low prices, turning them into a tidy sum. Later, she hit upon the idea of live streaming to get them to send her virtual gifts. In just a few months, she had earned over $1 million in gift revenue, which delighted her. It was far faster than reselling physical gifts. But recently, she noticed her admirers were losing interest. 2 or 3 had already turned their attention elsewhere. More critically, even Huang Junlang, one of her 2 main protectors, had started pursuing other women. Rumor had it that he had been taking that Jiang Shan to the Gold Leaf Hotel every day for the past few days, which sparked a strong sense of crisis in her. She knew this dynamic couldn't last. No one was foolish enough to keep investing in her without any tangible return when they could just pursue others. So tonight she made a decision. She hinted that whoever could claim the top spot on her leaderboard would get a date with her. Huang Junlang, one of her 2 main protectors, had already arrived. Only Zheng Yong was missing. With both of them present, she was sure to rake in a fortune tonight. Upon hearing Han Shiyun's response, Huang Junlang prepared to seize the top spot. He checked the total gifts of the current leader, 7800, all from that brat Zheng Yong. He was in second place with nearly 4,000 in gifts, meaning he only needed to spend another 4,000 to take the lead. Of course, that was assuming Zheng Yong didn't show up. Over the past 2 years, he had spent over 2 million on gifts, but he had also hooked several minor streamers in the process. Speak of the devil. Zheng Yong's ID Brave the World entered the live room. His level 380 account immediately pushed Huang Junlang down. Sure, I'm here. Zheng Yong sent a message. Welcome, Brother Yong. Thanks for your support. Sure, I'm fully prepared tonight. I'm going to win that date with you. Brother Yong Shiyin will be waiting for you. Huang Junlang's message cut in. Zheng II, I'm still here. Don't be so cocky. It'll be embarrassing if you end up eating your words. Huang the Immortal, I never took you seriously. Let's settle this with actions. Though they spoke boldly, both were secretly uneasy. Their family backgrounds were similar, and neither was a fool. They knew this rivalry would only lead to mutual loss, but the thought of Han Xian's supple figure and seductive voice drove them wild. Without further ado, they chose to launch super rockets. Long sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X1. Brave the World sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X1. Long sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X66. A Brave the World sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X66. Half an hour later, Long sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X1314. Brave the World sent Han Xiao a Super Rocket X1314. The live room was going insane. The viewer count had exceeded 100,000. Countless messages praising the tycoons flooded the screen. Han Shiyin was also going crazy, with joy. She never expected them to be so generous, each spending over 2 million on gifts. With this round, her share of the gift revenue would likely exceed 3 million. Unimaginable. By then, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong began to sober up. If they kept spending like this and still failed to win Han Shiyin, they'd be furious. This wasn't like an auction, even though the highest bidder one gift sent couldn't be taken back. So Huang Junlang called Zheng Yong. Without beating around the bush, Huang Junlang said directly, Zheng II am prepared to spend 5 million to win Han Shiyin. If you exceed, that'll back out. How about you refund the gifts I just sent? Zheng Yong was silent for a moment before replying. Huang the Immortal, transfer 3 million to me now, and I want to compete for Han Shiyin. If you don't agree, we'll keep fighting it out. Huang Junlang thought it over and said, fine. They'll transfer 3 million to you, but from now on you're not to go near Han Shiyin. Deal, came Zheng Yong's voice over the phone. Huang Junlang immediately transferred 3 million to Zheng Yong. For men of their standing, though somewhat unscrupulous, they kept their word. Huang Junlang calculated that to take the top spot, he still needed to spend nearly 4,000. In total, he had already spent over 6 million on Han Shiyin. Even with a family fortune in the billions, spending over 6 million at once stung a bit. But if it meant winning Han Shiyin, it would all be worth it. The reason he was willing to spend so lavishly on her was that she had once claimed she had never had a boyfriend. Never having had a boyfriend meant her virginity was intact. The first taste of such an exquisite woman was a potent stimulant for a man's hormones far superior to the likes of Jiang Shan. In the live room, after receiving the 3 million from Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong directly exited, leaving his rockets at 1314. The audience was baffled. Why would someone who had been fighting tooth and nail suddenly just quit? Huang Junlang then sent another 200 rockets, barely surpassing Zheng Yong, to claim the top spot. Shiyin am number 1 now. Zheng II has conceded and left. He'll be waiting for you tomorrow night. The live room erupted in chaos again. Damn, a date at night. Everyone knows what that means. It's over, my heart is breaking. No, my goddess, please don't go. She has no choice. The tycoon paid up. Looks like another goddess is about to fall tonight. For a moment, the live room was filled with all sorts of comments. Huang Junlang had achieved exactly what he wanted. He was staking his claim. Han Shiyin now had no way out. She couldn't understand why Zheng Yong had suddenly left. She had looked into both their backgrounds. They were on par. Her original plan had been to keep them locked in a stalemate, eventually forcing their gifts to tie, so she could date both of them together. With both of them present, they wouldn't dare do anything inappropriate. But Zheng Yong's sudden exit shattered her scheme. Though she had received over 5 million in gifts, a solo date with Huang Junlang was bound to lead to trouble. Thinking this over, Han Shiyin sighed silently. Her flawless plan had been thrown into disarray, and she had no choice but to accept it. At least the 2 million in gift revenue was some consolation. Thinking this over, Han Shiyin sighed silently. Her flawless plan had been thrown into disarray, and she had no choice but to accept it. At least the 2 million in gift revenue was some consolation. Junlang, you'll wait for your call tomorrow. Han Shiyin's voice echoed through the live stream room. The chat exploded once more. It's over, my goddess. My heart aches, I can't breathe. Another goddess is leaving us. Huang Junlang's massive golden bullet comment appeared on the screen again. Haha, good. Shiyin, tomorrow, I'll make sure you have a wonderful night. Yet in his heart, Huang Junlang was thinking, I spent over 6 million on her, I'll make sure she can't get out of bed for 3 days. Lindong felt the time was right and sent a bullet comment. Since he was also a high-level account over level 100, his comment was quite conspicuous. I heard that if you take down the number 1 tipper, you can date the streamer. Lindong said. Matchstick save our goddess. Yeah, Matchstick rescue the goddess from that demon's clutches. Save your ass. If Matchstick takes down the top tipper, the goddess will be his. I wish Matchstick would take down the top tipper too. Ordinary bullet comments flooded the screen. I just want to ask the streamer, if I take down the top tipper, can I date you? Lindong pressed on. Yes. Han Shiyin replied. All right. Lindong said no more and directly launched rockets. A small matchstick sent Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket X1 10 minutes later. A small matchstick sent Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket X666 half an hour later. A small matchstick sent Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket X1314 an hour later. A small matchstick sent Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket X2520 2 hours later. A small matchstick sent Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket X5200. The onlooking crowd was stunned. Huang Junlang was stunned. Han Shiyin was stunned too. The livestream's popularity had soared past 300,000. What did 5,200 super rockets mean? That was over 10 million. It was the largest single donation in Whale Live's history. Boss Chai, you're amazing. Boss Chai, you're mighty. Boss Chai, you're domineering. Boss Chai, you're my idol. Boss Chai, I want to have your babies. Countless such bullet comments appeared on the screen. Huang Junlang felt as sick as if he had swallowed a fly. His 6 million had gone down the drain, and he had gotten nothing. He felt like killing someone. He took out his phone and called Jiang Shan. He needed to vent. The call connected. Hello. Junlang, what's the matter? Why are you calling so late? Jiang Shan's voice came through the phone. Shan, come out right now. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Huang Junlang said into the phone. Junlang, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can we talk about it tomorrow? I said come out now. Huang Junlang said through gritted teeth. But. No buts. Get your ass out here right now immediately. If you don't come out tonight, you know the consequences. Huang Junlang hung up with a sharp click. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shan had just been woken by his call. After exchanging a few words, she was terrified by his tone. Hesitating, Jiang Shan slowly got up. Afraid of waking her roommate, she fumbled to put on her clothes in the dark. This had never happened when she was with Lindong. Lindong had truly loved her to the bone and always considered her feelings. Whenever she said she was hungry, no matter the time, Lindong would deliver food directly to her dormitory building and then call her. He had never spoken to her in such a tone. Moreover, Lindong respected her deeply. In the 4 years they were together, just because she said she wasn't ready, he never crossed that line. But after she got together with Huang Junlang, aside from being nice to her initially and giving her gifts, he showed his true colors once he had her. Last month, he even forced himself on her during her period, showing no concern for her health. Now it was 2:30 in the morning, and he was forcing her to get up and see him. It must be his lust driving him again. Thinking of all this, Jiang Shan's tears began to flow uncontrollably. She could only blame herself for being too foolish, too naive, and too vain. Jiang Shan's roommate and best friend Zhu Yin was awakened by the noise and noticed movement from Jiang Shan's bed. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yin asked, rubbing her eyes. Nothing, Yin. Yin, go back to sleep. I'm a bit hungry. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate to take me out to eat. Jiang Shan replied. Zhu Yin sensed something off in Jiang Shan's tone. Since they were the only two in the dorm, she got up and turned on the light, only to see Jiang Shan sitting on the bed sobbing while putting on her clothes. Zhu Yin quickly went over and hugged Jiang Shan. Shan, what's wrong? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No way, I'm sure he did. Shan, I told you long ago that Huang Junlang is no good and to stay away from him. You didn't listen, and now look. Yin, I'm fine. Don't lie to me. I've noticed you crying secretly at night several times. Shan, I really don't understand. Lindong loves you so much, why did you choose Huang Junlang? Just because he has money. Yin, please stop. Shan, leave Huang Junlang. Win Lindong back. He's the one who truly loves you and can give you happiness. Huang Junlang is just playing around for the thrill. He's dated at least 10 girlfriends in the last few years, and he dumps them after a few days. Yin, it's too late. Everything is too late. Jiang Shan couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears in Zhu Yan's arms. A few minutes later, Jiang Shan had cried enough. She pulled away from Zhu Yan's embrace and continued to dress. Zhu Yan stopped her, saying, Shan, it's so late, don't go out. Talk about it tomorrow. Yin, I can't. Junlang is waiting at the school gate. If I don't go out, he'll abandon me. So what if he abandons you? It's no big deal. But I'm already pregnant with Junlang's child. If he doesn't want me, what will I do? Jiang Shan said tearfully. Shan, you. Zhu Yan didn't know what to say at that moment and could only let out a sigh. However, she withdrew her hand that was stopping Jiang Shan from dressing. After Jiang Shan finished dressing, she hurried to the school gate. Han Shiyin was now flushed with excitement. Thank you, Boss Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. Boss Chai, I love you. Moi. She immediately sent Lin Dong a friend request. After they became friends, Han Shiyun sent a message. Boss Chai, add me on WeChat. Hey, raise my phone number. I'll wait for your notice tomorrow. The two successfully added each other on WeChat. The next day, Lin Dong slept until noon before getting out of bed. After washing up, he arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. As he entered the hotel, he was greeted by numerous familiar faces. After having lunch, Lin Dong went straight to the chairman's office to rest. Not long after, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Zhao Xin pushed the door open. Lin Dong, the handover of the hotel has begun. When do you have time? Sister Xian, I told you I won't interfere with the handover. Just take the lead and inform me when payment is needed. All right. Then I won't disturb you anymore, Lin Dong. By the way, I'm moving in tonight. They'll leave the door open for you, Zhao Xian said before leaving the office without waiting for Lin Dong's reaction. Damn, I've been teased again. Lin Dong sat in his chair scrolling through his phone. He opened WeChat. Dongzi, when are you going back to school? Tomorrow, I suppose. Lin Dong replied. Dongzi, I have something to tell you, you must hold back. Go ahead. That bastard Huang Junlang posted the photo of you passing out from blood loss on the campus website along with some of your exploits. You're now famous. Damn, send it to me. Soon Lin Dong received the images sent by Lu Peng. It was indeed a photo of him passed out in the small grove. That bastard, last night, I only collected a little interest. Just wait and see how I'll make you pay for this. Lin Dong cursed inwardly. Lin Dong played with his phone for a while before sending a message to Han Shiyun. 6 o'clock tonight, see you at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Just give your name when you arrive. Okay, General Chai, I'm looking forward to meeting you. Han Shiyun replied. Han Shiyun was currently in class, but had been keeping an eye on her phone since morning, fearing she might miss a call or message from Lin Dong, the big shot. Compared to the semi-competent playboy rich kids like Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun preferred to deal with a big shot like Lin Dong. She was indeed looking forward to meeting someone who casually spent over 10 million. So after seeing Lin Dong's message, she immediately replied. Although she felt a bit worried what if she encountered a perverted fat man. Yet there was also a vague expectation that Lin Dong would be a genuinely capable and handsome rich man. Han Shiyun was aware of the Golden Leaf Hotel because it was close to the school and the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province. It was renowned at Jiangnan University, with reports suggesting that even a casual meal started at tens of thousands. She had never eaten here, but if she wished, many rich kids would gladly invite her to dine. The afternoon passed quickly. At 5:30, Han Shiyun arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans and a fitted shirt. It must be said that Han Shiyun indeed had the capital to be proud. No wonder so many rich kids surrounded her, completely captivated. Having danced since childhood, she had developed in all the right places, possessing an angelic face and a devilish figure. Upon entering the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel, a waiter approached. Excuse me, miss, are you here for accommodation or dining? Hello, my name is Han Shiyun. Someone invited me here. Han Shiyun replied politely. Miss Han, hello. Please follow me. The waiter led Han Shiyun to room 1. She had received a message that Lin Dong wanted to invite Miss Han Shiyun for dinner, so upon her arrival, she was to be taken directly to room 1. Upon entering the room, it was empty. Han Shiyun casually chose a seat, still feeling somewhat nervous. A moment later, the sound of a door opening echoed. Han Shiyun's whole body trembled, and she looked up towards the door. The door to the room opened, and a young figure walked in. Seeing the person who entered, Han Shiyun felt a vague sense of familiarity. Are you Lin Dong? She asked, standing up uncertainly. Hello, classmate Han Shiyun. I am Lin Dong. I didn't expect classmate Han to recognize me. It seems I am indeed famous at school. Lin Dong replied with a bitter smile. Is it really you, Lin Dong? Han Shiyun asked again. Absolutely. Are you the one who spent over 10 million on gifts last night? What? Doesn't seem like it. How could this be possible? If you were Lin Dong, how could you? Han Shiyun was so shocked that she couldn't find her words. In the past 2 days, Lin Dong had indeed become well known at Jiangnan University, but it wasn't for anything good. His exploits spread through WeChat and the campus network. His girlfriend of 4 years was poached, and unable to cope with the blow, he fainted from blood loss, and even the photo was attached. If the person before her was Lin Dong, how could he have been the one to be poached? He might be the one doing the poaching, who would break up with such a big shot. Had they lost their mind? Classmate Han Sai, it's a long story. Let's sit down and chat while we eat. Han Shiyun sat down, but her eyes remained fixated on Lin Dong, unable to believe that this person was the Lin Dong everyone was talking about at school. Soon the door to the room opened again, and the dishes began to be served. Within 2 minutes, a full table of delicacies was presented. Lin Dong, the dishes are ready. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me, the newly appointed manager said before leaving the room. Lin Dong, or Lin Dong. The waiter wouldn't directly call the guest by name, so it must be Lin Dong. Han Shiyun wondered, puzzled. But why call him Lin Dong? Han Shiyun had many questions in her mind. Classmate Han, let's eat first. You must be hungry too, Lin Dong said. He then poured her a glass of red wine. Han Shiyun looked at the lavish spread before her. Many of these dishes she had only seen on television, and now they were right in front of her. She picked a dish to try, and it was incredibly delicious. No wonder it was an 8-star hotel. The two had nearly finished their meal. Han Shiyun couldn't help but ask, Lin Dong, is it really you that everyone's been talking about at school these past 2 days? Indeed, it's me. How could this be possible? There's nothing impossible, classmate Han. I used to believe that love should not be mixed with anything, so I never revealed my identity, but, as you can see, the results speak for themselves. So that's how it is. Han Shiyun finally understood. So he had been pretending to be poor, no wonder. Who would lose their mind and break up with such a big shot? Actually, I just wanted to annoy Huang Junlang last night, because he was the one who stole my girlfriend. Just wanting to annoy someone, yet dropping over 10 million. Lin Dong's true identity was somewhat terrifying. Is your girlfriend Jiang Shan? Yes. Lin Dong, you don't need to be sad. Giving up one tree means there's an entire forest waiting for you. Han Shiyun comforted. It's all right. I'm not too upset about it. After being dumped, I realized I should make the most of my situation. Don't you think so, classmate Han? You're right, Lin Dong. But please keep today's matters confidential. I'm used to being low-key. As a return favor, how about all your meals here will be free in the future? Free. By the way, I forgot to mention, I am the owner of this Golden Leaf Hotel. Han Shiyun had been in a state of utter bewilderment ever since she walked out of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Who would believe that Lin Dong, the loser whispered about around the school for the past few days, was actually a hidden, powerful magnate? And the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel at that. How much was the Golden Leaf Hotel worth? 10 billion. Or 20 billion. Yet even the Golden Leaf Hotel seemed insignificant in Lin Dong's eyes. So just how much money did Lin Dong have? 100 billion. Or 200 billion. The most ridiculous part was that a magnate like him had been dumped by Jiang Shan. She knew Jiang Shan. They were both members of the school's dance club. They weren't close, but they were acquainted. If Jiang Shan ever found out about Lin Dong's background, she would probably be kicking herself. She had truly picked up a sesame seed only to lose a jumbo jet. Since Lin Dong wanted her to keep it a secret and continue lying low, she would do just that. It was perfect, really. No one else would be competing with her for Lin Dong. She had already decided to latch onto him. Streaming was probably out of the question. The moment she went live, she would be flamed. People said all sorts of things in the chat room. In most people's minds, she was probably already Lin Dong's woman. But in reality, nothing had happened between them except for a meal. Han Shiyun didn't want to be humiliated by others anyway. She already had over 7 million in gift revenue shares, enough to buy a bigger house for her family. As long as she latched onto Lin Dong, she would never have to worry about money again. After dinner, Lin Dong drove around Jiangxing, bought some ordinary clothes, and prepared to go back to school tomorrow. It was better to keep a low profile. He returned to the international residence. Zhao Xian had already moved in and was tidying up the house. Lin Dong didn't disturb her and went straight upstairs. The next day, Lin Dong got up early. After washing up, he went downstairs. He saw that Zhao Xian had already finished getting ready for work. Good morning, Sister Xian. Chairman Lin, why are you up so early today? Sister Xian, I'm still a student. I haven't been to class for 3 days. I'm planning to go back to school today. Then let's go together. A red car and a black car left the international residence and arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to school. He didn't drive the Mercedes-Benz to school. First, the Golden Leaf Hotel was very close to the school, just a 10-minute walk away. Second, the Mercedes-Benz wasn't flashy enough. There were many rich second-generation students at school and plenty of cars worth 3 or 4 million. He had already seen 2 or 3 Mercedes-Benz and some even more luxurious cars. Lin Dong planned to wait until after the May Day holiday to bring back his limited edition Bugatti before driving it to school. He wanted to keep a low profile for a few more days, aiming for total domination. As he entered the school, there were many students coming and going. The Lin Dong incident had been brewing for 3 days and was now at its peak of popularity. Most students were curious to see Lin Dong. The female students were relatively restrained, just pursing their lips into a smile when they saw him and whispering quietly after he passed. The male students were less subtle, starting to gossip right beside him. Hey, isn't that Lin Dong? I think so. I heard he vomited a lot of blood in the woods 3 days ago. I thought he'd be in the hospital for at least 10 days, but he's back so soon. He must have a strong constitution. It probably wasn't that much blood. The photos didn't show much on the ground. You don't understand, rage can really damage the body. It could have killed him. That's serious. Then Lin Dong is really lucky to be alive. Lin Dong acted as if he hadn't heard a thing and continued walking toward his classroom. He couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't like he could just go up and fight them, right? Besides, what were the chances of one guy taking on 3? He'd be asking for a beating. He would just have to endure for a few more days. Once he drove his limited edition Bugatti back, he would blind those bastards. He entered his classroom. More than half the students were already in the room. They all looked up and stared at Lin Dong with curiosity as he walked in. Lin Dong returned to his seat, and Lu Peng and the others came over. They had lived together for over a year when they first entered school, calling themselves the Four Scoundrels of Jiang University. They were still good friends. Dongzi, are you okay? Lu Peng asked. I'm fine. What's with all of you? You're acting like I'm about to off myself or something, Lin Dong replied. Good to hear you're fine. We were worried you might be down for the count and weaken the reputation of us four scoundrels, said Fan Biao, one of the four scoundrels. It's just a woman. In this day and age, a three-legged toad is hard to find, but women with two legs are a dime a dozen, said Zhou Wenhua, another of the four scoundrels. All right, you don't need to worry about me. Do I look like someone who has a problem to you? Lin Dong said. All right, as long as you're fine. We're setting up a mixer tomorrow night. I've already made the arrangements. They'll text you the location tomorrow afternoon. It's been a while since we all got together, Lu Peng said. Hanging out with us is one thing, but why a mixer? Lin Dong asked. Lu Peng leaned in and whispered, Don't worry, the girls for this mixer aren't from our school. They're from Jiangnan Media University. All the art students there are gorgeous, a whole different league from the girls here. How do you know students from Media University? Lin Dong asked. I just got a new girlfriend from there. Pretty cool, huh? Lu Peng said proudly. Another one. You switch girlfriends way too fast. It's because of spoiled rich kids like you that losers like me end up with nothing, Lin Dong said. Hey, don't lump me in with that Huang Junlang. I play with feelings, that guy just throws money around. Have you ever seen any of my exes make a scene after we broke up? We parted on good terms. And I never mess with married women, Lu Peng retorted. Looks about the same to me. Lin Dong shot back. Seeing Lu Peng ready to argue again, he added. All right, I was just kidding. Tomorrow afternoon, right? They'll be there. Thanks, guys. That's more like it. Everyone returned to their seats. The morning classes passed by in a flash. Just before the lunch break, the homeroom teacher walked in and said, May Day is coming up. As usual, this year's May Day Gala requires each class to prepare a performance. Does anyone want to volunteer? The teacher looked around the room, but no one volunteered. If no one does, then we'll have Su Yingxue perform a piano solo again. But last year it was Yingshu's piano solo. If we do the same thing this year, it won't be very original. How about one of you collaborates with Yingxue? One sings while the other accompanies on piano. Does anyone think they can sing? The moment the teacher finished speaking, someone stood up to volunteer. It was the class monitor, Ding Wei. Teacher'll do it. As the class monitor, I should set an example. This statement was met with snickers from the entire class. Man, when the teacher asked for volunteers earlier, you weren't so eager to set an example. But now that it's about collaborating with Su Yingxue, suddenly you want to lead the way. Even an idiot could see what was up. Su Yingxue was one of the school's three goddesses, renowned as an aloof and untouchable beauty. Her suitors could circle the school track 3 times over. But she was different from Han Shiyin. Han Shiyin would accept any gift anyone gave her, then turn around and sell it for a pittance. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, wouldn't even look at any gift she received before tossing it straight into the trash. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, wouldn't even look at any gift she received before tossing it straight into the trash. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, wouldn't even look at any gift she received before tossing it straight into the trash. After Ding Wei was the first to sign up, several other male students also volunteered to collaborate with Su Yingxue. However, the homeroom teacher ultimately decided on Ding Wei. After all, as the class monitor, he held a certain status in the teacher's eyes. Yingxue, Ding Wei, you have a few days left. Rehearse as much as you can. I'm not expecting you to win any prizes, but don't embarrass yourselves either. After saying this, the homeroom teacher left the classroom. No sooner had the teacher departed than a figure appeared at the classroom door. Excuse me, is Lin Dong here? At the sound of the voice, everyone in the class turned to look at the door. Holy crap, isn't that Han Shiyin, one of the 3 school goddesses? Who did Han Shiyin just ask for? She's looking for Lin Dong. No way. Han Shiyin, who are you looking for? A student asked. I'm looking for Lin Dong. Han Shiyin replied. Damn, she really is looking for Lin Dong. Everyone stared at Lin Dong with expressions of utter disbelief. Lin Dong found himself under the gaze of dozens of eyes. With no other choice, he stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he said to Han Shiyin, let's go. Then he took the lead and walked ahead. Han Shiyin obediently followed behind him. The moment Lin Dong and Han Shiyin left, the classroom erupted into chaos. Holy shit, in just 3 days Lin Dong managed to snag Han Shiyin, one of the 3 school goddesses. Didn't you see? Goddess Han was just now obediently following Lin Dong, looking like she was completely under his command. Come, pinch me and tell me this isn't real. Easy, easy, that hurts. It's over, this isn't a dream. Wait, what was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend's name? A student asked. I think it was Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan was stolen by Huang Junlang, right? And Huang Junlang is one of Han Shiyin's 2 guardians. Lin Dong is incredible. What a brilliant move. You steal my woman, I'll steal your goddess. This counterattack hits hard. Now it's Huang Junlang's turn to spit blood. Meanwhile, the three members of the Four Rascals exchanged glances and said in unison, "Third brother is awesome." Su Yingxue also revealed a curious look. As one of the three school goddesses, Han Shiyun had always wandered among several wealthy second-generation heirs, never being alone with anyone to avoid misunderstandings. Yet now she came alone to find Lin Dong. Did this mean she had finally chosen Lin Dong? What was it about Lin Dong that had won Han Xiyun's heart? Su Yingxue couldn't figure it out. This Lin Dong seemed far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. There was something mysterious about him. At that moment, Su Yingxue felt a strong curiosity toward Lin Dong, unaware that curiosity was the beginning of her downfall. Lin Dong led Han Shiyun to the playground behind the school. Since it was lunch break, there were only a few people around, just a couple of pairs of lovers strolling. "So Han Shiyun, what do you need me for?" Lin Dong asked. "Can't I come find you without a reason, Lin Dong?" Han Shiyun retorted. "Then you could have sent me a message or called. Why did you have to come directly to the classroom?" "Lin Dong, I'm trying to help you right now. Don't mistake my kindness for ingratitude." "Oh, help me? With what?" Lin Dong asked. Han Shiyun thought for a moment and said, "Lin Dong, think about it. Because of that embarrassing incident 2 days ago, every time you show up now, people immediately say, 'Look, that's Lin Dong whose girlfriend was stolen 2 days ago.' And he was so angry, he spat blood and passed out. But now that I've come to find you, the next time you appear, people won't be talking about you spitting blood and fainting. Instead, they'll be gossiping about whether you and I are really together. Which of these two kinds of gossip do you think is better?" Lin Dong thought about it and realized she was right. "Then I suppose I should thank you, Han Shiyun." "No need for thanks. I haven't even thanked you for sending me so many gifts to keep me from dating Huang Junlang and for treating me to lavish meals every day. But Han Shiyun, aren't you worried about ruining your reputation?" "It's fine. I owe you after all," Han Shiyun said nonchalantly. Lin Dong and Han Shiyun continued walking on the playground, chatting about trivial matters. However, the news of Han Shiyun coming to Lin Dong's class to find him and being obediently led away was spreading like wildfire. The school was small, and it involved one of the three goddesses. The speed at which the rumor spread was anything but ordinary. Of course, the other three rascals played no small part in this. With modern communication so convenient, a single post in a WeChat group was enough for everyone to know. The fastest spreading and most popular version was that 3 days ago Huang Junlang had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend Jiang Shan, and Lin Dong had been so furious he spat blood and passed out. 3 days later, Lin Dong had successfully wooed Han Shiyun, the goddess Huang Junlang had been chasing for months. Huang Junlang's face was slapped resoundingly. Many people initially didn't believe it. Han Shiyun had been pursued by so many wealthy and handsome men without ever being with anyone. How could a loser like Lin Dong possibly win her over? But when they saw Lin Dong and Han Shiyun walking out of the school together from the playground, everyone had no choice but to accept the reality. Lin Dong had originally planned to just stroll around the playground with Han Shiyun and then go their separate ways. But then he remembered it was lunch break and naturally invited her to eat together. Han Shiyun naturally didn't refuse, and the two walked out of the school gate together. This scene was witnessed by many, including Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Seeing Lin Dong and Han Shiyun leaving the school together, Huang Junlang nearly flew into a rage and charged at them, but he managed to restrain himself. He knew that rushing forward would only make him look even more pathetic. The thought that Han Shiyun, the goddess he had spent 6 or 7 million on without winning over, was now so easily taken by a loser like Lin Dong. Huang Junlang's mood at that moment was indescribable, almost comparable to how Lin Dong had felt 3 days ago when he was dumped. Huang Junlang threw his hands up and headed straight back to the dormitory, having lost all appetite for lunch, leaving Jiang Shan standing alone in place looking somewhat forlorn. Seeing Lin Dong and Han Shiyun laughing and chatting as they left the school together, Jiang Shan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. The spot beside Lin Dong had always been hers, but she had pushed him away to someone else. Some things truly only become precious after they are lost. With Huang Junlang, she always had to tread carefully, afraid of displeasing him, whereas with Lin Dong, it was always Lin Dong who was cautious around her. Her status had plummeted from princess to maidservant, making her realize the extent of Lin Dong's devotion during their 4 years together. Yin Yin was right. Perhaps she would never find another person who loved her as much as Lin Dong did. But everything was already beyond recovery. She had buried her own happiness with her own hands. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Shan turned and walked away. After their meal, they took a noon rest at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Naturally, Lin Dong rested in the chairman's office, while Han Shiyun booked a presidential suite, though, with Lin Dong as the chairman, there was no need to pay. In the afternoon, they returned to school together for class. Having been away for 2 or 3 hours just for a meal, it inevitably sparked wild speculation among others. The afternoon passed swiftly. Lin Dong walked across the campus. Just as Han Shiyun had analyzed the looks people gave him had shifted from contempt to envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Dong walked back to the Golden Leaf Hotel. As soon as he entered the main entrance, the four tall receptionists bowed, as usual, and greeted, "Hello, Chairman Lin." Entering the lobby, the newly appointed lobby manager hurried over and bowed, saying, "Hello, Chairman Lin. No need to be so formal. Oh, we're all family. Go about your business. I'll head up on my own," Lin Dong said to the new lobby manager. "Yes, Chairman Lin." Lin Dong stepped into the elevator and disappeared from the lobby. However, Lin Dong did not notice. A beautiful woman had been observing him from the guest seating area in the lobby. Sun Si had been sitting in the guest lounge of the Golden Leaf Hotel for over an hour. She was a junior majoring in performance at Jiangnan Media University. Typically, performance students in their junior year begin leveraging their resources to secure roles in films. This laid the foundation for their acting careers after graduation. Her classmates had started landing roles in movies one by one, with two even playing second female leads and gaining some fame. However, throughout her junior year, she hadn't secured a single role, not because she wasn't attractive enough. On the contrary, her looks and figure were outstanding even in a place like the performance department of Media University. The reason she hadn't gotten a role was her adherence to principles, as she refused to ingratiate herself with so-called directors or investors for a part. More importantly, she didn't need the money. Her parents ran a business, not a huge one, but with assets worth tens of millions. Thus, she had never lacked money growing up and naturally wouldn't sell her dignity for a role. Unlike those classmates from less privileged families who would sacrifice not only their dignity, but even their bodies for an opportunity. At the start of her junior year, a director had taken an interest in her and offered a third female lead role, but only if she would dine with the investors. Naive and inexperienced, she thought it was just a meal. At the dinner, the director and investors kept trying to toast her, but she declined each time. To her shock, the so-called investor's hand crept onto her thigh. In the end, she threw a glass of water in the investor's face, turning the director green with rage as he threatened to blacklist her. Since then, few directors offered her roles. Only today did she receive a call from a renowned director promising her the second female lead in a film with an investment of hundreds of millions, but requiring a face-to-face meeting. After some thought, she decided to meet first. However, upon arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she never received another call, so she waited in the lobby lounge. Lin Dong's arrival caught Sun Si's attention. As soon as he entered, the four receptionists bowed to him. Though she couldn't hear what they said from a distance, their respectful expressions were unmistakable. Then the lobby manager trotted over and bowed. In the hour she had waited, at least 20 or 30 groups of guests had come and gone, but none had elicited bows from the staff. Thus, Sun Si was almost certain that Lin Dong either had an extraordinary background, was the young master of the hotel, or a descendant of its shareholders. But it had nothing to do with her, just a curiosity. She continued waiting for the call. About half an hour later, her phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang. Where are you?" "I'm already at the Golden Leaf Hotel," Sun Si answered. "Miss Sun, sorry for the wait. Come directly to room 1501. I'm waiting for you." Director Xiang's voice came through. "Director Xiang, can't we discuss this outside? Miss Sun, you must understand we're talking about trade secrets. If they leak and the investor pulls out, what then?" "Director Xiang, I think it's better to talk outside. A private room would be just as confidential." "Miss Sun, this is a film with an investment of hundreds of millions. The second female lead is a crucial role and many are vying for it. I went to great lengths to secure it for you. Seize the opportunity. If you don't come, I'll have to contact someone else." "Then go ahead and contact someone else. Goodbye." Sun Si hung up directly. She wasn't some naive newcomer. With night falling, would she emerge unscathed if she went in? Sun Si grabbed her bag, left the hotel, and took a taxi back to school, sacrificing her body for a second female lead role. Dream on. The 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Room 1. This was the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite, costing 66666 yuan per night. Inside the room, besides Chun Xiang, who was in his 30s, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s dressed like a secretary. After Sun Si hung up, Chun Xiang's face flushed with anger. "Director Xiang, with your reputation in the industry, someone dares to refuse you. Doesn't she want to stay in showbiz?" said the short, stout, wealthy-looking middle-aged man. "President Yu, that girl is still green. She doesn't understand our ways. Probably has some family money, so she hasn't made up her mind to dive in," Chun Xiang explained. "Oh, still green. Perfect. I like that. Can you land her for me?" "I'll add another 20 million in investment," Yu Qinghai said. "President Yu, it's tough. As you heard, she's completely unyielding," Chun Xiang said with difficulty. "Then offer her the lead role. See if she can resist that temptation." "But the female lead has already been given to Yao Shui. Changing it now would cause discontent. The contract isn't signed yet, we can switch anytime. What can she do about it?" Yu Qinghai said nonchalantly. "I'll try my best." "Not try. Make it happen." The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. The contract isn't signed yet we can switch anytime. What can she do about it? Yu Chenghai said nonchalantly. I'll try my best. Not try. Make it happen. A torrent of curses raged through Chen Xiang's mind. These despicable capitalists, driven by their own selfish interests, were once again meddling and throwing their weight around. They wanted a third-year college student who hadn't even graduated and had never acted in a single scene to be the female lead in a film with an investment of over 100 million yuan. Furthermore, they intended to cast a top-tier A-list actress as the female supporting lead. If this news got out, the fans of Yao Shui would surely tear them apart with their scathing criticism. If the female lead's acting skills were up to par, it might be manageable, and she could become an instant sensation. However, if her performance fell short, this film would be utterly ruined. When the investors failed to recoup their costs and the public outcry erupted, he would be the one left holding the bag. Though he inwardly cursed Yu Chenghai to the high heavens, he still had to plaster a sycophantic smile on his face and say, "Rest assured, President Yu, I will find a way to get it done." There was no other choice. In this era, money was king. Although he had some reputation in the industry, he had not yet reached the level where he could disregard the whims of capitalists. That kind of influence belonged only to top-tier directors. A director of that caliber only needed to hint at wanting to make a film, and countless A-list actors, even superstars, would flock to them. Countless capitalists would come knocking money in hand, begging for the privilege of having their funds used. This was because for a director of this level, choosing whose money to use meant deciding who would make even more money. Not only would they make a profit, but their company's stock would also soar. That was the nature of capitalists. They were courteous to anyone who could generate profits for them. Chen Xiang was also striving towards this goal. He dreamed every night of becoming a director of that caliber. The next day around noon, Lu Peng informed Lin Dong that the evening gathering would be held at the Jinya Hotel and urged him to arrive early and not be late. Lin Dong then sent a message to Zhao Xian instructing her to tell the staff to treat him like an ordinary guest when he entered the hotel. He didn't want to stir up any unnecessary trouble for now. After finishing his afternoon classes, Lin Dong went straight to the Jinya Hotel and waited in the chairman's office. The other three rogues had gone to shower and change clothes. Sun Si arrived at the Jinya Hotel again. However, this time, it wasn't to meet any director. Her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend was treating them to a meal. The four of them stood at the entrance of the Jinya Hotel waiting for Lu Peng and the others to arrive. Min, is your boyfriend really going to treat us here? We were just joking yesterday. How about we change the place? Roommate Qianlan asked. Yesterday, when they heard that Zhang Min's new boyfriend wanted to treat them to dinner and told them to pick the place, they had casually mentioned the Jinya Hotel. They hadn't expected him to actually follow through. Lan, it's fine. Trust my judgment. If a man can't even afford a meal, how could he be worthy of being my boyfriend? Min, it looks like your boyfriend is something else. He must be a rich second-generation heir. I'm so envious. Ask him if he has any single friends who are also rich second-generation heirs and introduce one to us too. Another roommate, Zheng Yun, chimed in. He's bringing a few of his roommates along this time. Take a look and see if there's anyone you like. I can help set things up, Zhang Min replied. Are any of his roommates rich second-generation heirs like him? I hope they're not all a bunch of poor losers. I'm not really sure about that. Yin, don't spend all your time thinking about finding a rich second-generation heir. A man with potential is just as good. Sun Si interjected. See, you were different from you. Your family is so wealthy that if worst comes to worst, you can just go back and inherit your family's fortune worth hundreds of millions. How can we compare to you? You have to understand the best outcome for people like us is to marry a rich second-generation heir who will cherish us. If we really want to become stars, who knows how much hardship would have to endure. In the end, we might end up with nothing at all. Don't be so pessimistic. It's not pessimism, it's reality. For us students without connections, how many times do we have to wine, dine, or even sleep with someone just to get a role? And after all that sacrifice, there's still no guarantee of fame. So I don't want to be a star anymore. I just want to find a rich second-generation heir and live a stable, peaceful life. Sun Si found herself unable to refute this, as it was exactly the reality Zheng Yun had described. Without her family's support, she probably wouldn't be much better off than them. They hadn't been chatting long when Lu Peng arrived in his car along with the other two rogues. Lu Peng was driving a BMW X7. In the car. They're already here. See those four up ahead, Lu Peng said. Damn, they're good looking. They're clearly on a whole different level compared to the girls at our school. Right? No wonder they're from the performing arts department. They're going to be big stars someday. Any one of the four from that dorm could easily outshine anyone in our class except for Su Yingxue. Especially the tallest one. She's almost as stunning as Su Yingxue, an absolute goddess. Beep. Beep. Lu Peng honked the horn twice as he pulled into the parking lot in front of the Jinya Hotel. My boyfriend's here. Let's go over. Zhang Min, seeing Lu Peng's car, led her roommates towards where he was parking. After Lu Peng and his two friends got out of the car, the two groups met. After a brief round of introductions, the group of 7 walked into the Jinya Hotel and were led by a waiter to the reserved private room. Once they were seated, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. The call connected. Dongzi, where are you? We're in room 46. Get over here quick. We're just waiting for you, Lu Peng said. Okay, they'll be right there, Lin Dong said on the phone. Sorry, I have one more roommate who will be here any minute. Go ahead and order, ladies. Order whatever you want, Lu Peng said to the girls. After receiving the call, Lin Dong went downstairs. On the way, he called Zhao Xian and told her to comp the bill for room 46 using the hotel's promotional event as an excuse. Soon Lin Dong arrived at room 46. Sorry, something came up and I was delayed, Lin Dong said apologetically. After Lin Dong sat down, the dishes began to arrive one after another and everyone started eating. Other than Lu Peng and Lin Dong, who had eaten here before, the remaining 6 were all dining here for the first time. Naturally, they were full of praise for the food. Everyone had ordered fairly ordinary dishes, unlike Lin Dong, who always ate the finest cuisine here. When Sun Si saw Lin Dong, she felt a sense of familiarity. It suddenly hit her. Wasn't this the man who had been greeted with a bow by the staff when he entered the Jinya Hotel yesterday? What a coincidence. Yesterday, she thought she would never have any interaction with someone of his stature, and today, she was having a meal with him. Although she was very curious about Lin Dong's identity, she felt too embarrassed to ask, as they weren't really acquainted. After the meal, Lu Peng suggested they go upstairs to sing karaoke, and the motion was passed unanimously. As an 8-star hotel, the Jinya Hotel naturally offered a complete range of services for dining, entertainment, and leisure. However, when it came time to pay the bill, they were told that the hotel was running a promotional event, and their table had been lucky enough to be selected for a complete waiver. Moreover, all their expenses for the day could be waived. Everyone was overjoyed, as this was a bill of tens of thousands, which would have soared to nearly 100,000 if they went to sing karaoke. They told Lu Peng that this time didn't count, and he had to treat them again. Lu Peng readily agreed. Lin Dong just smiled and said nothing. Sun Si felt there was definitely something fishy about this. No hotel would run a promotional event that directly waived the entire bill. They would at most offer a discount. Especially a high-end hotel like this. Waiving a bill of nearly 100,000 just like that. How was that possible? It was like a dream. However, this only solidified her suspicions. Lin Dong was definitely a top executive at this hotel. But since Lin Dong didn't intend to reveal his identity, she saw no need to expose him. Led by the waitstaff, the group arrived at the KTV zone. As they entered the private room, everyone began to let loose. Due to the dim lighting and the alcohol they had consumed, the couple Lu Peng and Zhang Min retreated to a corner, locked in a passionate embrace. This sudden display of affection caught everyone off guard. Yet no one paid it much mind. They each indulged in their own activities. The 3 beauties sang while the 2 rogues, aside from Lin Dong, fiddled with their phones. Lin Dong sat on the sofa feeling a twinge of boredom. He wanted to leave, but thought it would be rude. So he simply appreciated the melodies of the beauties. Truth be told, though they were acting majors, their singing was far from lacking. Time slipped by slowly. As the beauties took a break from singing, Lu Peng picked up the microphone and said, "Thank you 3 lovely ladies for gracing us with your presence." Then pointing at Lin Dong, he continued, "This is my brother Lin Dong. He's still single. Any of you ladies without a boyfriend, feel free to exchange contacts and get to know each other. Who knows, we might have another couple here. Let me tell you, my brother is absolutely devoted when it comes to matters of the heart." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was that a compliment or a dig? It was true, he was devoted. So devoted that after being dumped, he had coughed up blood and fallen into a coma. Those unaware might take it as praise, but those in the know would surely find it laughable. Dumping must have had a bit too much to drink. After his speech, Lu Peng waited for the beauties' reactions. He had learned from Zhang Min that none of them had boyfriends, hence his little scheme. The tallest one, Sun Si, was likely out of Lin Dong's league. A goddess of her caliber would leave even a seasoned player like him defeated. But the other 2 still held some promise for Lin Dong. Moreover, Lin Dong seemed to have undergone some changes lately. His physique appeared stronger, his demeanor shifted. He no longer carried the meekness he had with Jiang Shan. Instead, he exuded newfound confidence. All in all, at first glance, he had some appeal. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan showed no reaction to Lu Peng's words. They had figured it out in this dorm of four. Aside from Lu Peng, the wealthy second generation, the rest were mere paupers. The fact that they all rode in Lu Peng's car was proof enough. What wealthy heir would ride in someone else's vehicle? Saving gas money. Don't be ridiculous. Would a true rich kid care about that? Though Lin Dong arrived later, his cheap clothes screamed poverty. Sure, Lin Dong was handsome and fit, but could looks pay the bills? Besides, they were acting majors at Jiangnan Media University. How many handsome men had they seen? Lin Dong would barely be average in their school. They had no intention of wasting their youth on someone like him. They remained indifferent, but someone else was not. Sun Si was curious about Lin Dong. Here was a man of great stature, yet he deliberately played the part of a nobody. And he hid it well even from his own roommates. Sun Si longed to remind her two roommates the wealthy heir you dream of is right before your eyes, and he's no ordinary rich man. Yet you turn a blind eye. A mountain of gold once lay before you, but you mistook it for dirt. She was eager to see their expressions when they learned Lin Dong's true identity. Frustration, regret. For those who saw wealth as the ultimate goal, it might drive them mad with anger. Oh well, if you want to take the plunge, I will. So Sun Si rose, walked over to Lin Dong, extended her right hand, and said, "Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Sun Si, a junior in the acting department at Jiangnan Media University. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can be friends and get to know each other." The moment she spoke, the room fell silent. Lu Peng nearly dropped the microphone. Was a goddess like Sun Si actually interested in Lin Dong? Who would believe it? The three rogues thought simultaneously. Just yesterday, the goddess Han Shiyun had sought out Lin Dong. What magic did he possess that attracted goddesses? One might be a coincidence, but a second? Would there be a third, a fourth? Was this a twist of fate after being dumped? Lin Dong was also stunned. Ever since he acquired the system, his luck with women seemed to have skyrocketed. First Zhao Xian, then Han Shiyun, now Sun Si. All goddesses. Which one should he choose? Only children make choices. I want them all. Snapping back to reality, Lin Dong stood up and said, "Hello, son. It's a pleasure to meet you too." They shook hands briefly and exchanged phone numbers and WeChat. Just then the door to the private room swung open. They assumed it was a waiter. But first a short, stout, middle-aged man entered, followed by director Qin Xiang, who had met Sun Si the day before. Qin Xiang and Yu Chenghai were accompanying two other investors that night, but on the way they spotted Sun Si and her classmates at the venue. Yu Chenghai had his secretary follow them to their room. After settling the investors, they hurried over. Upon entering, Qin Xiang introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Qin Xiang." Then he gestured to the stout man beside him. "This is President Yu of Xinyuan Entertainment. We're here to get to know you all. You must be students from Jiangnan Media University, right? President Yu and I are in Jiangxing to select actors for a film with a budget of over 100 million at your university. Would you mind if we join you for a drink?" No sooner had Qin Xiang finished than Yu Chenghai eagerly stepped up to Sun Si and said, "You're Sun Si, right? I'm Yu Chenghai of Xinyuan Entertainment. It's a pleasure to meet you. I think you have great presence and would be perfect for the lead role in a film our company is investing in." Yu Chenghai's eyes lit up as he gazed at Sun Si. She was stunning and elegant, and to his delight, she was a head taller than him. He had to look up slightly to talk to her. He had a penchant for taller women. So what if they were taller? They would still be subdued beneath his bulky frame. It only fueled his desire for conquest. He was determined to have this woman no matter what. "Sorry, President Yu, am not interested in starring in your film," Sun Si said calmly. She understood the situation upon seeing Qin Xiang and Yu Chenghai. So yesterday's invitation from Qin Xiang was likely to set her up with Yu Chenghai. Looking at his short, pudgy figure, she felt a wave of disgust. The thought of entertaining someone like him was worse than death. She couldn't care less about being the lead actress. "Son, you might not realize it, but this film has a budget of over 100 million with potential for more. We've even secured the popular actress Yao Shui as the second lead. If you take this role, you could become an overnight sensation." Yu Chenghai tempted her further. His words left Sun Si unmoved, but Zheng Yun, Chen Lan, and Zhang Min were deeply tempted. Being the lead with Yao Shui as support, that would surely lead to fame. Since they chose acting, who didn't want to be famous? Who didn't dream of stardom? They simply lacked the opportunity. "Sorry, President Yu, I really have no interest." Sun Si remained steadfast. "President Yu, I'm interested." "President Yu, I'm interested too." Zheng Yun and Chen Lan chimed in eagerly. Zhang Min, however, held back due to her boyfriend Lu Peng's presence. She had finally landed a wealthy boyfriend and didn't want to risk it all. Yu Chenghai had little interest in Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, though he had been with countless women of their caliber. He signaled Qin Xiang to step in and persuade Sun Si. But Sun Si gave them no chance. She turned to Zhang Min and said, Minmin, I have to go now. You all have fun. Then addressing Lin Dong, she asked, Lin Dong, could you walk me out? Oh sure. Lin Dong replied quickly. He had been looking for an excuse to leave anyway. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed together. Lin Dong and Sun Si had left. The expression on Yu Chenghai's face, who remained in the private room, turned somewhat grim. Since becoming the general manager of Xin Yuan Entertainment, it had been a long time since he encountered a woman who so blatantly disregarded his authority. For a woman like this, who had no interest in the entertainment industry and was utterly impervious to persuasion, Yu Chenghai found himself at a loss for effective measures. Zheng Yun and Chun Lan flanked Yu Chenghai as they guided him to his seat, then began toasting him, driven by their fervent desire to secure the role. Among the trio of rogues, aside from Lu Peng, who remained unrepentantly himself, the other two started currying favor with Qin Xiang. After all, Qin Xiang was a director of some renown, and to Fan Biao and his ilk he carried considerable weight. Thus the group drank, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Lin Dong and Sun Si took the elevator downstairs. Inside, Sun Si suddenly asked, Lin Dong, is this hotel owned by your family? Off. Lin Dong was momentarily caught off guard. No need to make excuses or hide it. I know you have a deep connection with this hotel. Sun Si continued. I'm not hiding anything, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Lin Dong retorted. Lin Dong hotels don't just give away free meals as a promotion, especially one worth over 100,000. You went too far. A discount would have sufficed. What does the hotel giving free meals have to do with me? Lin Dong, you don't have to admit it, but you should know a woman's intuition is usually spot on. You must have instructed the hotel to do this, and the only one capable of that is someone important here. When Minmin and the others return, well, analyze it together and figure out who has such authority. Lin Dong found this woman quite formidable. Her intelligence was remarkably sharp. Being able to deduce the culprit just from a waived bill was impressive. It was a pity she wasn't a detective. What he didn't know was that Sun Si had confirmed her suspicions yesterday when she saw the hotel staff bowing and scraping to him. All right, Sun Yuan. It was me who arranged the free meal. Lin Dong admitted, seeing no way out. So what's your relationship with this hotel? Sun Si asked, curiosity piqued now that Lin Dong had confessed. Like you said, the hotel is owned by my family. The young master? Something like that. Not bad, Lin Dong. I didn't realize you were such a wealthy heir. Son, you're not so bad yourself. You turned down a director and investor offering you the lead role. I'm still a step behind a super-rich heir like you. Chatting like this, they walked out of the hotel. Son, how about I give you a ride back? Lin Dong asked, standing at the hotel entrance. Of course. Did you expect me to hail a taxi? Sun Si replied with an air of entitlement. Shrugging, Lin Dong went to fetch his Mercedes-Benz and drove Sun Si back to Jiangnan Media University. After dropping off Sun Si, Lin Dong returned to the International Mansion. Zhao Xian was already asleep. Lin Dong figured she must have been exhausted these past few days. The handover of hotel duties was likely quite tedious. After showering, he lay on the bed. Lin Dong opened his laptop. He logged into Whale Live. Han Shiyin wasn't streaming. Neither was his cousin Wang Li. Lin Dong aimlessly browsed around. However, his level was truly intimidating. Over 1100. Anything above 1,000 was considered a king. He randomly clicked on a gaming stream. As he entered the broadcast room, a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled across the computer screen, followed by 4 glittering golden characters. The king has arrived. This entrance was utterly spectacular. The stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, the legendary Boss Chai has appeared. Welcome, Boss Chai. Welcome, Boss Chai, for your esteemed visit. The streamer was playing Island Survival, a cute girl named Jasmine. Upon seeing Lin Dong's king-level account with over 1,000 levels, she ducked into a corner, then stood up, pinching her fingers in a delicate gesture, slightly bending her knees, and said softly, Welcome, Boss Chai, to my stream. Your little sister greets you with respect. This was a mega big shot who needed to be catered to. The streamer's antics amused Lin Dong. Truly, money makes the world go round. Lin Dong directly sent a message. Little Jasmine, play well. If you win a chicken dinner, I'll send you 666 super rockets to celebrate. Seeing Lin Dong's message, Jasmine was overjoyed. Winning this one round would be worth more than 100 or even 1,000 ordinary victories. She quickly sat down, resumed the game, and said while playing, Thank you for the support, Boss Chai. I'll definitely try my best to win. The chat from the onlookers erupted again. Boss Chai is awesome. Boss Chai is mighty. Boss Chai truly is Boss Chai, always so generous. Jasmine carefully maneuvered her character. Her usual skills were decent. She could win 8 out of 10 rounds. But the fear of failure was immense. One mistake would mean losing gifts worth over 1 million, so her nerves were tightly wound. She fought her way through, and with only 3 players left, Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this round was secured. But suddenly a grenade landed beside her. She tried to jump away, but it was too late. With a bang, Jasmine was killed. At that moment, she felt like killing someone. The nearly million in gifts slipped away, and she sat frozen before her computer, speechless for a long time. The chat was filled with regret. Lin Dong thought the streamer's skills were decent and felt an itch to play himself, so he sent a message. "Little Jasmine, how about a round with your big brother?" Jasmine snapped back to reality upon seeing Lin Dong's message and quickly replied, "Sure. Sure. Where are you, Boss Chai? He'll come find you." Lin Dong logged into the game, and the two teamed up for a new round. They parachuted into a valley, gathering equipment and arming themselves. Jasmine stayed close to Lin Dong, offering him the best gear. Lin Dong didn't refuse a truth, be told his skills were mediocre since he rarely played before. But luck was on their side. This round seemed to have no formidable opponents. In the end, Jasmine led Lin Dong to victory. It was Lin Dong's first chicken dinner. Despite his poor skills, strangely no one in the chat insulted him. Instead, they praised his gameplay. Who would dare to offend such a big shot? A person who could spend tens of millions in a stream was undoubtedly powerful in real life. Offending him might lead to being hunted down. Lin Dong was in a good mood. He launched the super rockets. A little matchstick sent a super rocket X1 to streamer Jasmine. A little matchstick sent a super rocket X666 to streamer Jasmine. When everyone thought it was over, a little matchstick sent a super rocket X888 to streamer Jasmine. A little matchstick sent a super rocket X1314 to streamer Jasmine. The super rockets finally stopped at 1314, worth over 2 million. The most expensive gaming companion on Whale Live was born. Playing Island Survival and winning one round earned gifts worth over 2,600,000. Jasmine added Lin Dong as a friend, telling him to call her whenever he wanted to play games. Due to the upcoming May Day holiday, there will be no rest this weekend. The May Day Cultural Gala will also be held the day before the holiday. During this period, Lin Dong continued his normal routine of eating and attending classes. As time passed, the heat surrounding the Lin Dong incident gradually diminished. However, he had become something of a celebrity at school. The transfer of Golden Leaf Hotel has been completed, and Lin Dong officially became the owner of the hotel. He successfully spent 180 billion acquiring 180 luxury points. After spending 40 luxury points to increase both his physique and spirit to 50 points, Lin Dong did not invest further, as he felt the difference between 45 and 50 points was not significant. Upon reaching 50 points, both his physique and spirit entered the strong category. Lin Dong chose not to use the remaining 140 points, keeping them available in case he needed to learn new skills. The day before the May Day holiday, Lin Dong had no classes in the afternoon. He rested in his dormitory, preparing to attend the school's May Day Cultural Gala that evening. Jiangnan Media University had already begun its holiday, with students living nearby gradually leaving campus. Sun Siyu was busy packing her belongings in her dormitory, preparing to return home. Suddenly the phone rang. Sun Siyu picked it up to find it was her mother calling, and she quickly answered. However, after the call, Sun Siyu was left in a daze. Her mother told her not to return home for the time being and sent her 100,000 yuan, advising her to save a little. Instinctively, Sun Siyu sensed something was wrong at home. After persistent questioning, her mother tearfully revealed the situation. The family's business had failed, accumulating significant debt. Their house was now under surveillance by creditors. If she returned, they would surely block her. They were currently hiding at her grandparents' house. Her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and had lost considerable weight, unable to be persuaded. In Sun Siyu's heart, her father was her pillar. But now that pillar had crumbled. She couldn't understand why the family business, which had flourished for so many years, had suddenly gone bankrupt. She needed to hurry back to clarify the situation. If she didn't return now, she feared she might never see her parents again. After quickly packing a few belongings, Sun Siyu rushed home. Her home was in Yangqing, not far from Jiangxing. By train it would take just over half an hour, and by car only 2 to 3 hours. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' house, it was nearly evening. Knock, knock. Sun Siyu steadied her emotions and began to knock on the door. No one answered. Knock, knock. Sun Siyu knocked again. Still no response. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. Sun Siyu's heart trembled. She quickly took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. The call connected. Mom, I'm back. I'm outside Grandma's house. Please open the door. Siyu, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Hearing her mother's voice on the phone, Sun Siyu felt a sense of relief. Although her voice sounded fatigued, at least she was alive. Soon the door finally opened. The moment she saw her mother, Sun Siyu could no longer hold back and burst into tears, embracing her. The two of them cried for a while before entering the house. Seeing that there was no one in the house, Sun Siyu asked, Mom, what exactly is going on? Where's Dad? Where are Grandma and Grandpa? Where's my younger sister? Your grandparents and your younger sister were taken by your uncle. Your dad has locked himself in his room and won't come out. Siyu, please go and talk to your dad. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate. Upon entering the room, Sun Siyu saw a man sitting there smoking. She could not connect this man whose hair had turned mostly white with her father. Once he was so vibrant, having come from the countryside to build a name for himself in the city. He was the most successful in the family, and everyone praised him. But the man before her now appeared lifeless, looking 60 despite only being in his 40s. "Dad!" Sun Siyu cried out through her tears. The man did not respond, continuing to smoke, finishing one cigarette before lighting another. "Mom, what on earth is going on? Why has Dad turned into this?" Sun Siyu turned to look at her mother. Sighed. "Your dad was deceived. That partner absconded with all the money and fled abroad. Since your dad is the legal representative of the company, all loans and promissory notes are in his name. Besides the bank, there are also high-interest loans. Unable to bear the blow, your dad's hair turned mostly white overnight, and he has been sitting here for 2 days. Why? How could this happen? How could a happy family suddenly fall apart like this?" Sun Siyu sat on the floor, tears streaming down her face. A few months ago, when she left home, the family was harmonious and warm. Her father was still the man she admired. Her mother was the chatty middle-aged woman who loved to talk to her daughters. What a fortunate family they were, and why had it suddenly turned into a disaster? Quintillion squatted down and embraced her daughter. Her eyes were dry, but no tears fell, as she had already shed too many over the past few days. She did not blame her husband, as she knew he was bearing the burden of it all. She only lamented how crafty the deceivers were, how calculated their schemes. "See you, this is a hurdle your father and I cannot overcome. If we are no longer here, you must take good care of your sister. You are already an adult, and it's time for you to shoulder the responsibility of caring for her, understand?" Quintillion said to Sun Siyu. Hearing her mother's words, Sun Siyu's heart trembled, and she hurriedly replied, "Mom, please don't do anything foolish. I beg you." Quintillion seemed not to hear her daughter's pleas and continued, "But don't worry too much. Your father and I saved a little money with your uncle. Although it's not much, it will be enough for you to live without worries. Mom, please don't do anything foolish. There has to be a way. There has to be a way. However, you will need to move to a place where they can't find you, because many of these creditors are high-interest lenders, and I'm afraid they will threaten your safety. Mom, wouldn't paying off the debts solve the problem?" Sun Siyu suddenly thought of Lin Dong, the young master of Golden Leaf Hotel, who surely had plenty of money. If he was willing to lend her money, then the family crisis could definitely be resolved. Later, she could slowly pay him back, or if necessary, become his mistress. At that moment, Sun Siyu would not hesitate to be with any man, even one as short, fat, and unattractive as Yu Chunghai, as long as he could help her family out of this dire situation. Because in her heart, nothing was more important than her family. "Silly girl, paying off the debt might solve the problem, but we can't repay it. Your father and I have thought of many ways. We've sold everything we could and borrowed all we could, but in the end, it's only a drop in the bucket." At Jiangnan University, tens of thousands of students were already seated neatly on the sports field. The May Day Cultural Gala was about to begin. First, the school leaders delivered their speeches. Then the students began to perform their acts. Singers, dancers, sketch performers, crosstalk comedians, and magicians took the stage one after another. However, Lin Dong was not among the audience watching the show at that moment. Instead, he had been called back to the classroom by the homeroom teacher, and not just him, but the entire class was summoned as well. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. The homeroom teacher then spoke up. "There's a special situation today. Since Ing Xue is feeling unwell and cannot go on stage, is there anyone here who can play the piano to fill in? You don't need to be exceptionally skilled, just good enough to get by." Everyone's gaze turned to Su Ing Xue. Indeed, her usually rosy cheeks had turned somewhat pale. After waiting for a while with no volunteers, the homeroom teacher continued, "Whoever takes on this task will have my full support for any leave requests or other matters in the future." These words stirred interest in many, but playing the piano was a delicate art, not something one could dare to perform on stage after just a few days of learning. Lin Dong was also tempted, thinking it would be convenient to have the teacher's favor for future leave requests. So he used his God tier points to add piano to his skill list and directly invested 10 more points, elevating his piano skill from beginner to proficient. Soon Lin Dong felt a flood of knowledge surging into his mind. With confidence, he stood up and said, "Teacher, let me give it a try." All his classmates looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, including his three rascals, Su Ing Xue and the homeroom teacher. "Lin Dong, playing the piano? Don't be ridiculous." During his college years, whenever there was a break, he was either working part-time or on his way to one. When would he have had time to learn the piano? "Can you really do it?" the homeroom teacher asked hesitantly. "Yes, I learned it during my part-time jobs." "Can you play a complete piece?" the homeroom teacher asked again. "Yes." "All right then. Since no one else has volunteered, go ahead and try. Remember, don't aim for excellence, just avoid mistakes." At that moment, Ding Wei stood up with a pained expression and said, "Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. Let Lin Dong go alone." He had no intention of embarrassing himself on stage with Lin Dong. He absolutely refused to believe that a nobody like Lin Dong could play the piano. Wouldn't it be delightful to distance himself and watch Lin Dong make a fool of himself from the audience? The classmates found Ding Wei's feigned pain amusing. The homeroom teacher saw through it too, but didn't expose him, instead asking Lin Dong, "Lin Dong, can you manage on your own?" "Yes," Lin Dong replied. He was glad Ding Wei wasn't joining him. What fun would there be in collaborating with another man? But feeling that playing the piano alone might be too monotonous, he spent 30 God-tier points to elevate his lyric writing, composition, and singing skills directly to proficiency. Now everything was in place. With the matter resolved, everyone returned to the sports field to watch the performances while Lin Dong waited backstage for his turn. In Yangqing at Sun Si's grandmother's house. "Dad, Mom, I have a classmate who is the young master of the Golden Leaf Hotel. You know the Golden Leaf Hotel, right? It's an 8-star hotel, the most luxurious and upscale in Jiangnan province, worth a fortune. If he's willing to help us, our family can get through this crisis." Sun Si desperately tried to reassure her parents, believing that as long as there was hope, they wouldn't give up. After hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weiqing finally turned to look at Sun Si, and her mother, a flicker of life returning to his otherwise lifeless eyes. As a native of Jiangnan province and a former tycoon worth hundreds of millions, he naturally knew the Golden Leaf Hotel's reputation, having once entertained an important client there. The hotel was valued at least at 15 billion yuan. If what his daughter said was true, perhaps this could indeed help him weather the storm. If he could repay the debts to loan sharks and the bank lift the company's freeze and rely on his own abilities, he was sure he could make a comeback. If there was any possibility, how could he bear to give up this happy family? "Really?" Sun Weiqing asked in a nearly hoarse voice. It was the first time he had spoken in 2 days. "Really? Really?" Sun Si, seeing her father finally speak, wiped her tears and said joyfully. Quintillion, seeing her husband speak at last, breathed a sigh of relief. "But even if he has the means, why would he help us? You're just classmates. Our family's funding gap is nearly 100 million. Can you really borrow that much?" Sun Weiqing asked. 100 million. Sun Si was shocked by the number. She had originally thought the debt might be a few million, which Lin Dong, as a super-rich second-generation heir, might not mind lending. But she never expected it to be 100 million. 100 million. Even if Lin Dong was a super-rich heir, could he really come up with that much cash? Perhaps his family could, but he was just a student. There was no way his family would let him use such a huge sum to lend to someone he'd only known for a few days. What to do? What to do? No, she had to keep up appearances. She had just rekindled her parents' hope. "Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he's my boyfriend. We've been together for half a year, but I was afraid you'd say I'm too young, so I didn't dare tell you." Sun Weiqing and Quintillion were taken aback. The last shred of doubt vanished. They didn't find it strange at all that their daughter could find such an outstanding boyfriend. They had absolute confidence in their daughter. But a new doubt crept into Sun Weiqing's mind. Was his daughter just trying to comfort him and fabricating a lie? It was very possible. So Sun Weiqing said, "Then call him now and see if you can borrow the money." Sun Si's heart tightened. She said, "Dad, let's call tomorrow. Please eat something first. I'm hungry too." As a seasoned businessman, Sun Weiqing could easily detect his daughter's subtle changes. Indeed, Sun Weiqing sighed inwardly. It was just a delaying tactic. Then Quintillion spoke. "See, just make the call. If you can borrow the money, your father can make preparations. If not, we need to arrange for you and your sister's future, or else your father and I will never rest in peace." With no other choice, Sun Si took out her phone, found Lin Dong's number, and dialed. Though despair gripped her heart, she still hoped for a miracle. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong was still waiting backstage for his turn. Suddenly his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Sun Si. What did this girl want? Though puzzled, Lin Dong answered, "Hello, classmate Sun, is something up?" On the other end of the line, Sun Weiqing heard Lin Dong address his daughter as classmate Sun and felt the last glimmer of hope shatter. No man would address his own girlfriend that way. But Sun Si didn't notice such details. "Lin Dong, are you free right now? I want to talk to you about something." Lin Dong checked his schedule. There were still several acts before his, so he moved to a quieter spot. "Go ahead, tell me." "Lin Dong, I'd like to borrow some money from you." Lin Dong was taken aback. Borrow money? Wasn't her family fairly well off? Why would she need to borrow from him? "How much?" Lin Dong asked. 100 million. How much?" Lin Dong thought he had misheard and asked again. 100 million. What do you need that much money for?" Lin Dong asked. "Lin Dong, my family's business failed, and we owe a lot to loan sharks. If we can't repay, my family will be ruined. Please help me, okay? They'll pay you back slowly." Sun Si's choked voice came through the phone. "Loan sharks? That was a deadly business." Lin Dong recalled the scene of this girl rejecting that Mr. Yes improper demands. If he refused now, she would likely become a plaything for those people for money soon enough. Well, consider it rescuing a girl about to fall from grace. "Is 100 million enough?" Lin Dong asked. "Is 100 million enough?" This was undoubtedly the most beautiful sentence Sun Si had ever heard in her life, for it pulled her family back from the brink of an abyss. Sun Weiqing and Chun Quintillion stared at each other with wide eyes, their faces full of astonishment. Their daughter's boyfriend was truly unfathomable. 100 million seemed to mean nothing to him. Yet even at their family's peak, they could not have produced such a sum. But he could produce it so casually. Was such a figure truly their daughter's boyfriend? They all felt joy for her. Moreover, being willing to lend 100 million to help their daughter proved he genuinely loved her. It's enough. It's enough. Thank you, Lindong. Sun Si felt like crying her heart out at that moment. From afternoon until now, she had been on edge, and finally, she could relax, yearning to let it all out. Then send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money later. Lindong's voice came through the phone. Okay. Thank you so much, Lindong. After hanging up, Sun Si sent her card number to Lindong. Then she noticed her parents staring at her. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? See, is this Lindong really your boyfriend? Of course. Otherwise, even if he were wealthy, he wouldn't just casually lend out 100 million. That's true. So when will you bring him home, so we can thank him properly? When he's free. He's usually very busy. Then make sure you bring him when he has time. All right. Mom, go cook now. I'm starving. Just then a mechanical voice sounded from Sun Si's phone. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100 million yuan. All three of them froze simultaneously, and they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Though Lindong had promised to lend the money, the weight on their hearts wouldn't lift until it arrived. Now that the money had come, the family's crisis was resolved. Quintillion happily went to cook. Sun Weiqing also left the room where he had spent 2 days, drank some milk, and went to shower. Sun Si sat on the living room sofa. She replayed everything that had happened that day. She dared not imagine what fate would have befallen her family without Lindong's help. Her parents might have shouldered all the burden and left this world, and she and her sister would have been left to live alone in a place without family. It was Lindong who saved her parents, saved both sisters, and rescued this family on the verge of collapse. Thus she had made up her mind. From this day forward, her entire life belonged only to Lindong. Whenever he needed her, she would appear. When he didn't, she would vanish. Whether as a lover or a maid, even if she had to serve him like a beast of burden, she didn't care. She was determined to follow Lindong. At Jiangnan University, Lindong was still waiting to go on stage. He was next. If he knew what Sun Si was thinking, he'd be utterly bewildered. How did lending out 100 million lead to being clung to like this? Just then the host's resonant voice rang out on stage. Since the next performer, Su Yingxue, is feeling unwell, let's welcome our classmate Lindong to perform a piano solo. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the audience buzzed with noise. Damn, why did it change to Lindong? Where's my goddess? They swapped her out. Lindong knows how to play the piano. He'd be better off playing cotton. Hey, Lindong, show us how you coughed up blood that day. I want to learn. My girlfriend is about to dump me too. Ha ha ha. You let Lindong perform spitting blood. Ha ha ha. The scene began to descend into chaos. As Lindong stepped onto the stage, he heard the jeers from the students below. He paid them no mind. He walked straight to the piano, picked up the microphone, and said, "Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Lindong, and tonight I bring you an original song, The Boy. I hope you'll enjoy it." Sitting at the piano, his hands resting on the keys, Lindong calmed his mind, letting the melody surface as if he had practiced it countless times. His fingers began to dance across the keys. The notes from the piano floated gently into the ears of everyone present. While not bad at all, he actually seems to know what he's doing. So Lindong really can play the piano. He's been hiding it well. Then Lindong's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Once, by chance, he and she fell in love. In an age of no hesitation. Thought. Understood. So loved without restraint. Hands clasped tight, never letting go. The obsession and the future in their hearts. Can't forget. Your love. But the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you by my side. Nor let him give you the future you deserve. Naive boy. Ooh. As the first half of the song ended, the entire audience of over 10,000 people fell into dead silence. Soon the second verse began. Your care, always carried with me, opened only in lonely places. Wanna ask, if you now are free from sorrow, like the sea basking under sunlight, like colors painted with devotion, making you smile, making you brave. Can't forget your love, but the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you, nor let him give you the future you deserve. Naive boy. Ooh. Miss you. Right now. Miss you. Whenever I hesitate. All regrets are not the future. All love, in the end, can't escape the hurt. No need to start again. Ooh. La. Now I only wish the pain would come more swiftly, since we can't start over. Ooh. The song ended, but the venue remained utterly silent. Was it shocking? Indeed. No one had expected Lindong to sing such a heartfelt song. The lyrics, composition, vocals, and piano playing all struck deep chords within the listeners. Many who had lived through similar experiences had tears in their eyes. Jiang Shan was leaning against her best friend Zhu Yin, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Dong's song was a reflection of their shared past. They, he and she, in the lyrics referred to Lin Dong and herself. Zhu Yin looked at her friend in her arms and sighed inwardly. Such an outstanding and devoted man, yet she broke up with him for a scoundrel. She was destined not to deserve him. Suing Xue sat in the audience staring blankly at Lin Dong on stage. This man who had been her classmate for 3 years seemed like a stranger to her. His piano skills, singing, and songwriting were all top-notch. Most importantly, he wove his own experiences into lyrics that touched the soul. An exceptional man is like a firefly in the dark night, always drawing attention. Suing Xue wondered if Lin Dong had been spurred into revealing his hidden side after being dumped. How many more secrets did he have? Suing Xue grew increasingly curious. Han Shiyun, on the other hand, felt a bit annoyed. She wasn't surprised by Lin Dong's brilliance at all. After all, would a big shot like him lack depth? But hadn't Lin Dong said he wanted to keep a low profile? Was this what he called low-key? Now he would surely have many more rivals. Han Shiyun didn't care much about others, but Suing Xue, who was in the same class as Lin Dong, made her feel a sense of crisis. No, while everyone still knew little about Lin Dong, she had to speed up her efforts to win him over. Otherwise, she'd miss her chance forever. As for the music teachers at the school, they looked at Lin Dong as if he were a rare treasure. How had they overlooked such a musically gifted student? Someone started the first round of applause. Then one after another, a thunderous ovation erupted from the thousands in attendance. Lin Dong stood up, bowed to the audience, and left the stage. Tonight he was destined to be the most dazzling man. Lake City. It was a coastal city more developed in every aspect than the inland River City. Lin Dong was currently sitting on a plane from River City to Lake City, resting with his eyes closed. Behind him, a flight attendant with delicate features and a slender figure was massaging his shoulders. He was seated in the super luxury first class, which not only offered a private compartment and top-tier food supplies, but also came with a beautiful flight attendant providing unknown service. The service was excellent, but the price was exorbitantly high, 50 times that of economy class, beyond the reach of ordinary people. "Mr. Lin, would you like some food or water?" Lan Xian asked while massaging Lin Dong's shoulders. She had been massaging him for nearly an hour and her hands were aching, but since Lin Dong hadn't asked her to stop, she didn't dare to. She could only ask if he wanted something to eat. Lan Xian was a flight attendant for the airline's top-tier luxury, first class, different from those serving business or economy class. Her job involved unknown service for first-class passengers, which was not only less strenuous, but also paid significantly more than the other two classes. The requirements for this position were extremely high, as only the wealthiest individuals could afford the super luxury first class. She had been assigned to this cabin for less than a month. The previous attendant had latched onto a wealthy man and resigned to live the life of a rich wife. Turnover in this job was high, as any day a colleague might leave with a tycoon. Consequently, there was a large pool of backup staff, all eagerly hoping to get on a plane and work. Upon entering training, they signed long-term employment contracts, and resigning meant paying a hefty penalty, the cost of their training. Even so, many left each year. Some found happiness, others fell into hardship. Lan Xian never dreamed of snagging a rich man, as she just wanted to cherish this job. "Mr. Lin." Lan Xian called again when she got no response. Lin Dong was fast asleep. "Mr. Lin," she continued. Still no reaction. Realizing he was asleep, Lan Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, stopped the massage, gently closed the cabin door, and left. Half an hour later. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin." Lan Xin's voice sounded in his ear again. Lin Dong slowly woke up. "Mr. Lin, the plane has arrived at Lake City." "Ah, so fast?" Lin Dong asked with a yawn. "Mr. Lin, you've been asleep for over an hour." "Thank you, Miss Lan." Lin Dong said. "You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's our pleasure." Lin Dong stood up, stretched, and walked off the plane carrying nothing but a phone. Stepping out of the airport, Lin Dong stood by the roadside. He had called Yi Hong before boarding, and Yi Hong had promised to pick him up, but for some reason he hadn't arrived yet. After waiting about 10 minutes, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Mr. Lin." Lin Dong turned around and saw Lan Xian, the flight attendant who had massaged his shoulders on the plane. She was now in her uniform, pulling a small suitcase. "Miss Lan, hello." Lin Dong replied. "Are you waiting for a friend, Mr. Lin?" Lan Xian asked. I was planning to take a taxi." Lin Dong had indeed intended to take a taxi straight to Yi Hong's company. A taxi? Lan Xian was puzzled. Someone who could afford super luxury first class was taking a taxi. "Coincidentally, I was about to take a taxi back to my hotel." "Where are you headed, Mr. Lin?" "Maybe we can share one," Lan Xian suggested. Lin Dong was about to decline when another voice interrupted. "Lan Xian, is this your boyfriend?" An older flight attendant, a few years senior, walked over with her suitcase. Don't misunderstand, Sister Lee. This is Mr. Lin, who was in my cabin on the flight. Lon Xian explained. Lon Xian, when it comes to men, you need to keep your eyes wide open. Some people just like to ride first class and pretend to be rich to fool newcomers like you. Several of our crew have been tricked, losing both love and money. Sister Lee, it's really not what you think. I know you young people want a handsome boyfriend, but when you're older, you'll realize handsomeness won't fill your stomach. You need someone practical who treats you well and has money. Trust me, Sister Lee won't steer you wrong. Lin Dong glanced at the heavily made-up Sister Lee. This woman was crazy, wasn't she? Going through menopause. I'm just waiting for a ride here. Did I provoke you? He was about to retort when a Land Rover Range Rover pulled up in front of them. My boyfriend's here to pick me up. Lon Xian want a ride, Sister Lee said smugly. The door opened and a man stepped out. When Lin Dong saw Sister Lee's boyfriend, he instantly lost the urge to argue. The guy was about 1.6 meters tall, weighed at least 90 kilos, rivaling that CEO of some entertainment company, and was bald, probably in his 40s or 50s. No wonder she'd been attacking Lon Xian from the start. She was clearly jealous and resentful. No thanks, Sister Lee. We'll just take a taxi, Lon Xian said. Riding first class, but taking a taxi. Lon Xian, don't say Sister Lee didn't warn you if you get duped. Just then a roar of engines sounded, accompanied by gasps of admiration from the crowd. Look at that car, it's gorgeous. Damn, what a sleek supercar. I'd dream of owning one. Then two dazzling supercars pulled up behind the Range Rover. The door opened, and Yi Hong got out, walking straight toward Lin Dong. Brother Lin, sorry, something came up and delayed me. Here are your car keys. Yi Hong tossed a set of keys to Lin Dong. Lin Dong caught the keys and embraced Yi Hong. Brother Yi, don't mention it. I'm sorry to have taken you away from your busy schedule to pick me up. All right, let's not stand on ceremony here. Go check out your car. I've had it for 3 years and driven it less than 300 kilometers. It's as good as new. Yi Hong said, arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong walked over to his Bugatti Dragon, ran his hand over the body. The feel was incredible, even better than touching a woman. It was so cool, so stylish. Driving this back to school would definitely blind countless eyes. Brother Yi, this car is amazing. I love it. Glad you like it. Come on, get in. I'm taking you somewhere to welcome you properly. Then I'll follow your lead today, Brother Yi. Just then a man from the other flashy supercar walked up to Yi Hong and handed him a key. Chairman Yi, your car keys. Literally take a taxi back to the company. Yi Hong said. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lin Dong stood by the Bugatti Dragon, ready to get in. He suddenly noticed Lon Xian still standing by the roadside in shock. Miss Lon, where are you headed? Want a ride? Lin Dong called out. Mr. Lin, no need to trouble yourself. We'll just take a taxi. Lon Xian replied. Get in, Lin Dong said simply, and climbed into the Bugatti Dragon's driver's seat. Lon Xian hesitated for a moment, then walked over and got into the passenger seat. After getting in, Lin Dong called Yi Hong in the car behind, saying he needed to drop someone off first. It turned out they were heading the same way, so Yi Hong led the way. The two stunning supercars roared off and disappeared from the airport. Sister Lee watched the departing supercars, her face sour. The slap to her pride had come too quickly for her to process. Looking at the wealthy boyfriend she had been so proud of, Sister Lee suddenly found him unappealing. Not far away, several other flight attendants had witnessed the scene. Did you see that? Lon Xian got into that supercar. Who took a picture? Quick search for what car that is. I've never seen it before. I got it searching now. Oh my god, this is the latest limited edition Bugatti Dragon, only 8 units worldwide, with a launch price of 60 million. What? 60 million? That's insane. And it gets crazier. 60 million was the launch price 3 years ago. It's now been bid up to 80 million. My god. Lon Xian has only been here a month, and she's already met a rich man, so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. Why can't I meet someone like that? Lin Dong escorted Lon Xian to her hotel, then followed Yi Hong to the Lakeside Club. Situated at the center of an artificial lake, the Lakeside Club was the most exclusive venue in Lake City. Beyond its scenic beauty, the club boasted a golf course, a racetrack, and all the pastimes favored by the wealthy. Yi Hong led Lin Dong to the golf course. In the lounge, 7 or 8 men and women, all in their 20s or 30s, chatted idly. Outside, a man and a woman were playing golf. The man stood behind the woman, holding her hands as if instructing her. Let me introduce everyone to my brother Lin Dong. He's currently studying at Jiangxing University, Yi Hong announced to the group in the lounge. Turning to Lin Dong, he added, Brother Lin, these are all members of our SCC. Those present glanced at Lin Dong, but paid him little mind given his youth. Old Yi, did you call us here just to meet this Lin Dong? Asked a young man around 24 or 25. His name was Wang Chong, a mid-level member of SCC, like Yi Hong. Within SCC, membership tiers reflected one's influence, so lower-tier members rarely dared to challenge higher-ups. But since he and Yi Hong shared the same rank, Wang Chong felt no need for restraint, speaking his mind freely. Moreover, Yi Hong was a diplomatic businessman with an easygoing nature. Wang Chong, I asked you all here today to witness something. I'm exercising my mid-level member privilege to invite Lin Dong into SCC. The others were taken aback by Yi Hong's words, giving Lin Dong a second look. It was no small feat for Yi Hong to use his mid-level member privilege directly. Each mid-level member could only invite one person, a precious quota that some would pay tens of millions for, and still fail to secure. Had Yi Hong truly given his sole quota to this young lad? What was his background? Just then a man around 30 spoke up. Since old Yi is using his mid-level privilege, brother Lin Dong is now one of us. Brother Lin, add me as a contact and send me your ID number. He'll report it to headquarters. Your membership badge will arrive in 3 days, and he'll also send you an introduction to SCC. He pulled out his phone and asked Lin Dong to add him. Lin Dong was bewildered. He had no idea what SCC meant or what joining it would entail. But since Yi Hong wanted him to join, he went along with it. They added each other. Lin Dong sent his ID number and received a file in return. Lin Dong opened the file and read it carefully. SCC was an abbreviation. Its full name was the Magic City Supercar Club, with its headquarters in Magic City. It had branches in many first-tier cities. Lin Dong noted that Jiangcheng was among them, but all these cities seemed to be in the south, none were in the north. Initially, SCC had been founded to facilitate car enthusiasts in racing and socializing. Over time, it had evolved into a tightly organized entity. It was a top-tier circle of high society. Members could not only dine, drink, race, ride horses, and play golf together, but also discuss business, fostering mutual growth and achieving a win-win situation through resource sharing. Many nouveau riches desperately sought entry into this circle to connect with its elite, but lacked the means. Money alone wasn't enough. The conditions for joining were stringent. First, owning a supercar worth over 10 million. That shouldn't be too hard. Second, possessing personal assets exceeding 1 billion or belonging to a family with assets over 10 billion. Also not overly difficult. Third, a recommendation from a mid-level member or above. This was the hardest part. If anyone ever released a quota, it would spark a frenzy among the nouveau riche. Of course, quotas couldn't be traded openly, but behind closed doors, who knew? SCC had 4 membership tiers: regular members, mid-level members, senior members, and core members. Regular members had no recommendation rights, mid-level members had 1 quota. Senior members had 3 quotas, core members had unlimited quotas. Those who became core members were true titans, forming SCC's management. To advance in membership, one had to contribute to SCC. The club also held annual racing events and gatherings to strengthen bonds among members. After reading this, Lin Dong felt that Yi Hong was a decent person worth befriending. Without Yi Hong's introduction, he would never have known such a circle existed, no matter how much wealth he had. But Lin Dong didn't know that Yi Hong had used his sole quota, because Li Bin had said that if Lin Dong could afford to buy the Golden Leaf Hotel for 20 billion, he must be a direct descendant of a reclusive family. Yi Hong had never met anyone from those reclusive families. Or perhaps he had without realizing it. They were a mysterious lot, always operating behind the scenes. Yi Hong wouldn't hesitate to connect with such a person. Brother Lin, I'll need you to provide proof of assets. No need for proof, Yi Hong interjected. I sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangxing to Brother Lin just a few days ago. He now holds full ownership. Those present were stunned. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel was well known. Acquiring it would cost at least 20 billion. If he could spend 20 billion on a hotel, his assets must exceed 50 billion. It seemed Lin Dong came from a formidable family. Brother Lin, is your family in the hotel business? Wang Chong asked. He assumed Lin Dong's family had bought the Golden Leaf Hotel to dominate Jiangcheng's market. Who else would spend 20 billion on a hotel? He no longer underestimated Lin Dong and even felt inclined to befriend him. No, Lin Dong replied. I just found the food there to my liking, and it's close to my school, so I bought it. What? Everyone except Yi Hong stared at Lin Dong in shock. He spent 20 billion on an 8-star hotel just because he liked the food. That was 20 billion, not 2 million. The people here were seasoned SCC members, most of them regular members, but still far above any nouveau riche. Yet they had never seen anyone indulge in such extravagance. Brother Lin must be joking, Wang Chong said with a chuckle. Lin Dong just shrugged and didn't bother to explain further, telling the truth, and no one believed it. Brother Lin must be joking, Wang Chong said with a chuckle. Lin Dong just shrugged and didn't bother to explain further, telling the truth, and no one believed it. Soon, Lin Dong's membership application for SCC was processed, and he became an ordinary member. In fact, for those recommended internally, it was merely a formality, as no one would waste a slot recommending someone unqualified. The exclusive SCC membership badge would take 3 days to arrive from headquarters. Lin Dong felt the ordinary member level was too low, but the description only mentioned that contributions to SCC were needed for promotion. As for what contributions were required, it didn't specify. So Lin Dong asked, Brother Yi, what kind of contributions to SCC are needed to reach intermediate membership? What? Brother Lin just joined and already wants a promotion. Just asking, the description doesn't say what counts as a contribution to SCC. Actually, moving from ordinary to intermediate is quite easy. Just do your best in every event, and after a few years you'll be promoted. Are there any other ways? The simplest and fastest method is to donate 1 billion. You'll automatically become an intermediate member. Donating 1 billion for a promotion. Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy. He was just worried about having nowhere to spend his money with only 100 divine points left. The divine points were incredibly useful. He needed to save more for emergencies. What about advancing to senior membership? Can I donate for that? How much? Brother Lin, you're actually considering donating. It's not necessary. A higher membership level just gives more privileges. Spending that much isn't worth it. I think it's worth it. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems. Lin Dong said with an air of arrogance. Hearing this, everyone thought, well said, truly domineering. Brother Lin moving from ordinary to intermediate costs 1 billion, but from intermediate to senior costs 10 times that, 10 billion. Still planning to donate. He'll donate. Really? Really? In the end, Lin Dong spent 11 billion to become a senior SCC member. At that moment, not only the other members, but even Yi Hong wondered if Lin Dong had lost his mind. Even if he was an heir from a hidden clan. 11 billion. Many listed companies weren't worth that much. Less than half of those present could produce 10 billion, and even that would drain their assets. Yi Hong, the wealthiest among them, had 11 billion, as roughly 1/5 of his total assets. But his money was tied up in investments or fixed assets. Pulling out 10 billion now would be a stretch. How many people in this world still struggle for a few thousand in wages? Wouldn't it be better to keep the 11 billion for himself? Incomprehensible. Everyone thought Lin Dong was insane. Only Lin Dong secretly rejoiced at the new 110 divine points. While everyone was scheming to get close to Lin Dong and build rapport, a man's furious voice came from the nearby golf practice area. Slap. You slut, I'm giving you face, and you dare. Then came the muffled sobs of a woman. Several people rushed over to pull the man back. Even as he was being dragged away, he continued cursing. Believe me, you'll ruin your reputation tomorrow. The woman followed. Lin Dong found her familiar. Wasn't this the famous star Yao Shui? A few days ago, he heard that some president Yu wanted Yao Shui for the second female lead in a drama with Sun Si as the lead, but Sun Si refused. He never expected to meet the star so soon. But now she wasn't as glamorous as on TV. Her left cheek was swollen and red, likely from the slap, which Lin Dong had heard even from a distance. Lin Dong used to like Yao Shui. She starred in many films and dramas known as the Otaku Killer, and he was once an otaku himself. Looking at his former idol, Lin Dong felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, these goddesses, radiant in the eyes of commoners, were mere playthings for the powerful. She was groped, slapped, and still had to follow obediently. Little did she know Lin Dong was now a big shot in others' eyes. Yao Shui gently held her swollen cheek, sobbing softly. She felt wronged. That man had touched her butt and chest, and she only stopped him only to be slapped. But she dared not leave, as her agent warned that angering these bigwigs would end her career. Not just hers, but her company's too. So she stayed, hoping to calm him down. Yin Yong, can you cool it? Yi Hong frowned. Old Yi, stay out of this. I just touched her a bit, and she plays innocent. Listen, Yao Shui, if you don't clean up and wait for me tonight, it'll ruin you tomorrow. I'm sorry, President Yin. Yao Shui said softly. Sorry. Sorry's useless. Clean up and wait for me tonight, got it? I'm sorry, President Yin. I asked if you heard. President Yin, You looking for a beating? Yin Yong stood up again and swung his palm at Yao Shui. She was frozen in fear. But the slap never landed. Lin Dong, unable to stand by and watch his former idol being hit, stepped in front of Yao Shui and caught Yin Yong's hand. Yin Yong was stunned that someone dared to stop him. Kid, who the hell are you? Meddling in my business. Tired of living. Yin Yong, is it? Hitting women. Are you even a man? Seeing them about to clash, Yi Hong quickly stepped between them. Yin Yong, brother Lin, were all on the same side. Don't be rash. Who the hell is on the same side with him? Do I even know him? Yin Yong sneered. Just then someone whispered in his ear. Yin Yong's ugly expression slowly turned into a smile. So it's brother Lin. My apologies, we're all family. Since brother Lin has taken a liking to this girl, he'll back off. Yin Yong said generously. He had just been told that Lin Dong had spent 11 billion to upgrade from ordinary to senior member. He was only an intermediate member, and senior members outranked him. Moreover, in SCC's history, no one had ever spent 11 billion to boost their membership level. Only 2 had spent 1 billion to reach intermediate. Someone willing to spend that much on membership must have immense wealth, far beyond a nouveau riche, and was undoubtedly from a powerful clan. Yin Yong dared not provoke him. Seeing Yin Yong back down, Lin Dong didn't press further. They all sat down and chatted, though most approached Lin Dong to curry favor. Yao Shui stood quietly behind Lin Dong. Lindong spent the entire day at the lakeside club chatting extensively with everyone and did not part ways with others until dusk. Leaving the lakeside club, Lindong drove his limited edition Bugatti Veyron, carrying his former goddess, Yao Shui, heading towards the Hilton Hotel. Yao Shui was staying at the Hilton Hotel. Lindong planned to drop her off first, and then go find his cousin Wang Li. In the car, Yao Shui said gratefully, "Mr. Lin, thank you." Without Lindong, she would have been ruined today, either forced to yield to Yin Yong or face public disgrace by tomorrow. She had no doubt that Yin Yong had the power to do so. Even her boss was terrified of him. She slightly turned her head to gaze at Lindong's profile. Yao Shui was somewhat mesmerized. Whether it was his appearance, physique, or personality, he was top tier, not to mention his background that even intimidated Yin Yong. A man like him was like a star in the night sky, dazzling wherever he went. She wondered what kind of woman could match such an exceptional man. Perhaps only a woman of his own caliber. Yao Shui could only bury her infatuation deep in her heart. "It's nothing, just a small favor. Miss Yao, I actually quite like the movies you star in," Lindong said. "Really? Mr. Lin, do you really like my movies?" Yao Shui asked in surprise. She hadn't expected someone as important as Lindong to pay attention to her. It truly flattered her. Lindong was taken aback. "Was it that surprising? You are the newly crowned heartthrob of Shudens. One of the 4 little actresses. Is it strange that I enjoy your films? There are plenty of people at school who like you. I not only like your movies, but I also have 2 of your swimsuit posters in my dorm." But he couldn't mention that. "I really do like them." "Then which of my movies does Mr. Lin prefer?" Yao Shui asked. "I like." Lindong was halfway through his sentence when his phone rang. He pulled over, checked the caller ID. It was his cousin Wang Li. Answering the call, Lindong said, "Hey little sister, Wang, I'm in Lake City now, and we'll come find you soon. Bro, I'm at the Golden Splendor KTV. Please come save me. I think I've been drugged, my head is spinning." Wang Li's weak voice came through. Lindong was alarmed, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Send me your location right now. I'm on my way. Hang in there." After speaking, Lindong turned to Yao Shui and said, "Miss Yao, I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up. Would you mind?" Yao Shui, seeing his urgency, replied, "Mr. Lin, go ahead. My place is just ahead. I can walk back." "Thank you, Miss Yao. He'll treat you to a meal next time." Once Yao Shui got out of the car, Lindong floored the accelerator, speeding off dozens of meters. Fearing his skills were insufficient, he added 10 God-level points to his driving technique, elevating it to mastery. Yao Shui stood there watching Lindong drive away. She murmured disappointedly, "He didn't even leave a contact number, yet he says he'll treat me to a meal. So insincere." But thinking that her crisis was finally resolved, her mood immediately lifted. She took out her sunglasses and hat from her bag, put them on, and headed toward the Hilton Hotel. At the Golden Splendor KTV, in the Earth-themed private room, Wang Li was locked in the restroom, calling Lindong. She had come to the KTV with a few girlfriends to relax, but they ran into some senior classmates from school, and everyone ended up sharing a room. Then midway through, a few shady individuals joined, seemingly familiar with the seniors. What started as a small gathering swelled to over a dozen people, most of whom she didn't know. The girls discussed leaving but were repeatedly stopped. They were just a few weak women against 7 or 8 men. They couldn't leave against the men's wishes, and only after pleading desperately were they allowed to go, but only if each drank a glass of wine. They had no choice but to comply, hoping to leave quickly after. Unexpectedly, after drinking, Wang Li began to feel dizzy and weak. Smart enough to realize she had been drugged, she seized the chance to go to the restroom. After much thought, she could only call Lindong, knowing he had mentioned coming to Lake City today. Now she could only pray he would arrive soon, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Lindong was racing toward the Golden Splendor, but stuck in the city, he couldn't speed up much. He checked the distance. At this pace, it would take about 20 minutes. He didn't know if Wang Li could hold out that long. So he called Yihong. "Hey brother Lin, what's up?" Yihong's voice came through. "Brother Yi, do you know the owner of the Golden Splendor? Can you get in touch?" Lindong asked urgently. "Golden Splendor? Yes, I do. Wang Chong is the owner. You looking for him?" Before Yihong could finish, Lindong hung up. He had no time to explain. After ending the call, he dialed Wang Chong. "Brother Lin. Brother Wang, listen. My cousin is in the Earth-themed room at the Golden Splendor and has been drugged. I'm on my way, but it'll take 20 minutes. I don't know if she can hold on. Please have the manager look after her." After hearing Lindong out, Wang Chong realized the seriousness. "Rest assured, Brother Lin. He'll handle it perfectly. Your cousin won't suffer a scratch." Wang Chong immediately called the manager of the Golden Splendor. After receiving the instructions, the manager led over 20 security guards to the Earth-themed room. Meanwhile, not long after Lindong had spoken to Wang Chong, Wang Li called again. "Bro, where are you? Hurry. They're knocking on the door," she said tearfully. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Someone will come to save you soon. Hold on for 5 more minutes. No, 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, and someone will be there. Bro, I'm so scared. Please hurry." Bang. Before Wang Li could finish, the restroom door was forced open. What's taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you. A strange man's voice rang out. I don't know you. Get away. The line went dead. Damn it. Lin Dong cursed furiously, his anger boiling over. He truly regarded Wang Li as his own sister. During the 2 years he lived with her family, they had treated him exceptionally well, never as an outsider. Even with a younger cousin, his aunt and uncle still treated him like their own son. If anything happened to Wang Li under his watch, how could he face them? How could he face himself? But he was powerless now. He could only hope that Wang Chong would keep his word. But he was powerless now. He could only hope that Wang Chong would keep his word. But he was powerless now. He could only hope that Wang Chong would keep his word. Upon hearing his sister Wang Li scream over the phone, Lin Dong cast all caution aside. Despite the heavy traffic, he immediately switched to overtaking mode. Car after car was left in his wake. Several times collisions were narrowly avoided, but his masterful driving skills kept him safe. At the glorious gold KTV in the Earth Room private suite, Su Wanli was knocking on the restroom door. Wang Li, who had just entered, had yet to emerge. The drug should have taken effect by now. He was ready to force the door open. The thought that a top-tier student like Wang Li would soon be his filled Su Wanli with ecstasy. Wasn't all the effort had put into setting this trap for this very moment? After several knocks went unanswered, Su Wanli grew impatient and kicked the door open. Seeing Wang Li on the phone, Su Wanli strode over, snatched the phone, and hung up. He then grabbed her hand and dragged her out. After pulling Wang Li out of the restroom and noticing everyone else groping their targets, Su Wanli could no longer restrain himself. He embraced her from behind. Drugged and weak, Wang Li was powerless to resist. Even without the drug, she would have been no match for a grown man. Despair consumed her. Dragged back into the private room, she saw her friends being molested by men, some with hands already slipped beneath their clothes. Though their minds remained clear, their bodies were limp and defenseless, utterly at the mercy of their assailants. Wang Li could already foresee their fate. The man who had dragged her out held her from behind. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Just then, the door to the Earth Room was violently kicked open from the outside. Over 20 security guards wielding electric batons stormed in. Nobody fucking move. If anyone dares to twitch, they'll blow your brains out. Li Hu, the manager of Glorious Gold, stepped inside. Everyone in the room was petrified. No one dared to move. Which one of you is Miss Wang Li? It's me. It's me. Wang Li quickly broke free from Su Wanli's grasp, trying to rush to Li Hu's side, believing he was the one Lin Dong had sent to rescue her. But after just 2 steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the floor. Quick, help Miss Wang to the sofa. Li Hu ordered the guards. The 2 guards nearest to Wang Li immediately helped her up. Li Hu approached Su Wanli and said, "You've got some nerve, kid. Daring to pull such a stunt on my turf. And targeting a friend of the big boss. How do you plan to settle this?" Trembling with fear, Su Wanli dropped to his knees before Li Hu, slapping his own face as he pleaded, "Master Hu, I was wrong. Please have mercy. We've dined together before. My father is Su Zhongtian." He was truly terrified. Though Li Hu was merely the manager of Glorious Gold, he was notorious in the underworld for his ruthlessness. Now he had the backing of Glorious Gold's mysterious owner. Su Wanli's father was just a small-time businessman, a world apart from such a formidable figure. Wang Li was a friend of the big boss. Those 2 bastards had ruined him. Su Wanli realized that his good days were likely over. Not only would he be unable to escape this calamity, but his father would also be implicated. Li Hu watched Su Wanli kneeling before him, slapping himself repeatedly. In earlier years, he wouldn't have wasted words. He would have acted directly. But since serving his boss, he had learned many things. Violence wasn't always the solution. For someone in a position of power, resorting to violence was the lowest form of behavior. He now preferred to use status, background, and strength to suppress others, just like the man kneeling before him, who immediately kowtowed and apologized upon hearing his name. "You all come here." Li Hu ordered the others. Trembling, they shuffled over, knelt in a row beside Su Wanli, and began slapping themselves. If Su Wanli dared not defy Master Hu, they certainly wouldn't either. After a few minutes, the kneeling men had swollen faces and blood trickling from their lips, yet they dared not stop. If Master Hu had taken matters into his own hands, it would have been far worse than mere slaps. "All right, that's enough for now," Li Hu said. "Thank you, Master Hu. Thank you." The men breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Lin Dong arrived. As he entered, he saw 20 or 30 guards with electric batons, several men kneeling in the center with swollen, bloodied faces, and his sister sitting on the sofa. "Little sister, brother." Wang Li felt tears welling up again at the sight of Lin Dong. He hurried over and held her in his arms. "It's okay. It's okay." Lin Dong comforted her. "You must be Mr. Lin," Li Hu said, noticing him. "Hello. I'm Lin Dong. Thank you for saving my sister. No need to be so polite, Mr. Lin. For such an incident to happen on my turf, I owe you an apology." Li Hu spoke courteously. After all, the big boss had instructed him to treat this man well. Mr. Lin, how would you like to deal with these men? The kneeling men scarcely dared to breathe. From the conversation, they could sense Lin Dong's extraordinary status. He must be the true friend of Glorious Gold's big boss. Lin Dong glanced at the kneeling men. If Wang Li had truly been harmed, he might have lost control and attacked them. But since she was unharmed, he remained calm. Little sister, what do you want to do with them? Lin Dong asked. Brother, I just want to leave this place as soon as possible, Wang Li replied weakly. Then let Wang Chong handle it, Lin Dong said, helping her up to leave. Brother, those are my roommates. We came together. Can you walk? Lin Dong asked Wang Li's roommates. Yes, they replied in unison. Then come with us. Lin Dong supported Wang Li as they walked out, followed by her 3 roommates. After they left, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call. Is it handled? Wang Chong asked. Yes, mister. Lin has left and his sister is fine, Li Hu replied. Good. Well done. But mister, Lin asked you to deal with those men before he left. What's their background? Just some second-generation rich kids from small businesses. Send them in and handle their families as you see fit. Yes, boss. Lin Dong exited the KTV with Wang Li and her 3 roommates, only to realize that the sports car could only seat 2 people. What about the other 3? In the end, Lin Dong had no choice but to take the group to a nearby hotel. He originally planned to book a separate room for each of them, but they were too scared and insisted on staying together. So Lin Dong reserved 2 suites, one for himself and one for the 4 women. After settling them in, Lin Dong returned to his room and took a shower. Lying in bed, he replayed the events of the evening in his mind, still feeling a lingering sense of fear. Thank goodness his sister was unharmed, otherwise he would have been guilt-ridden for life. If he hadn't joined SCC today and met Wang Chong, things might have turned out much worse. Thus he came to a realization. Since he had more money than he could spend and needed to earn divine points, he might as well spend lavishly to make more friends. More friends meant more paths, and you never knew when you might need someone's help, just like today. After making up his mind, Lin Dong called Wang Chong. Brother Lin, is your cousin all right? Wang Chong asked over the phone. She's fine. Thank you for today, Brother Wang. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word. You're too kind, Brother Lin. I also bear some responsibility for today. It happened at my place and your sister was wronged. That has nothing to do with you, Brother Wang. It's all because she let her guard down. By the way, if you ever have a project that needs funding, I'm in. I'll invest, but won't interfere in management. Just a shareholder. Wang Chong felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Dong's words. This was exactly his purpose in befriending him. If Lin Dong could casually donate 11 billion to SCC to upgrade his membership, his wealth was beyond imagination. This was no ordinary wealthy family. It was the caliber of top-tier dynasties and major conglomerates. Befriending such a person was nothing but beneficial. Since you think so highly of me, Brother Lin, I do have a project in mind. How about this? Tomorrow evening there's a charity gala at the Lakeheart Club. We can discuss it there. What do you say? All right, see you tomorrow. Wang Chong hung up the phone, humming a tune, his mood exceptionally light. A second-tier actress massaging him asked, What's got you so happy, Master Wang? I've run into a money god. Shouldn't I be happy? The actress was taken aback. To her, Wang Chong himself was a money god. Who could be a money god to Master Wang? Her status couldn't comprehend such circles. After finishing his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong dialed Yihong. He told him the same thing. If he needed investment, come to him. Yihong also invited him to the charity gala the next day, in the other suite. After showering, the 4 young women gradually calmed down. Though the recent ordeal still left them shaken, they were, after all, carefree girls at heart. They started gossiping in bed. Lily, is that man who saved us really your cousin? Yeah. So, what do you think of my cousin? He's more than just okay. He's a total heartthrob. Didn't you say he was pitiful, eh? That his parents died young, his uncle treated him badly, and he lived with you for 2 years. That's what you said. Yes, that's how it was. But didn't you see? The general manager of the Golden Splendor treated him with such respect, calling him Mr. Lin. And what kind of place is the Golden Splendor? Didn't you see those scumbags kneeling before the manager, slapping themselves? Your cousin must be hiding a lot from you. I don't know either. I'll ask him tomorrow. By the way, does your cousin have a girlfriend? Yes, her name is Jiang Shan. They've been together since high school. Well, you've got your eye on him. Want to be my sister-in-law? Get lost. The next morning, Wang Li's roommates took a taxi back to school. Brother, I have something to ask you, Wang Li said after her roommates left. I know you have many questions. Come, let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Dong led Wang Li to the parking lot in front of the Golden Splendor. Get in. He unlocked the Bugatti Veyron and said to her. Wang Li stared at the dazzling sports car, her mind struggling to process it. Brother, is this your car? She stammered. It's mine. Get in first, Lin Dong said as he got into the driver's seat. Oh, okay. Wang Li got in dazed. Lin Dong drove Wang Li to the seaside. The car turned heads almost every second on the road. Countless people stared at them. On the road, most cars kept at least 10 meters away, even at red lights. Clearly, it was a vehicle not to be trifled with. They found a quiet spot by the shore, leaning on the railing as the sea breeze swept past them. "Little Sister Wang, I know you have many questions. Ask away," Lin Dong said, gazing at the distant sea. "Brother, is that car really yours?" Wang Li asked. "Yes, I just bought it yesterday right here in Lake City. I came this time partly to see you and partly to pick up this car." "How much did it cost?" 80 million. How much?" 80 million. "Where did you get that much money?" "Rob a bank." "If I'd robbed a bank, would I be chatting with you here? Besides, which bank would have 80 million to steal?" "Then where did the money come from?" "I earned it." "How? That's a long story, but trust me, I haven't done anything illegal. Just know that your brother is now a true tycoon." "Does Mom know?" "No." "Then who does?" "As of now, only you." "Really? So how much hush money are you giving me?" "As much as you want." "That's not sincere at all." The two talked for a long time. Though they hadn't seen each other in ages, there was no awkwardness between them. That day, Lin Dong took Wang Li shopping across Lake City's major malls, buying her expensive clothes and cosmetics. Wang Li didn't hold back. He was her brother. Now that he was rich, he'd naturally spend on his little sister. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Veyron with Wang Li to the Lake Heart Club. A car like the Bugatti Veyron naturally faced no resistance entering the club. After parking, they had to take a yacht to reach the venue at the lake center. By the lakeside, several yachts were docked waiting to ferry guests. They boarded one at random, and the pilot headed straight for the lake's heart. Leaning against the yacht's railing, Lin Dong gazed at the clear water below and thought to himself, "These rich folks really know how to live." "Brother, why did you bring me here?" Wang Li's voice came from behind. "To bring you to a gathering and introduce you to a couple of people. When I'm not in Lake City, you can turn to them for help. One of them is the owner of the Golden Splendor." Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. After disembarking from the yacht, a server led them to the second floor of a building. "Please." The server opened the door to the second-floor hall, extending a hand toward the two of them. Lin Dong and Wang Li entered the hall. In an instant, they felt as if they had entered another world. The hall spanned at least 5,000 square meters, lavishly decorated with dazzling lights. Over 100 people were inside, gathered in small groups chatting. More than a dozen servers with delicate features and slender figures moved through the hall carrying drinks and food. Wang Li, visiting such a place for the first time, felt a bit nervous and gently tugged at Lin Dong's clothing. "Don't be afraid. Relax, just help yourself to whatever you want." Lin Dong patted Wang Li's shoulder reassuringly. He too had never witnessed such a scene and was initially a little tense. But then he thought, "I am now the world's richest man. If anyone should be nervous, it shouldn't be me." The two of them walked into the hall together. As Lin Dong passed a server, he casually took a glass of wine. He took a sip. It was quite good. Wang Li, on the other hand, was much more reserved. "Brother Lin, you've arrived." Wang Chong approached, holding a glass of wine. "Brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Wang Li. She's studying at a university in Lake City. I hope you'll look after her in the future." "Brother Lin, what are you saying? Your cousin is my cousin too. Cousin, if you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. In this Lake City, I, Wang Chong, still have a bit of influence." Wang Chong handed Wang Li a gilded business card. "Thank you, Brother Chong." Wang Li said softly. "Cousin, feel free to roam around. Help yourself to whatever you want. Make yourself at home. Your brother and I have some matters to discuss." "Go ahead, brothers." Wang Chong led Lin Dong to a private room on the third floor. When they entered, two people were already seated inside. A man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s with a gentle and refined demeanor. The woman seemed to be in her 30s with light makeup and a mature, elegant charm. "Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is President Xiao Jie, and this is President Tang Ling. And this is my brother Lin Dong, the fourth shareholder I've brought in." Wang Chong gave a brief introduction to both parties. After shaking hands with each of them, Lin Dong took a seat. Then Wang Chong began to explain the details of this project. In simple terms, Wang Chong had connections to acquire a diamond mine in a foreign country. He had personally visited the site and confirmed the quality was excellent. The total investment would be between 15 billion and 20 billion. Wang Chong planned to invest 5 billion himself for a 40% stake, while the remaining 60%, equivalent to 10 billion, would be offered. Since he had to handle various procedures and cultivate relationships, he would take a few extra percentage points. In other words, Lin Dong and the other two would contribute 10 billion for a 60% stake. Xiao Jie and Tang Hong would each put in 2.5 billion for a 15% stake. The remaining 30% stake, worth 5 billion, was still available. "Brother Lin, if you think it's too much to take on, we can bring in another shareholder. I've personally inspected this mine. It's a newly discovered one." Wang Chong said to Lin Dong. "Too much to take on." Lin Dong felt it was too little. "Only 5 billion. All right, I'll invest 5 billion for a 30% stake." "Great, it's settled then. They'll send you the documents later. Let's have a toast first." After Lin Dong left, Wang Li began to wander around the hall. Gradually, she relaxed. No one paid her much attention, and she was happy to be left alone. When she reached the food station, Wang Li couldn't move. Every dessert looked delicious. This one is so sweet. This one is so crispy. This one is so fragrant. This one is so soft. Wang Li sampled each one, piling onto her plate whatever she liked. Oh, Wang Li spotted someone and rushed over. Are you Yao Shui? Yao Shui was chatting with a veteran in the film industry when a voice interrupted her. Yao Shui looked over to see a young woman in her 20s. Hello, I'm Yao Shui. Wow, you really are Yao Shui. I love the movies you've been in. Can I take a photo with you? My roommates and I are all big fans. Wang Li exclaimed joyfully. Thank you for your support. They'll definitely make more great films. After taking the photo, Yao Shui left. Wang Li posted a picture on her social feed with the caption, "Guess who this is?" Then she put away her phone and began searching for her next target. Oh, isn't that the popular actor Wang Kaixian? Oh, isn't that the diva Lung Qingqiu? A person appeared in the hall holding a pastry in one hand and a phone in the other, specifically seeking out celebrities for photos. Almost every celebrity agreed to take a photo with her because only influential figures from Lake City could enter this venue today. Although this young woman seemed a bit naive, who could guarantee she wasn't brought by some big shot? Wang Li excitedly ran around seeking photos with celebrities, her phone already holding 7 or 8 pictures of currently popular stars. Back at school, these photos would definitely make her classmates jealous. Wang Li. As Wang Li was scrolling through her phone, a voice called out. Wang Li looked up to see a young woman with heavy makeup clinging to the arm of a portly middle-aged man. Wang Minjun? Wang Li asked. The person looked like Wang Minjun from her class, but the heavy makeup made her uncertain. It really is you. How did you sneak in here? This is Lake City's most exclusive gathering. I know. You must be here working as a server, right? Wang Minjun said with a hint of sarcasm. No way. I came with my brother. Wang Li retorted. Your brother? Is he a security guard here? Doesn't he want to keep his job bringing people in without permission? Wang Minjun, don't you dare speak badly of my brother. Wang Li said angrily. Minmin, aren't you going to introduce me to this beautiful lady? The middle-aged man beside Wang Minjun asked. This is our classmate Wang Li. Wang Minjun introduced reluctantly, clearly aware of the man's intentions. Hello, Wang Li. The middle-aged man extended his hand to shake hers. Wang Minjun, is this your father? Wang Minjun. Middle-aged man. The remark instantly ignited their fury. Wang Li, if you keep talking nonsense, they'll tear your mouth apart. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun fumed. The middle-aged man also spoke up. Wang Li, if you apologize to me now, give me your contact information and promise to come when I call you. I'll let this slide today. Otherwise, not only will you be kicked out, but your brother will lose his job. He had clearly taken Wang Minjun's words at face value, believing that Wang Li's brother was indeed a security guard here. Boyfriend? Wang Li was stunned. Oh no, she had misspoken. It was mainly because Wang Minjun always acted like a rich heiress at school. She always flaunted designer bags, branded clothes, and was chauffeured in luxury cars. Who would have thought she'd find a boyfriend like this? It was disgusting. But since she had already said it, so be it. Who told her to badmouth my brother? I'm not apologizing. Humph. With that, Wang Li turned to leave. But Wang Minjun grabbed her hand. Holding Wang Li, Wang Minjun began to shout loudly. Where are the organizers? Organizers. This person sneaked in to freeload, has been bothering celebrities for photos and brags about it. Isn't anyone going to stop her? I did no such thing. Let go of me. Wang Li struggled desperately to break free. Their quarrel began to draw attention. Gradually, a crowd gathered around them. After all, it was rare to see someone cause trouble in a place like this, and everyone found it quite novel. Just then, the event staff approached. What's going on? A staff member asked. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and said, it's her. She snuck into freeload and has been pestering celebrities for photos. Miss, please show us your invitation, the staff member said to Wang Li. The organizers had rented out the Lakeview Club for tonight's charity gala, and invitations had been sent to virtually every influential business owner in Lake City. Invitations were supposed to be presented at the entrance, but because Lin Dong's car was so impressive, no one dared to stop him. I don't have an invitation. Wang Li was on the verge of tears with so many people watching. See, I told you she was here to freeload. You organizers really need to tighten security. Wang Minjun said arrogantly. Security. Security, the staff member called out. Soon several security guards arrived. Please escort this young lady out, the staff member instructed the guards. Just as the guards were about to move forward. Wait. Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was Lung Qingqiu, the reigning diva. The other was Yao Shui, one of the rising 4 young flowers. She came in with me. She's my temporary assistant. Lung Qingqiu stated. Yes, I can vouch for her too. Yao Shui chimed in. Lung Qingqiu genuinely liked Wang Li, the lively and adorable girl. Seeing her isolated and helpless, she felt a pang of pity and decided to lend a hand out of compassion. After all, it was a small effort for her. As for Yao Shui, witnessing Wang Li's predicament reminded her of her own ordeal the previous day. Having been rescued by a benefactor, she too wanted to help Wang Li. With two major celebrities vouching for Wang Li, the security guards hesitated. Just then the man standing beside Wang Minjun spoke up. Ladies, don't take everything upon yourselves. Some actions come with consequences. Zheng Shuqing naturally recognized these two famous stars. However, he was a tycoon worth hundreds of millions. Though there were many in this hall more powerful than him, these two certainly weren't among them. Celebrities. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were stars. But to tycoons like them, they were merely entertainers. Wang Minjun interrupted. You're lying. Wang Li is my classmate. She's still a college student. How could she be your assistant? Besides, she just said her brother brought her here, and that her brother must be a security guard here. Miss, what's your brother's name? The staff member asked. My brother's name is Lin Dong. Wang Li said, a little aggrieved in a low voice. Lin Dong. Is there a Lin Dong among you? The staff member asked the security guards. The guards exchanged glances and said no. When Yao Shui heard Wang Li say her brother was Lin Dong, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be the same Lin Dong who saved me yesterday? Just as she was about to speak, Wang Li continued. My brother was just taken away by a man named Wang Chong. They said they were going to discuss business, and it seemed they went to the third floor. Wang Chong. Everyone in the crowd was stunned. In Lake City, the only Wang Chong anyone knew of was the eldest son of the Wang family, wasn't it? He was among the highest echelons of Lake City. If her brother could discuss business with Wang Chong, how could he be insignificant? The staff member and Zheng Shuqing began to panic. The young Master Wang was not someone they could afford to offend. In Lake City, young Master Wang was infamous. If he considered you a friend, he would be utterly devoted to you. But if he deemed you an enemy, he would stop at nothing to eradicate you. He had ruined countless small business owners and enterprises in Lake City through various means. Thus a saying circulated in Lake City circles. Even if you couldn't be Wang Chong's friend, you must never become his enemy. At this thought, cold sweat broke out all over Zheng Shuqing. His net worth of a few hundred million was nothing in the eyes of young Master Wang, who could bankrupt him in an instant. Just then Lin Dong and Wang Chong finished their business negotiations and came downstairs. Lin Dong scanned the area, but didn't see Wang Li. He only noticed a large crowd gathered in the middle of the hall. Lin Dong quickly walked over and pushed through the crowd. He saw his cousin Wang Li being held by the arm of a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li seemed upset, struggling to break free, but unable to. Her eyes were already glistening with tears. Little sister, Lin Dong called out. Brother. When Wang Minjun heard Wang Li call out, brother, she instinctively loosened her grip. Wang Li broke free and ran to Lin Dong, hugging him. It's okay. It's okay, Lin Dong comforted her. What happened? Just then Wang Chong walked in and asked. Oh no. The moment he saw Wang Chong, Zheng Shuqing's mind went blank, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. The staff member also wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quietly briefed Wang Chong on what had just happened. Who is he? Wang Chong asked, pointing at Zheng Shuqing after hearing the story. Young Master Wang, his name is Zheng Shuqing. He's the boss of Shanyun Real Estate. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Mr. Zheng, is it? He'll give you 3 days to pack up and get the hell out of Lake City. Otherwise, he'll take matters into my own hands after that. Young Master Wang, I'm sorry. Please have mercy on me. It was all her doing. She set me up. With that, Zheng Shuqing slapped Wang Minjun across the face. The blow sent her sprawling to the ground, utterly dazed. Zheng Shuqing quickly fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Being forced to leave Lake City within 3 days was more agonizing than death itself. He was worth a few hundred million, but not in liquid cash. If it were cash, he could leave and thrive anywhere. However, his wealth was tied up in fixed assets. Forcing him to liquidate everything in 3 days would mean a massive loss. Moreover, with young Master Wang's declaration tonight, who would dare to buy? And he had already invested heavily in a recent project. Leaving now would mean incurring losses. In the end, he would go from being a tycoon worth hundreds of millions to a penniless wretch drowning in debt. He still had mistresses and 2 illegitimate children to support. I won't repeat myself, Wang Chong said expressionlessly. Zheng Shuqing had already lost all hope. But then a voice rang out in the crowd. Wang Chong, are you bullying people again? Yi Hong walked in. President Yi saved me. We've worked together before. It's me, Zheng Shuqing from Shanyun Real Estate. Zheng Shuqing clung to him, as if grasping a lifeline. If anyone in Lake City could save him, Yi Hong was undoubtedly one of them. As the second son of the Yi family, he was originally only the second heir. But he had managed to turn the tables and compete fiercely with his elder brother, leaving the family elders undecided on who to choose as the successor. In the end, they gave each of them a sum of money, allowing them to develop freely for 10 years. Whoever excelled more would be chosen as the heir. 5 years had already passed, and it was said that Yi Hong had firmly secured his advantage. Old Yi, am not the one bullying. He bullied Lin Dong's cousin. What do you think should be done? Wang Chong pointed at Lin Dong. Yi Hong indeed saw Lin Dong holding a young woman. Oh, bullying brother Lin's cousin. You've got some nerve? Yi Hong asked Zheng Shuqing. Huh. Zheng Shuqing was still bewildered. Wang Chong, how did you handle it? I told him to get out of Lake City within 3 days. 3 days? Too long. I think 1 day should suffice. As soon as Yi Hong spoke, Zheng Shuqing fainted on the spot. With 2 big shots in Lake City targeting him, there was no chance of recovery. A rush of blood to the head caused him to collapse. Throw him out and call an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, so be it. If he does, tell him what I said tonight still stands. Wang Chong instructed the staff. Yes, Master Wang. Several security guards carried Zheng Shuqing out, and Wang Minjun was also escorted away. With the matter resolved, everyone looked at Lin Dong with curiosity. Being on good terms with the 2 big shots of Lake City was quite intimidating. Yao Shui felt a surge of joy when she saw Lin Dong. She had thought that given her status, she might never see him again. She hadn't expected to meet him again just a day after their last encounter. In fact, she had secretly hoped for this when she arrived. Since everyone is here, let me say this: Lin Dong is my brother and his cousin is my cousin. From now on in Lake City, if anyone dares to bully her, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Chong announced loudly to the onlookers. And me, Yi Hong added. Thanks, brothers, Lin Dong said. Yi Hong was already over 30 and Wang Chong was at least 26 or 27. Lin Dong felt it was no loss to call them brothers. Brother Lin, no need to be polite. All right, everyone disperse. The crowd gradually drifted away. Yao Shui approached Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Miss Yao, hello. Wang Li, having recovered, looked at Lin Dong and then at Yao Shui, asking, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Yes, I do. Sister Yao Shui, thank you for helping me earlier, and Sister Qingqiu too. Lung Qingqiu, who was about to leave, turned back when she heard Wang Li call her. You're welcome, little sister. Thank you both. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. Both celebrities replied in unison. In Jiang City, at Jiangnan International Mansion, Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the gates. She didn't notice a taxi following behind. Inside the taxi sat a young man and woman besides the driver. Sir, what place is this? The young man asked. Young man, this is the wealthy district of Jiang City. I can't go inside. This is as far as I can take you. That'll be 50, the driver replied. So expensive? The young man asked. Young man, I waited over half an hour. Isn't my time worth money? All right then. Thank you, sir. The two paid and got out. They approached the gate of Jiangnan International Mansion, but a security guard stopped them as they tried to get a closer look. Hey, what are you two doing? Get out of here. This isn't a place for you. Sir, may I ask who owns that red Porsche that just went in? The young man asked. Who? The owner, of course. Is it yours? Get lost. Sir, the property here must be quite expensive, right? Kid, are you from some remote mountain area? Let me tell you, the property here starts at 200,000 per square meter, and a unit costs at least 50 million. What do you think? Oh, that expensive. Could anyone be renting here? Are you out of your mind? Who would buy a 50 million property and rent it out? Besides, anyone who can afford to live here wouldn't care about rent money. Get lost. All right. They'll go now. Thank you, sir. The young man left with the young woman. They found a cheap hotel and checked in. Once inside the room, the woman spoke. Zhao Yang, can't we just go directly to your sister? The young man was Zhao Xian's younger brother Zhao Yang, and the woman was his girlfriend Feng Miao. However, their relationship was opposed by Feng Miao's family because her family lived in a town while Zhao Yang's family was from a rural area. The two had run away from home to seek refuge with Zhao Yang's sister Zhao Xian. But upon arriving, Zhao Yang discovered that his sister had lied to their family. Zhao Xian had said it was hard to make money in the city and that she had to pay rent and living expenses. What Zhao Yang saw was his sister driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. No, let's wait until our parents come. I've been afraid of my sister since I was little. Only my parents can handle her. Let me call my mom first. Zhao Yang took out his phone and dialed. You little brat, where have you run off to? Get back here right now. A middle-aged woman's angry voice came through the phone. Mom, I'm already in Jiang City. I'm not going back, the young man said. You little rascal, you've run off with someone else's daughter and they've come looking for you. Come back immediately. Mom, listen to me. I found my sister. She's rich now, driving a $1 million sports car and living in a multi-million-dollar mansion. You should come and see. Are you dreaming of money? Mom, it's true, I'm not lying. Yesterday, I went to her workplace and saw her leave in a red sports car worth millions. And then the voice on the phone asked. Then I couldn't catch up. Today I took a taxi and waited at the gate. I saw her enter a residential complex. I asked the security guard. The property there starts at 200,000 per square meter, which could buy a whole house back home. Each unit costs at least 50 million. Are you sure you're not lying? Could you have mistaken her for someone else? Why would I lie? Don't I know my own sister? All right, your father and I will come first thing tomorrow morning. That ungrateful girl. She only sends back 20,000 a month while she's living it up in the city with luxury cars and mansions. All right, your father and I will come first thing tomorrow morning. That ungrateful girl. She only sends back 20,000 a month while she's living it up in the city with luxury cars and mansions. Meow Meow, call your parents too and tell them to come tomorrow. Zhao Yang said to Feng Miao after finishing his call with his mother. Why ask them to come? To drag me back. They never approved of us being together. You fool. Your parents oppose us because your family lives in town while mine is from the countryside, and we're not as wealthy as you. But when they see how rich my sister is now, they'll surely change their minds. Then we can be together openly. Feng Miao pondered and found Zhao Yang's reasoning sound. So she called her parents. Her mother scolded them both harshly, but they would definitely come tomorrow. Lying in bed with Feng Miao in his arms, Zhao Yang said, Meow Meow, let's never go back. We'll stay in Jiangcheng. They'll have my sister buy me a luxury car and a mansion. We'll cruise around every day in style. But will your sister really buy them for you? Feng Miao sounded doubtful. If I ask her, she won't. But if my parents ask, she will. Didn't you see I called them over? Trust me, my parents always take my side. I've always gotten the best of everything. I'm the only son in the family. In their eyes, my sister exists to serve me. I want a car like your sister's too. It's gorgeous. I've dreamed of it. All right, they'll get you one. One for each of us. Lost in their fantasies of a blissful future, they gradually drifted off to sleep. In Huqing at the Huxing Club, the charity auction for the evening had already commenced. All attendees were seated in the ground floor hall. The host was Rao Xiaoqing, the star anchor of Huxi Provincial Television. Distinguished guests, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the third charity auction, hosted by Huqing. This is a day of compassion, warmth, and harmony. It is also a day to witness the philanthropic spirit and dedication of people from all walks of life. After the host's address, a video began playing on the large screen. The video depicted the struggles of students in remote mountainous areas, some needing to trek 2 to 3 hours on mountain paths just to reach school. The daily commute consumed 5 to 6 hours. School conditions were abysmal, with desks and benches donated by families worn and broken. Many parents had left to work in cities, leaving behind elderly grandparents and young children. These children, barely of age, had become the pillars of their homes, adept at washing clothes and cooking. They yearned for knowledge, dreaming of leaving the mountains to see the world beyond. The video ended. Rao Xiaoqing announced, all proceeds from tonight's auction will go to the children in the video building new schools, providing new desks, chairs, backpacks, and clothes. Next, we present the first item for auction. It is a song, a new track from the celestial queen Lung Qingqiu. Bidding starts now. No reserve. Feel free to offer any amount. 100,000. 150,000. 300,000. 500,000. Excellent. Bidder number 17 offers 500,000. Any higher? Lin Dong glanced at his paddle, number 7. He raised it casually and said, I bid 5 million. At the announcement, many heads turned toward Lin Dong, curious to see who the magnate was. 5 million. Bidder number 7 offers 5 million. Any higher? 321 sold. Please welcome the celestial queen Lung Qingqiu to perform her new song. Lung Qingqiu took the stage. She hadn't expected her song to fetch such a staggering sum, even though she wouldn't keep a cent. All proceeds were for charity. Yet she was overjoyed, knowing every bit helped the children in the video. After her performance, the auction continued. The second item was a painting by a master artist. It sold for 800,000, though its true value was barely 100,000. Given the charitable nature of the event, such inflated prices were expected. Item after item was sold, but Lin Dong did not bid again. When it was Yao Shui's turn, she auctioned a dance performance. Lin Dong secured it for 5 million as well. It was his nature to repay kindness tenfold. Since they had helped his cousin Wang Li tonight, he would honor them. Soon the auction neared its end. As the last item was sold, the banquet drew to a close. Then Lin Dong raised his paddle and spoke. Host, I'd like to donate a song. Rao Xiaoqing, about to deliver the closing remarks, paused at his request. Having spent 10 million tonight, Lin Dong deserved this courtesy. Rao Xiaoqing invited him to the stage. Mr. Lin wishes to donate a song. Do we have any bidders? She asked. Well, may I buy it back myself? Lin Dong inquired. Buy it back? Yes. Of course. Since Mr. Lin wants to buy his own song, let's enjoy his performance. How much will you offer to buy it back? 100 million. How? How much? Rao Xiaoqing stammered. I bid 100 million to buy back my song. The announcement stunned not only Rao Xiaoqing, but also the hundreds of guests, save for Yi Hong and Wang Chong. All were utterly astonished. 100 million to buy back his own song. That was essentially a 100 million donation. Who was this Lin Dong, never seen before in Huqing? Not only was he on good terms with young masters Wang and Yi, but he had also donated over 100 million. His wealth seemed boundless. Lin Dong walked to the piano and sat down. Tonight, I present a song called The Snail. I hope the children in the video will one day find their own sky. With that, Lin Dong began to play. A gentle melody flowed from the piano. Should I set down this heavy chalet? searching for where the blue sky lies, drifting lightly with the gentle breeze. The wounds I've endured no longer ache. I will climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to gently caress my face. A small shell holds a grand dream. Beneath this heavy shell lies a humble yearning. I will climb step by step. At the peak, I'll soar on a leaf. Tears and sweat beneath this small shell. One day I'll have a sky of my own. As the snail concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video were like the snail in Lin Dong's song, yearning to escape the mountains and find their own sky. Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself? A guest asked from the audience. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, you're incredibly talented and handsome. Yao Shui gazed at Lin Dong on stage, her eyes brimming with admiration. This was the man she revered. Lung Qingqiu watched Lin Dong with equal amazement. This man was truly extraordinary. Early the next morning, Lin Dong escorted Wang Li back to her school and transferred 100 million yuan into her account, telling her to spend it freely and let him know if she needed more. He also advised her to subtly hint at this to her aunt and uncle. Then he drove his Bugatti Veyron back to Jiangqing. The city of Huqing was nearly 1,000 kilometers from Jiangqing, so Lin Dong drove the entire way himself. A premium car truly lived up to its reputation. The high price was justified by its top-tier performance in every aspect. Coupled with Lin Dong's expert-level driving skills, the Bugatti Veyron sped along the fast lane the entire journey. As Lin Dong drove back to Jiangqing, he reflected deeply on recent events. From his cousin's peril at the Golden Splendor to the humiliation at the charity banquet, it was Wang Chong who had resolved each crisis for him. Though he possessed limitless wealth beyond money, he had nothing substantial to offer. Relying on others to solve problems was not a sustainable solution. If Yi Hong and Wang Chong discovered that he lacked any real background, might they covet his fortune? It was highly possible. Hence, he must first enhance his own capabilities and build his own faction. With his infinite financial resources, establishing a faction would be easy, but finding individuals absolutely loyal to him was the true challenge. This would take time, but the faction needed to be set up swiftly. Next, he had to elevate his personal strength. Glancing at his panel, he saw that his godly wealth points remained at 200. This meant the 100 million donated last night and the 100 million transferred to his cousin Wang Li hadn't increased his points. It seemed giving away money didn't earn godly wealth points. He had to purchase something. But his donation of 11 billion to the SCC had increased his points, granting him a premium membership. So donating worked, but only if he received something in return. His physique and mental strength both stood at 50 points, rated as above average. Since raising his physique from 18 to 50, though untested, Lin Dong felt his body was now on par with those who exercised regularly. If he increased his physique to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points, would he become like a superhero? This required gradual exploration. Enhancing his mental strength would sharpen his senses and clear his mind, making it equally essential. Finally, there was the skill section. He currently possessed 5 skills: driving, composing, lyric writing, singing, and piano, all at 10 points with a proficient rating. Since skills could be added freely, could he add the 18 dragons subduing palms? He decided to try. Lin Dong pulled into a service area to test if he could add the skill. If it worked, that would be incredible. He was thrilled at the thought of becoming the world's top martial artist. He entered the skill to add 18 dragons subduing palms. The panel displayed scanning. Had this ever happened before when adding skills? A voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind system. Scan complete. The host world does not possess the skill 18 dragons subduing palms. Addition failed. 10 godly wealth points deducted. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. Novels are just novels. Lin Dong reluctantly accepted reality. As he prepared to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car lurch forward slightly. Lin Dong froze. Damn, was I rear-end? He quickly opened the door to check. Indeed, a BMW was pressed against the rear of his Bugatti Veyron. He glanced around. He was clearly parked in the service area. This should be the other party's fault, right? What bad luck. Losing 10 godly wealth points, and now my newly bought Bugatti gets rear-end. Inspecting the damage, he found it wasn't too severe, which brought some relief. Hey, how did you park? Don't you know this is a road? A woman in her 30s got out and yelled at Lin Dong. Miss, I'm parked inside the service area. You rear-end me, so you're fully at fault, Lin Dong replied calmly. Me at fault? It's clearly your reckless parking. Don't think driving a sports car makes you special. For all I know, you rented or borrowed it. Look at how you've damaged my precious car. I'm telling you, you're not leaving without compensating me. Lin Dong had initially considered letting it slide as the damage wasn't major and he didn't care about the money, but her arrogance infuriated him. Deciding not to argue, he simply called the police. The woman's loud voice drew a crowd of onlookers. It was the May Day holiday and the roads were busy. Many people parked at the service area to watch the spectacle of the Bugatti Veyron being rear-end. Wow, isn't that a Bugatti Veyron? It costs at least 30 million. Even a touch-up paint job would be hundreds of thousands. So expensive. Then the BMW that rear-ended should be fully at fault. Selling that BMW probably won't cover the damages. Luxury cars are terrifying. Better keep my distance in the future. Hey, what are you all saying? Got nothing better to do. The woman snapped at the crowd. Lin Dong thought this woman is picking fights with everyone. Soon traffic police arrived. After inspecting the scene and reviewing service area footage, they ruled the BMW fully at fault for the rear-end collision. The woman fell silent. Miss, since you're at fault, let me clarify, my car is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, one of only 8 in the world. The official price is 60 million and it's now valued at 80 million. For this rear-end damage, repairs will likely start at $1 million. How do you plan to compensate? Lin Dong stated. The bystanders gasped. 80 million. Even a minor scratch cost $1 million to repair. It shattered their worldview. They truly couldn't comprehend the world of the wealthy. What? $1 million? Impossible. You're trying to scam me. Scam you? Look it up on your phone and see if I'm lying. The woman searched online and panicked at the price. I have no money. If you want money, you'll have to take my life. She started acting stubborn again. What a piece of work. Miss, if you can't pay, you'll apply for enforcement. Your house and car will be auctioned and you'll face detention for 10 to 15 days. How does that sound? You. The woman was speechless with fear, her face turning pale. The crowd felt a sense of justice served. Big brother, please don't arrest my mommy. I beg you. I'll apologize for her. When I grow up, I'll work hard and save money to pay you back, okay? Lin Dong looked down to see a little girl about 5 or 6 clutching his pant leg. Little one, is she your mommy? He pointed at the woman. Yes. Does she treat you well? Yes. Has she ever hit you? Mommy only hits when Eneen is naughty. When Eneen is good, she doesn't. Your mommy owes me a lot of money. Are you scared? Eneen isn't scared. Eneen will study hard, work when she grows up, save money, and pay you back, big brother. Do you have any money with you? Yes. The little girl pulled a 10 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Lin Dong. Eneen only has this much. Lin Dong took the 10 yuan, stood up, and walked toward his car, muttering, some people live their lives worse than dogs. He opened the door, got in, started the engine, and sped away, disappearing from sight. Damn, he just let go of over $1 million. The rich truly are incomprehensible. Let's go have a daughter quickly, then we won't have to pay if we crash into a luxury car. In Jiangqing, Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 home to Jiangnan International Residence after work. Just as she arrived at the main gate, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Zhao Xian looked closely. Wasn't that her parents and her younger brother Zhao Yang? And who were the other 3? Why had they come here? Zhao Xian quickly got out of the car. Dad, Mom, Zhao Yang, why are you here? If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known you were living in luxury with a fancy car and a mansion while we toil away back home, said Zhao Xian's motherly chunnying. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss car every day? Why doesn't he let someone else drive it? Mom, can we talk somewhere else? Do you have a place to stay? Let me take you to book 2 hotel rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. Don't think I don't know. Your brother has been watching you for days. You live here every day? Li Chunying pointed at Jiangnan International Residence. Mom, this house belongs to my boss. I can't take you inside. Nonsense. What boss? I think it's your boyfriend. What kind of boss would give you a car and a house? You found a man and forgotten your family. Do you believe he'll discipline you right now? Zhao Xian's father Zhao Tieju raised the wooden stick in his hand and struck her. Zhao Xian hadn't expected her father to suddenly lash out. The blow landed on her arm and tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. She felt deeply wronged. Over the years, she had scrimped and saved for her family, even paying for her brother's college tuition and living expenses. Now she still sent 2,000 yuan home every month. Nearly all the money she had earned since leaving was given to her family, and yet she was still beaten and scolded. But what could she do? They were her parents and her own brother. In the end, with no other choice, she had to lead all 6 of them into the international residence. Zhao Xian thought that Lin Dong had gone home for the May Day holiday and probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. As they entered the room, everyone was stunned. Such a luxurious house. They had never seen anything like it, even on TV, yet it stood before them in reality. Feng Miao's family was also speechless with shock. They had thought themselves quite well off and looked down on Zhao Yang's rural background, but now they realized they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. They no longer found Zhao Yang annoying, in fact they grew to like him more. With a sister like this, how could his future be anything but bright? Sis, this place is way too luxurious. The decor, the view. It's even more extravagant than what you see on TV. Zhao Yang walked over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He wondered what it would feel like to live here every day. The place was so huge that he and Feng Miao could easily stay without any problem. Everyone snapped back to reality, still a bit restrained at first, but then they thought. This was their daughter, Zhao Xian's home, so wasn't it their home too? At that moment, Zhao Xian said, Dad, Mom, why did you come to see me? Go ahead, tell me. Zhao Taizhu pointed at Feng Miao and her parents. Her name is Feng Miao, your brother's girlfriend. These are her parents. Our two families have discussed it. We want to help your brother get married. You just need to take out 5 million to buy them a house and a car. Zhao Xian was so furious, she almost laughed. Her father, a lifelong farmer, opened his mouth asking for 5 million. Did he even know how much 5 million was? It must have been that brat Zhao Yang's idea. I don't have that much money, Zhao Xian said. Then how much can you give? Zhao Taizhu asked. Even he felt that asking for 5 million was too much. It was all Zhao Yang's suggestion. I won't give a single cent. What? You want another beating, don't you? Zhao Taizhu shouted. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give a penny. You ungrateful girl, are you trying to kill me with anger? I'm telling you, you have to come up with the money. Zhao Taizhu pointed at Zhao Xian and cursed. Zhao Xian, also enraged, cried out loudly, ever since I was little you've always favored him, just because he's a son. All the good food went to him. I paid my own way through college by working. Did you ever give a single cent? When he wanted to go to college, and the family had no money, fine, I borrowed it. Then I scrimped and saved to pay it back slowly. Do you know how I lived through that time? I fainted at work from malnutrition. Later, as my job got better, I sent almost everything home every month except for a little living expenses. What more do you want from me? And you little brat, did you waste all your college education? Not only do you have no gratitude, but you also open your mouth asking for 5 million. What do you take me for? An ATM? I'm telling you clearly now, from today on I won't give you another cent. Zhao Xian had been holding this in for far too long. Just because she was a daughter, she had never been valued by her family since childhood. No matter how well she performed, it meant nothing. Even when she ranked first in every exam, she never received a shred of recognition from her parents. But no matter how mischievous Zhao Yang was, they always took his side. Whenever he tattled on her, she was guaranteed a beating. Later, when she got into college, she nearly dropped out because her family refused to pay. They said, why does a girl need so much education? She'll marry out eventually anyway. Better to drop out early and work to support the family. Fortunately, her teacher at the time helped her, and she worked her way through school to complete her studies. And now they came directly to her door, demanding 5 million for her brother's wedding. Where was she supposed to get 5 million? Even though she had been promoted, Lin Dong hadn't mentioned a raise yet. Zhao Xian's outburst stunned everyone present, especially Li Chunying and Zhao Taizhu. Their daughter, who had always been so obedient in their eyes, suddenly dared to talk back to them. They couldn't quite process it. No matter what, if you don't give us the money, we're staying here and not leaving, Li Chunying said stubbornly. Since that's the case, let me be honest with you. This house, my boss let me stay here out of pity. Do you know how much it's worth? Zhao Xian paused, and then continued, 400 million. 400 million. Good heavens. They couldn't comprehend how much money that was. Probably enough to buy up an entire street in their town. Zhao Yang had said his sister's house was worth at least 50 million, but they hadn't believed him. Who would think a house could be so expensive? Yet even 50 million was an underestimate. Do you know what 400 million means? Almost anything in here could buy a house back in our hometown. If you want leave, then I will. Don't blame me if the security guards catch you for burglary. Breaking into a high-end community like this, you'd be looking at least 8 to 10 years in prison. With that, Zhao Xian stood up to leave. Stop right there. Are you rebelling, you ungrateful girl? Zhao Taizhu rose to hit her, but Li Chunying held him back. Dad, ever since I was little, you've always called me ungrateful girl. I'm your daughter. You treat me worse than a beggar on the street. Zhao Xian said, tears in her eyes. Zhao Yang was also frightened. He had thought that by bringing their parents, Zhao Xian would give him anything he wanted. It had always been that way. But now things were developing unexpectedly. Sisui, don't talk. I know exactly what you're thinking. You thought that by bringing mom and dad, you could easily manipulate me. How old are you now? If you want to get married, why don't you earn the money yourself? Zhao Xian ignored them and walked straight out. The others inside immediately got up and followed her. After all, they were from a small town. If they really got caught and locked up for 8 to 10 years, where would they even go to reason? As Zhao Xian reached the entrance hall, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance hall, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance hall, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance hall, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Jiangqing, night had already fallen. Had it not been for the delay on the road, he should have arrived much earlier. Dragging his weary body back to Jiangnan International Mansion, he opened the front door. Lin Dong noticed Zhao Xian's eyes were slightly red, and she was about to head out. Sister Xian, what's wrong? Going out. Then he saw the people behind her. Who are they? Zhao Xian's heart tightened when she saw Lin Dong. Wasn't he supposed to be home for the May Day holiday? Why was he back so soon? And why did he have to return at this very moment? Chairman Lin, I'm sorry, they're my family. They came from our hometown to visit me, so I brought them up to rest for a bit. They'll take them away right now. Zhao Xian spoke nervously. She was afraid Lin Dong would be displeased. This was a house worth 400 million, and she had let people in without his permission while he was away. Surely he would feel uncomfortable. But where are you all going so late? There are plenty of rooms here, aren't there? It's not like there's no space. Lindong asked. In truth, Zhao Xian was overthinking things. A house, after all, was meant for people to live in. There were several rooms downstairs, more than enough for them to stay. Lindong didn't see it as a problem. No, I've booked them a hotel outside. Chairman Lin, ill-just. Before Zhao Xian could finish, Zhao Taizhu interrupted her. Are you this wretched girl's boyfriend? Since you're already living together, you should settle the matter as soon as possible. You're a big boss and our family is humble, but the proper formalities cannot be skipped. Our demands aren't high. Just prepare a betrothal gift of 10 million and buy your brother-in-law a house, a car, and an RV here in Jiangcheng. No need for anything too expensive. Since you can afford such a lavish house, this request shouldn't be too much, should it? Lindong was taken aback. Wretched girl. Was she referring to Zhao Xian? What kind of father called his own daughter that? He must have mistaken him for Zhao Xian's boyfriend. But considering that he and Zhao Xian lived together, to outsiders it did look like cohabitation. This was a situation he couldn't clear up even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Still demanding 10 million in betrothal gifts plus a house and a car in Jiangcheng. Was this selling off their daughter? Lindong said nothing and glanced at Zhao Xian. He saw Zhao Xian's chest heaving violently, her eyes wide with terror as she glared at her father, tears streaming down her face. She shouted, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? How is that nonsense? You're already living together. Isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you ever find a husband in the future? How can we hold our heads up among the villagers? Zhao Taizhu retorted. Uncle Lim, just Sister Xian's boss, not her boyfriend. Lindong couldn't help but say, Boss, does a boss live with his subordinate? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Zhao Taizhu asked. Lindong was speechless. This was truly a case of trying to steal a taste, but ending up covered in stench. No matter how he explained, the other party wouldn't listen, so Lindong fell silent. Dad, I'm begging you, please stop talking, okay? Do you really want to drive me to my death? Zhao Xian cried out loudly to Zhao Taizhu. Sis, Dad is doing this for your own good. Zhao Yang interjected. He was overjoyed now. Since Dad had asked his sister and brother-in-law to buy him a house and a car in Jiangcheng, it was as good as done. And that 10 million in betrothal gifts would surely end up in his hands too. That would make him a man with a car, a house, and savings. Why bother working or toiling away? Wouldn't it be better to just drive around and enjoy life every day? Feng Miao and her family of 3 were also ecstatic. If things went according to Zhao Taizhu's plan, they would wholeheartedly support this marriage for their daughter. 10 million plus buying a house and car in Jiangcheng. When they returned home, they would feel immensely proud. Zhao Xian looked at her parents and brother, seeing not a shred of guilt over her pain, even as she threatened to die. They were here for the money. If Lindong were a pauper, they would have done everything to force her to break up. Seeing that Lindong was wealthy, they acted like they were selling their daughter, trying to extort a fortune from him. In their eyes, there was only money. As long as they got paid, perhaps it didn't even matter whether they had a daughter like her. In that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly understood. From the day she was born, she was destined to be a tool for this family. She could only blame herself for being so naive in the past, sending every penny she saved back home, thinking that was where her roots lay. At this moment, she realized she was nothing but a mayfly, rootless and adrift. Her heart grew cold and frozen. Zhao Xian said nothing more, turned around, and stepped into the elevator. All she wanted now was to escape this place. Sensing something was wrong, Lindong hurried after her and squeezed into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. The remaining Zhao Yang and the others looked at each other at a loss for what to do. In the end, they decided to leave. After all, this was someone else's house, and they were genuinely frightened by Zhao Xian's reaction, afraid they might be mistaken for thieves and arrested. In a park within Jiang City, Lindong and Zhao Xian sat beside a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences over the past 20-odd years. Lindong listened quietly, saying nothing. Chairman Lin, am I foolish? Whatever they wanted, I gave them. If I didn't have it, I borrowed it, then scrimped and saved to pay it back. After finishing, Zhao Xian asked, Sister Xian, you're not foolish. You're just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they take it for granted. Lindong replied after a moment's thought. Perhaps, but I've made up my mind. The first 20-some years were for them. The next decades, I want to live for myself. Sister Xian, why not invite your parents to the hotel for a meal tomorrow? Since they've come all this way, it's only fitting I show some courtesy. If you need money, just take it from finance. Whatever decision you make, he'll support you. Lindong said. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Zhao Xian leaned into Lindong's embrace, weeping. She had feared he would despise her for having such a family, but to her surprise, he showed no disdain. Little did she know Lindong had lost his parents as a child, and his life at his uncle's house was hardly better. Yet he had a loving aunt and a younger aunt, while Zhao Xian had no one. He truly felt for her. She had given everything for her family, only to realize they saw her as nothing more than a tool to earn money. Sister Xian let it all out. Cry and you'll feel better. Lin Dong gently patted her back. Zhao Xian wept in his arms for about half an hour before rising. Seeing the wet patch on his chest from her tears, she felt a little embarrassed. Chairman Lin, I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet. It's fine, Sister Xian. Let's head back. The two returned to Jiangnan International Mansion. They found Zhao Yang, and the others had left. Chairman Lin will go look for them. Zhao Xian made to leave, but Lin Dong stopped her. Sister Xian, didn't you say you wanted to live for yourself from now on? You need to learn to say no. If you go after them now, it'll only encourage them further. Besides, they're all adults. Nothing will happen to them. Well, all right. Good night, Chairman Lin. Zhao Xian said, then retreated to her room. She felt Lin Dong was right. If she was to live for herself, she had to learn to refuse. Lin Dong lay in bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host Lin Dong. Balance 99999686546255465. Physique 50 strong. Spirit 50 strong. Skills: car driving 10 mastery. Piano technique 10 mastery. Singing 10 mastery. Lyric writing 10 mastery. Composition 10 mastery. Wealth points 190. 190 wealth points remained. Eager to enhance his abilities, he steeled himself and added 50 wealth points to physique. The original 50 points instantly became 100. In that instant, Lin Dong felt a burning heat throughout his body, as if countless ants were crawling in his muscles, an intensely prickling sensation. It lasted a full 5 minutes before fading. Lin Dong felt as if he had just emerged from water, drenched completely. Without rushing to get up, he added another 50 wealth points to spirit. His mind suddenly felt dizzy and hazy, as if he had blacked out from drinking. Closing his eyes, he lay still on the bed. After a few minutes, clarity returned. He opened his eyes. His vision seemed to have sharpened greatly. He had been slightly nearsighted before. But now he could even see a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling. Not just see it, but discern which leg it was moving. How incredible! Lin Dong quickly checked the panel. Host Lin Dong. Balance 99999686546255465. Physique 100 limit. Spirit 100 limit. Skills: car driving 10 mastery. Piano technique 10 mastery. Singing 10 mastery. Lyric writing 10 mastery. Composition 10 mastery. Wealth points 90. Physique and spirit had reached 100, seemingly at their limit with the plus sign gone. Did that mean no further improvement? Impossible. Could it really be capped so soon? With all this money, what would he do with future wealth points? Boost skills. Even the 18 dragon subduing palms couldn't be enhanced. What a waste. Never mind, head, set it aside and study it later. He had a feeling this system wasn't so simple. Lin Dong got up, his skin feeling sticky. He walked to the pool. Sister Xian was probably asleep by now. He couldn't care less. Stripping off his clothes, he dove into the pool. So refreshing. After swimming 2 laps and washing himself clean, Lin Dong climbed out and examined his body. There was no visible change, no bulging muscles. But he felt explosive power surging within him. He felt he could fell an ox with a single punch. The next morning, in the chairman's office of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Sister Xian, I plan to establish an investment company named Donglai International. But I don't have the time, so I need someone trustworthy to build the team. I hope you can help me. Chairman Lin, I'm afraid I can't do it well. Zhao Xian hesitated. She wanted to go, but feared her own inadequacy might hinder Lin Dong's grand plans. Sister Xian, you have the ability. You shouldn't be confined to this small hotel. You ought to see the world outside. Then, they'll give it a try. Go ahead boldly. The greatest support I can give you is unlimited financial resources. If you think someone is capable, well, poach them. If others offer $1 million, well, offer 5 million, 10 million. As long as they're talented, we won't be afraid to spend. All right. When should I leave? The sooner the better. Then he'll depart tomorrow. Fine. Call your parents over. Let's have a meal together. After last night's events, Lin Dong felt Zhao Xian had changed. She used to be optimistic and cheerful. Now she was transforming into a cold businesswoman. Honestly, Lin Dong preferred the old Zhao Xian, who would occasionally tempt him inadvertently. But there was no helping it. People always changed after experiencing certain things. Meanwhile, at an ordinary hotel where Zhao Taizhu and his family were staying. That morning, they gathered together, waiting for Zhao Taizhu to decide their next move. Dad, what are we going to do today? Zhao Yang asked. What to do? We'll go straight to her hotel and find her. But what if my sister refuses to see us? Refuse to see us. I raised her all these years. Now that she's living well, she wants to disown me. He'll make a scene at her workplace. He'll make sure she can't hold her head up in front of her colleagues. Right? That's what we'll do. That ungrateful girl thinks she can just dump us now that she's got a taste of success. It won't be that easy. Li Chunhua chimed in. Feng Miao and her family of 3 stood by in silence, though they still hoped Zhao Yang could get Zhao Xian's help as it concerned their daughter's future happiness. Just as the group was about to head to the Golden Leaf Hotel, where Zhao Xian worked, Zhao Xian called, inviting them to dine at the hotel. Dad, it looks like Sis has given in. Our house and car are as good as ours. Zhao Yang said gleefully. Feng Miao was also delighted. What was Zhao Yang's was hers, wasn't it? She would be driving a luxury car soon. Zhao Taiju finally cracked a smile. Look at you, so easily satisfied. Your brother-in-law is a big tycoon living in a house worth hundreds of millions. He can't possibly manage that huge hotel all by himself. Didn't you say your sister is some kind of manager? Get her to set you up with a supervisory job. Right, my sister is the general manager. She's second only to brother-in-law. He'll have her find me a job, and Miao Miao too. Have your sister put you in charge of people and Miao Miao in charge of money. That way your brother-in-law won't have the means to fool around outside. You two can help support your sister, Li Chunhua said. And so the group cheerfully made their way to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon arrival, a waiter led them to private room No. 1. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated inside, and the dishes were all served. Seeing the table laden with exotic delicacies, everyone's mouths began to water. Only emperors on TV get to eat such fine food. I never thought I'd have the chance. Uncle Annie, you've come a long way. Today let me be the host. Eat your fill. If it's not enough, we'll have the kitchen make more, Lin Dong said. Thanks, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang sat down and began to eat, and the others soon followed suit. This lobster is delicious. Miao Miao, have some. Dad, Mom, you should try this lobster too. Why is this crab so big? Mom, that's a king crab. It's really expensive, one costs several thousand. What's this? It's black and melts in your mouth. It's so good. That's caviar. It's even more expensive. This is abalone. I don't recognize this one either. This one tastes even better. As they were eating heartily, Lin Dong stood up. Uncle Annie, take your time. I have some matters to attend to. If it's not enough, just tell Sister Xian to order more from the kitchen. Brother-in-law, go ahead. Zhao Yang replied with his mouth full. Lin Dong left. He knew Zhao Xian had things to discuss with her family. He didn't want to be present to influence her decision. Whatever she chose to do, he would support her. A while after Lin Dong left, Zhao Xian spoke. Finish your meal and pack up to go home. They'll send money to you on time every month. Sis, I don't want to go back. Find me a job here, Zhao Yang said. Zhao Xian thought for a moment. If Zhao Yang could work steadily here, it would be a good thing. So she said, then give me your college diploma, and you'll see which position suits you. Zhao Yang fell silent. The room grew quiet. Zhao Xian kept her eyes fixed on Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang felt a chill. He had always been a bit afraid of her, but never like this. Zhao Xian's gaze made his blood run cold. Finally, with no other choice, he said, well, sis, actually, I never went to college. Oh, you never went to college? Then what about the money I scrimped and saved to send you for your tuition? Zhao Xian took a deep breath and asked. Well, back then I lost some money gambling. I was in a tight spot, so I lied to you and said I got into college, Zhao Yang stammered. So you all conspired to deceive me. I lived frugally, even sacrificed my health and collapsed at work. All the money I saved went to pay off your gambling debts. Sis, we had no choice. The debt collectors said if I didn't pay, they'd take my hand. Mom and Dad had to lie to you. I know it was all my fault, but I've changed. I haven't gambled since, Zhao Yang explained. I can vouch for that. Yang Yang really has turned over a new leaf. Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the rage surging within her. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to calm the fury within her heart. Fine then. You'll start from the very bottom as a waiter. Sis, I don't want to be a waiter. Give me a supervisory role and let Miao Miao handle the finances so that brother-in-law won't have money to fool around outside. He'll report his every move to you faithfully. That's what Mom said. She told us to help you keep an eye on things. Zhao Yang said boldly. Zhao Xian was truly exasperated to the point of laughter. Supervisory role. Finances. Help her keep an eye on things. They were trying to sideline Lin Dong entirely. Were they thinking that someday this hotel would bear the Zhao family name? It was astonishing they could even conceive such a scheme. Want to handle the finances? Do you know the monthly turnover here? Do you know how much this meal cost you? They'll tell you. This meal cost $1 million. The monthly revenue here is nearly $1 billion. Do you think you have the capability to manage that? The moment Zhao Xian finished speaking, everyone stopped eating, lifting their heads to stare at her in shock. $1 million for one meal. That was utterly absurd. Sis, you just said. How much did this meal cost? Zhao Yang swallowed a mouthful of food and asked in a hushed tone. This meal of yours cost a total of $1 million. For a long moment, no one spoke. After the shock subsided, Li Chunhua said, You mean this place makes that much in a month? Seems you've got good taste. Then we've decided not to go back. We've worked hard for most of our lives. It's time we enjoyed ourselves. Since you're so wealthy, why not buy Yang Yang a house and a car soon so he can settle down and get married? Zhao Taiju added. Zhao Xian looked at her family in disbelief. They were all cut from the same cloth. She truly felt a deep sorrow for being born into such a family. She had initially thought that since they were her own flesh and blood, she should help them as much as she could. But now she only wanted to leave as soon as possible, not wanting to see these people for even a moment longer. You all go ahead and eat. I'm stepping out for a bit. With those words, Zhao Xian rose and left. Her heart had turned cold. Her own family had conspired to deceive her. The money she had scrimped and saved had been used by them to pay off gambling debts. Today she had the means to grant their requests. Tomorrow they would demand even more. They would never be satisfied, never know gratitude, only endlessly take. She truly could not bear to see these people any longer. The others resumed their feasting. After all, a meal worth over $1 million was not something to waste. Zhao Xian arrived at the chairman's office. Lin Dong was idly playing with his phone. "Oh, Sister Xian, why are you back so soon?" "Chairman Lin, I want to leave right now. I can't stand to see them any longer." Zhao Xian said. "Leave now? What about them? Should I give them some money?" Lin Dong asked. He guessed that Zhao Xian's family must have said something hurtful to provoke such a strong reaction. Since Zhao Xian had made up her mind, he would support her. Absolutely not. Once you give them money, it'll never end. They'll never be satisfied. So we just ignore them. Yes, don't bother. If they cause trouble at the hotel, just call the police and have them locked up for a couple of days. That'll teach them. All right then. Where's your first stop, Sister Xian? Shanghai. It's a world-class metropolis with a concentration of talent. I have a college roommate there. I can ask for her help. Great. I wish you a smooth journey, Sister Xian. He'll throw you a celebration banquet when you return. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Little did Zhao Taizhu and the others know that Zhao Xian had already left and was flying to Shanghai. They had eaten far too much, but they simply could not bear to waste the delicacies worth $1 million. That single meal dragged on for a full 3 hours. After finishing their meal, they left the private room and were led by the waiter to the chairman's office. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked. Don't call me brother-in-law. I've told you Sister Xian and I are just colleagues. We've never done anything inappropriate, and I'm still a college student. How could I be your brother-in-law? Lin Dong said. They exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It was fine to call him that during the meal, but now it wasn't. Boss Lin, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked again. Your sister has left. After you finish eating, you should go home too. Lin Dong replied. Left? Then we'll go find her. When I say left, I don't mean she left the hotel, but that she left Jiangxing. This is Sister Xian's resignation letter. See for yourselves. Lin Dong handed Zhao Yang a sheet of paper. Resigned. Their hearts sank, sensing something was wrong. Zhao Yang took it and saw it was indeed Zhao Xian's resignation letter. Boss Lin, why did my sister resign? How should I put it? Sister Xian felt that if she worked here, you all would keep pestering her, and since she couldn't meet your demands, she chose to leave. Lin Dong answered. Then where did my sister go? Not sure. I think she went to stay with a college roommate. Li Chunhua quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhao Xian's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Sorry. It was over. All over. Li Chunhua slumped to the ground. Are you and that wretched girl in cahoots to fool us? I'm telling you, if she doesn't show up, we're staying here and not leaving. Zhao Taizhu said angrily to Lin Dong. Old man, don't get angry here. Your daughter left, but I didn't drive her away. You drove her away. What does it have to do with me? If you make a scene here, that's on you. I don't care. If she doesn't come out, I'll stay here. At least he'll get good food and drink every day. Zhao Taizhu remained unmoved. Old man, when Sister Xian was here, out of respect for her, I treated you to the best food in the hotel. This meal cost millions. But now that she's gone, I have no reason to be polite. If you cause trouble, I'll call the police. They'll lock you up for a year or two, and you'll lose your dignity in your old age. Don't blame me, Lin Dong said slowly. As expected, his words frightened them. In their eyes, Lin Dong was a big shot. Don't try to scare me. I've lived a long life, and am not easily intimidated, Zhao Taizhu said. But his trembling voice betrayed his inner unease. Old man, why would I scare you? I know a bit about Sister Xian's situation. You're both her parents, but why is the difference so great? If either of you had cared a little more for Sister Xian, she wouldn't have left like this. I saw her crying bitterly when she left, and she said she had repaid your kindness in raising her over the years. She doesn't want to see you again. You'll probably never find her. Zhao Taizhu heard Lin Dong's words and nearly fainted from a surge of anger. Li Chunhua quickly stepped forward to support him. Zhao Yang's mind went blank. All the beautiful futures he had imagined were shattered. Feng Miao's parents pulled her ready to leave. They didn't want to accompany Zhao Taizhu in his madness. What if they actually got arrested? Miao Miao, Zhao Yang called out. Feng Miao turned to look at him pitifully. Why are you still looking at this useless thing? He had such a good opportunity, but they forced Zhao Xian away. Now there's nothing. With his abilities, when will he ever afford a house? Or a car? Come on, let's go home. Don't see him anymore. Mom will find someone better for you. Feng's mother pulled Feng Miao and spoke harshly to Zhao Yang. In an instant, Zhao Yang felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were overcome with rage and grief. If Zhao Xian really changed her contact information, where would they find her? Besides, for years, Zhao Xian had sent money home every month. They had grown accustomed to it and hadn't worked in a long time. In their village, their family was the envy of everyone. They had a good daughter and could spend money without working. What would happen if the money suddenly stopped? Would they have to return to the old days of working from dawn to dusk, toiling endlessly? What would the villagers think of them? Thinking this, the old couple was filled with regret. They should have stayed home. Every day they could play cards and stroll around, passing the time easily. It was all Zhao Yang's fault. If not for him, they would still be living comfortably at home. Now everything was gone. The old couple never reflected on how harsh they had been to Zhao Xian since childhood. They only regretted listening to Zhao Yang and coming all the way from their hometown. Of course they were right in one way. If they had stayed home, Zhao Xian would not have stopped sending money. Lin Dong sat quietly on the sofa watching the family's performance. He could have given Zhao Yang and the others money to send them away, even if they asked for a huge sum. He could afford it. But he didn't want to. Given such a family background, it was a miracle that Zhao Xian hadn't gone astray. Lin Dong truly admired her. Someone like Zhao Xian had both figure and face, no less than the three goddesses of Jiang University, and she even exuded a mature woman's charm that was even more alluring to men. He knew this well. Working in a high-end place like the Golden Leaf Hotel surrounded by big bosses, if she really wanted to make money without scruples, it would be all too easy. Old man, if you still don't believe me, you can wait at the hotel entrance every morning to see if Sister Xian comes to work. But of course you can't disrupt the hotel's normal operations. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. That's all I have to say. You can leave now. They left dejectedly. Lin Dong didn't know if they would return to their hometown immediately or continue waiting, but it was none of his concern. Some things are only appreciated when lost. Once they lose Sister Xian's support and suffer for a while, perhaps they will remember her kindness. Some things are only appreciated when lost. Once they lose Sister Xian's support and suffer for a while, perhaps they will remember her kindness. Some things are only appreciated when lost. Once they lose Sister Xian's support and suffer for a while, perhaps they will remember her kindness. In the afternoon, Lin Dong went to register a company named Donglai International Investment Co., Ltd., appointing Zhao Xian as the general manager and incorporating the Golden Leaf Hotel under its umbrella. However, it was still a hollow shell awaiting Zhao Xian to recruit various talents before the company could expand. The next day, when Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, he found Zhao Yang and his family of three hiding in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. As expected, they still refused to give up. Lin Dong ignored them and went straight into the hotel. The morning passed by in a leisurely manner. Midway, Lin Dong received a package, a premium membership badge from SCC headquarters. Though called a badge, it was actually a ring engraved with the SCC logo. Just as Lin Dong was about to leave, he received an unexpected phone call. The call came from Jiang Shan's best friend Zhu Yan. She told Lin Dong that Jiang Shan had suddenly fainted and was now in the hospital. Lin Dong was taken aback upon hearing this. What does Jiang Shan fainting have to do with me? She dumped me after all. Shouldn't she be calling Huang Junlang? Lin Dong considered not bothering with it. But as he pondered, he couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. He decided to go. After all, it carried 4 years of his memories. It would be a closure for himself. He drove to the hospital. Zhu Yan had told him about buying some fruit on the way. Driving a limited edition Bugatti Veyron to buy fruit naturally stirred up a commotion. The fruit stall was almost mobbed, and the delighted vendor sold as much as he usually would in a day within moments. Thus, the fruit Lin Dong bought today was exceptionally generous in quantity. Walking down the hospital corridor, Lin Dong suddenly overheard 2 voices from a consultation room. Doctor, please save my mother, I beg you. Alas, sir, this hospital is not a charity. Without money, how can we treat her? Treat her first, and he'll find a way to get the money. Sir, let me be frank with you. Your mother's condition is very severe. Even if we operate here, the success rate isn't high. You should find a hospital with more advanced equipment. That would increase the chances. Doctor, how long does my mother have left? Without surgery, about 3 months. If the operation succeeds, she could live for another decade or so. But if it fails, she might not even survive 3 months. As he passed the consultation room, Lin Dong glanced inside casually. A man in his 30s was pleading desperately with a doctor around 50 to save his mother. Lin Dong paid no heed. Such scenes unfolded daily. A lifetime of hard work only to lose everything to a serious illness. He entered the ward Zhu Yan had mentioned. Zhu Yan sat by the bed. Jiang Shan lay pale-faced, and a doctor was examining her. Lin Dong walked in and placed the fruit on a chair. Seeing Lin Dong enter, a flicker of joy crossed Jiang Shan's pale face. She knew Zhu Yan must have notified him. Lin Dong stood still. After the doctor finished the examination, he turned and found Lin Dong behind him. Are you the patient's boyfriend? You young people are so careless. The patient is 3 weeks pregnant and still so weak. If this continues, it will harm the fetus development. If you don't want the child, you should wait until her body recovers before surgery. Pregnant. Lin Dong's mind buzzed at the doctor's words, a searing pain tearing through his heart. For years, a full 4 years, countless days and nights, he had braved all weather to deliver food to Jiang Shan's dormitory. So many times after earning money from part-time jobs, he felt joy at being able to buy her gifts. They had cried together and laughed together. They had dreamed of the future, getting married, having a pair of lovely children. Never did they imagine it would end like this. In their 4 years together, he had never gone against her wishes to touch her. Yet as soon as she was with someone else, she became pregnant. What a bitter irony. Was their 4-year relationship really so cheap? Not even worth a new designer handbag. Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, I understand. Thank you, doctor. When Jiang Shan heard the doctor tell Lin Dong she was pregnant, the last shred of hope she harbored crumbled. Her already pale face grew even whiter. She opened her mouth to speak, but found she couldn't utter a sound. Zhu Yan hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Watching her best friend cry every day, she had wanted to help her win Lin Dong back. She knew Lin Dong still loved Jiang Shan. She had witnessed all their sweet moments together, but she hadn't foreseen this. The doctor left. The ward fell into a profound silence. Finally, Jiang Shan broke the silence, saying, Lin Dong, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Everyone has the right to choose. Since you've chosen this path, I wish you well. Lin Dong, I'm truly sorry. If I hadn't been so vain accepting Huang Junlang's gifts, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to the party, and I wouldn't have been taken advantage of when I drank too much. When I woke up the next day, it was too late. Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely, hearing Jiang Shan's explanation, Lin Dong felt not a ripple of emotion. He had expected to be furious to seek revenge on Huang Junlang, but he wasn't. Was it really just because she was drunk? Perhaps there were other reasons. After all, his cousin Wang Li had just experienced something similar 2 days ago. But if Jiang Shan's resolve had been firm, how could Huang Junlang have found an opportunity? In the end, their 4-year bond wasn't strong enough. Jiang Shan had already harbored such thoughts. Even without Huang Junlang, there would have been someone else. Well, since you're fine, I'll be going now. Lin Dong didn't want to stay, he wanted to leave. Jiang Shan was stunned. Lin Dong's reaction surprised her. There was no anger toward Huang Junlang. No pity for her. Only calm. Based on her 4 years of knowing Lin Dong, he shouldn't be like this. She realized at that moment she didn't understand the Lin Dong before her. Lin Dong walked out of the ward. He silently murmured to himself, Jiang Shan. Goodbye. Thus he drew a full stop to his 4-year relationship. From now on, Jiang Shan would be completely in his past. The room echoed with Jiang Shan's uncontrollable sobs. But these had nothing to do with him anymore. As he walked out of the hospital, Lin Dong took a few deep breaths. It was all over. The moment he finally let go, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Just as he drove out of the hospital gate, a voice rang out beside him, Thief. Stop the thief. Lin Dong quickly pulled the car over. Getting out, he saw a young man not far away running toward him, clutching a wallet in his hand. A woman in her 30s was chasing from behind, still a distance away. Move it. Move it. You want to die? The young man shouted, brandishing a dagger in his other hand. Lin Dong was just about to test the power of his physique, which he had pushed to its limits. Just as he was about to act, he felt a shadow streak past him with incredible speed. When Lin Dong looked at the thief, he found the man already pinned to the ground by a hand. The thief struggled fiercely on the ground, but could not break free from the iron-like grip. A master. An absolute master. That was Lin Dong's first impression. His spirit had reached its peak, and his 6 senses were razor-sharp. As the man passed by, Lin Dong could sense the powerful aura surging from within him. Lin Dong looked closely. Wasn't this the man who had begged the doctor to save his mother in the hospital? Xiao Pejuan walked out of the hospital, his heart filled with anxiety. His mother was gravely ill, requiring a large sum of money for a chance at recovery. But he had no money. For years he had worked as a mercenary abroad, earning a substantial amount, hoping to return home and give his family a good life. However, just as they were about to complete their final mission, protecting a high-ranking official from a small nation during a speech, they were ambushed by unknown assailants. Only 3 of the 12 in their group survived. After returning home, the 3 of them unanimously decided to distribute all their earnings to the families of the brothers who would never return. Because at least they had made it back alive, while the comrades who had shared life and death with them for years were left behind in foreign lands. Little did he expect his mother's illness to strike so suddenly. If surgery wasn't performed soon, the optimal treatment window would be missed. But where could he possibly find such a large sum of money? An old saying goes, a single coin can stump a hero. And now the sum was far greater than a single coin. What could he do? After years abroad, his closest brothers were the 2 who had returned with him. But they, like him, came from impoverished families. Otherwise, who would risk their lives abroad for money? They had returned without a penny left. Now they were surely struggling to make ends meet. Asking them for help would be like trying to put out a blazing fire with a cup of water. Just as he stepped out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting to catch a thief. Instinctively, he rushed over and subdued the thief. With one hand, he pinned the thief to the ground. No matter how the man thrashed, it was futile. Soon the victim, a woman, caught up and took back her stolen wallet from Xiao Pejuan. Thank you, sir, the woman said gratefully. It's nothing. Call the police quickly. Xiao Pejuan replied. Yes, yes. The woman took out her phone and called the police. A few minutes later the police arrived and took the thief away. The woman kept thanking Xiao Pejuan and even pulled out a large sum of money from her wallet to reward him. But he refused. He hadn't caught the thief for money, and even though he desperately needed it now, he couldn't accept it. Just as he was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. He stepped left, and the figure moved left. He stepped right, and the figure moved right. After several attempts, he realized the person was doing it deliberately. Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Pejuan looked at Lin Dong before him and asked, Brother, how about we find a place to talk? Lin Dong said, We don't know each other, do we? I can provide the money to save your mother. But don't misunderstand. I just happened to see you pleading with the doctor when I was visiting a friend at the hospital. Xiao Pejuan studied Lin Dong carefully. Having spent years on the brink of life and death, he could sense a faint threat emanating from Lin Dong. He was curious how this young man managed that. Even in the foreign mercenary world, few could pose a threat to him. The two found a nearby park. Since it was still early, there were few people around. Brother, what's your name? Lin Dong asked. My name is Xiao Pejuan. Brother Xiao, I know you urgently need money to save your mother. I can arrange for the best hospital, the finest equipment, and the most effective medicine for your aunt. But regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. How about it? Xiao Pejuan stared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong met his gaze without flinching. After a moment, Xiao Pejuan said, Fine, but it'll only protect your safety. I won't help you with anything illegal. Deal. Lin Dong extended his hand. Xiao Pejuan extended his as well. Their hands clasped together, and in that moment a legend was born. Brother Xiao, my name is Lin Dong. You may address me as Young Master Lin from now on. Young Master Lin, please don't call me Brother Xiao. Just call me Pejuan. Very well, Pejuan, I wish to spar with you. Lin Dong had long desired to test his own capabilities. Ever since his physique and spirit had reached their limits, Lin Dong not only experienced a significant enhancement in his six senses, but also felt an inexhaustible surge of power within his body. Young Master Lin, please. Xiao Pejuan declared. He too was eager to witness the true extent of this young man's strength who had managed to stir a hint of threat within him. The two took their positions standing about a dozen meters apart. Lin Dong possessed no elaborate techniques. He relied solely on his acute senses and the explosive power contained within his physique. He strove to channel the energy within, letting it permeate his entire being. At this moment, the aura radiating from Lin Dong resembled that of a primordial tyrannosaur. Xiao Pejuan felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Amidst his inner shock, he too released the blood-soaked aura he had cultivated over years of teetering on the brink of life and death. Lin Dong pushed off the ground with all his might, his body instantly shooting towards Xiao Pejuan as he threw a punch. Since this was merely a spar and Lin Dong lacked a clear understanding of his own strength, he used only half of his power in this strike. As Lin Dong charged, Xiao Pejuan sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. In a momentary daze, the opponent's fist was already hurtling towards him. Hastily, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow. Thud! Xiao Pejuan was sent flying back 7 or 8 meters by Lin Dong's punch before he could come to a halt. Lin Dong stopped precisely where Xiao Pejuan had been standing, grimacing as he shook his right hand, which was now stinging with pain. Meanwhile, Xiao Pejuan stared at his own slightly swollen and reddened arm, his face etched with sheer astonishment. Lin Dong's strength was far beyond anything he had imagined. Although Lin Dong had initially posed a faint threat to him, he hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, Lin Dong was far too young, appearing to be merely around 20 years of age. How could someone so young, even if they had trained since childhood, possibly compare to a man who had spent years on the battlefield? Consequently, a hint of disdain for Lin Dong had crept into his heart. Yet Lin Dong's single punch had just sent him flying over 7 or 8 meters, leaving his arms swollen and red. He had truly underestimated Lin Dong. Indeed, there is always a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. He was still unaware that Lin Dong had only used half of his strength. If he had known, one could only wonder what he would have thought. Pejuan, how was my punch? Lin Dong asked, shaking his right hand, which was still throbbing with residual pain. Young Master Lin, you are the foremost person of your age that I have ever encountered. To possess such strength at such a young age, Pejuan is in awe. The foremost person of my age. Does that mean he has seen those more powerful than me, only they were older? Lin Dong was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Pejuan's assessment. He had already reached the dual limit. Were there still those stronger than him? Did that mean he could never surpass them? Even with a cheat-like advantage, could he not achieve invincibility? It seemed he needed to study the system more thoroughly. Pejuan, let's go. Let's help your aunt switch to a better hospital and get the surgery done early so you can rest assured and stay by my side. Thank you, young Master Lin. Xiao Pejuan said, his voice choked with emotion. Lin Dong inquired in the Jiangnan Province SCC group chat if anyone knew a senior figure at the first hospital. Soon someone replied. A person named Lu Chun added Lin Dong as a friend and provided him with a phone number telling him to contact the director of the first hospital. Lin Dong made the call and explained his purpose. The person on the other end was very courteous and enthusiastic, informing Lin Dong that they could transfer the patient at any time and that a team of specialists would be assembled for a consultation immediately. When Lin Dong arrived at the first hospital that afternoon, with Xiao Pejun and his mother, a team of over a dozen specialists was already waiting at the entrance. "You must be Mr. Lin." "Hello, I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We will do our utmost to treat the patient." "Then I thank you, Director Lu. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. It is our duty." What followed was a series of thorough examinations conducted by the team of over a dozen specialists on Xiao Pejun's mother. The final conclusion was that surgery must be performed as soon as possible to prevent the condition from worsening. With each passing day, the risk of the operation would increase. Consequently, the hospital scheduled the surgery for Xiao Pejun's mother the following day. Inside the VIP ward of the first hospital. "Pejun, does such a nice hospital cost a lot of money?" "Mom, don't worry. I've already taken care of the money. Just focus on getting better. I don't want to be treated anymore. Save that money to find yourself a wife. You're already over 30 and still not married. Look at that boy next door who grew up with you. His son is almost in middle school. Mom, please get well soon. He'll find a wife and give you a big, healthy grandson, all right? All right. You must keep your word. All your mother wants in this life is to hold a grandchild." Xiao Pejun withdrew from the ward and wiped his moistened eyes. The greatest regret of his life was what he owed his parents. He absolutely could not let his mother leave this world with any regrets. The next day, Xiao Pejun's mother's surgery was very successful, performed by the top medical professors from Jiangnan province, with the hospital specifically sending 2 senior nurses to care for her. Lin Dong gave Xiao Pejun the Ben's G class, and Xiao Pejun began his work secretly protecting Lin Dong. Zhao Yang's family split into 2 groups. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua stood guard at the hotel entrance. Zhao Yang was stationed at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. It seems they were still unwilling to leave in such a disgraced manner. Without Zhao Xian's financial support, they were lost about the future. Lin Dong didn't pay them any mind, curious to see how long they could hold out. At the very least this time, they needed a profound lesson. Zhao Xian also brought good news. Under the temptation of massive sums of money, someone was already interested in Donglai International and was currently in talks. As an investment company, Donglai International needed to first recruit a powerful legal team, negotiation experts, and an evaluation team. Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to tighten up, saying it was fine to spend more money as he was about to collaborate with Wang Chong, and Lin Dong hoped the newly recruited personnel would be useful. In the evening at the luxurious Golden Sands Entertainment City in Jiangxing, Zhang Min brought Lu Peng here to attend a class reunion. Today's gathering was organized by those who stayed at school during the break, and some who returned early also participated. However, Sun Siyu did not come as something happened at her home, and she probably needed to take a few days off. The reason for bringing Lu Peng along was that he was a rich second generation and not bad looking, a typical tall, rich, and handsome type, and Zhang Min had a bit of a bragging mentality. Entering a super large private room, there were already about 20 to 30 young people inside, both men and women. These young men and women were quite good-looking, as they were from the performance department of the Communication University, without some charm, who would come to study performance. Zhang Min and Lu Peng's arrival also drew everyone's attention. After all, Zhang Min was considered one of the more outstanding people in the class. "Zhang Min, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him?" a classmate asked. Zhang Min responded, "This is my boyfriend Lu Peng, studying at Jiangnan University. His family runs a small business with assets of a few tens of millions." "Wow. Zhang Min, you actually found a tall, rich, and handsome guy. I'm so envious of you." Min, I didn't expect you to quietly step ahead of us like this. You're lucky. After graduation, you can just enjoy being a wealthy wife, while we still have to work hard for our progress." Envious voices surrounded them. Zhang Min felt a bit euphoric, enjoying the envy and jealousy of others. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Peng, Min's boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of Min. Ooh, I toast to you all." Lu Peng raised a large cup of beer from the table and drank it all in one go. His performance won him a round of praise from the girls present. The boys looked at Lu Peng with some discomfort. The class flower had been picked by someone from another school, and it was hard for them to feel good about it. After a brief introduction, everyone continued singing and dancing. What is it like to go to a KTV with students from the Communication University? Lu Peng now had a deep understanding. It was simply like a small party. Everyone had a strong desire to perform singing and dancing, leaving no opportunity for Lu Peng to showcase himself. He wanted to go up and sing a couple of lines, but feared embarrassing himself as he was simply not at the same level as these professionals, so Lu Peng could only sit on the sofa and be a spectator. Fortunately, Zhang Min remained by his side. After a while, Zhang Min got up to go to the restroom. Lu Peng continued to sit on the sofa applauding for this future star. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Min hurriedly entered the private room and pulled Lu Peng, saying, "De Peng, we need to leave quickly." "What's wrong, Min Min?" Lu Peng asked, noticing something was off with Zhang Min. "Hurry, let's talk outside," Zhang Min said anxiously. "All right." The two were just about to leave the private room when the door was suddenly opened and a group of men in black rushed in. Smack! The lights in the private room were then turned on. Everyone stopped their movements and stared at these uninvited guests. "Damn it, who just hit me?" a bald man walked in and asked. This man was in his 30s with a face full of flesh, shirtless, and covered in strange tattoos. The private room fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone was scared. After all, they were still students, and the person who entered looked formidable. The bald man quickly spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, who were about to leave. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Min's long hair, and yanked it hard. Zhang Min screamed as she was pulled into the bald man's embrace. "You were the one who hit me just now, right? Damn it, it's the first time in my life I've been slapped. What do you think I should do?" the bald man whispered in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng was startled when he saw the bald man grabbing Zhang Min's hair, but quickly reacted, saying, "What are you doing? Let go of Min Min, or I'll call the police," Lu Peng said as he took out his phone preparing to dial. However, before he could make the call, a man in black kicked him onto the sofa, causing him to clutch his stomach and gasp for air while his phone flew into the crowd of students. Several timid girls on the scene screamed. The others were also left dumbfounded. The bald man yanking Zhang Min by her hair looked at the others in the private room and asked, "You're all together, right? This little girl just slapped me. What do you think we should do about it?" "You touched me first," Zhang Min sobbed. "I touched you because I'm doing you a favor. Ask around. How many girls would beg for a touch from your brother Black? I wouldn't even be interested." No one in the private room dared to speak. However, at this moment, a female student hiding behind the crowd quietly picked up Lu Peng's phone. She typed a few words, "Danger at Fulgentia room 47. She randomly selected a contact and sent the message. Then she discreetly placed the phone back where it was. Lu Peng had somewhat recovered by now. He looked at the bald man and said, "Brother Black, right? I apologize on behalf of Min Min. Name your price to let her go." He had also assessed the situation. Despite their numerical advantage, most of them were women. If a fight broke out, they would likely end up on the losing side. Moreover, he doubted anyone else would dare to act. They all looked terrified, their faces pale. "Are you this girl's boyfriend?" the bald man asked. "Yes," Lu Peng replied. "All right, I can see you know how things work. Just hand over $1 million, and he'll let you all go. Otherwise, this girl is quite a catch. I wouldn't mind having some fun with her." "Haha." The bald man burst into laughter. "Da Peng, save me," Zhang Min cried out. She was held by her hair and couldn't move while the bald man kept groping her. "Brother Black, $1 million is too much. We're just students. We can't afford that. If you let Min Min go, I'm willing to pay 100,000. 100,000. You think I'm a beggar?" the bald man asked, squinting at Lu Peng. "That's all I have," Lu Peng replied. "I hope Brother Black can be magnanimous and let us go." Lu Peng indeed only had 100,000. Though he was from a wealthy family, his parents' business wasn't huge and his spending habits left him with little savings. That 100,000 was meant to last him the entire month, but he had no choice. He had to save her first. "Fine, 100,000 it is. Transfer the money first," the bald man said. He hadn't expected students to be so wealthy. $1 million was just a random figure he threw out. He thought he might squeeze out a few thousand at best. Unexpectedly, the other party offered 100,000 outright. That sum would keep him living lavishly for a good while. Lu Peng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the agreement. 100,000 was nothing. He could always make up an excuse to ask his parents for more. If the man had refused, he wouldn't have known what to do. Just as Lu Peng was about to pick up his phone to make the transfer, he heard Zhang Min scream. "Ah, bastard. Stop." Lu Peng quickly looked over. What he saw ignited a surge of fury that clouded his mind. Grabbing a beer bottle, he charged forward and smashed it over the bald man's head. It turned out that while Lu Peng was reaching for his phone, the bald man had one hand tangled in Zhang Min's hair and the other shoved inside her top, groping her recklessly. The bald man was covered in blood from the blow, releasing Zhang Min as he clutched his head and howled in pain. Several men in black quickly reacted, rushing over to pin Lu Peng to the ground. The Communication University students were frozen in fear, never having witnessed such a scene. Zhang Min was also terrified. She hadn't expected Lu Peng to actually charge in to save her, and a flicker of gratitude stirred within her. Seeing Lu Peng pinned down and helpless, she tried to move toward him, but the bald man, now recovered, grabbed her. The bald man looked terrifying at that moment. Blood from his head streaked down his face, giving him a ghastly appearance. "Kid, you've got some nerve. I've been running this Jiangsheng for years, and you're the first to crack my skull open. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I ever show my face around here?" Lift his head up. "Since you can't stand seeing your girlfriend bullied, open your dog eyes wide and watch how I bully her." One of the men grabbed Lu Peng by the hair and forced his head up to face the bald man. The bald man pulled Jiang Min close and began to fondle her all over. Jiang Min struggled desperately, but was met with heavy slaps from the bald man, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She dared not resist anymore, letting him do as he pleased. Soon the bald man tore off Jiang Min's jacket, revealing the underwear beneath. Stop! Stop! He'll give you money. 1,000,000. Lu Peng was beside himself with rage, struggling to get up, but the men held him firmly in place. He could only watch helplessly as the bald man assaulted Jiang Min. The bald man ignored Lu Peng, continuing to grope and kiss Jiang Min's body. Earlier in the restroom, emboldened by alcohol, he couldn't resist touching Jiang Min when he saw her. He had done this many times before, and his reputation as Brother Black ensured his victims always suffered in silence. But he hadn't expected to be slapped by Jiang Min today. That was why he had followed her here with his men. Looking at the beautiful woman, now completely subdued under his control, the bald man leaned in to kiss her on the lips. Lin Dong was lounging on the sofa, playing with his phone, when a sudden message arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was from Lu Peng. Opening it, the text read, "In danger at Fuligintia room 47. Lin Dong immediately sprang to his feet. Lu Peng wouldn't send such a message without reason. He wanted to call and ask, but considering Lu Peng had chosen to text, he must be in an inconvenient situation. So he called Xiao Pejuan, urging him to come out at once. Lin Dong hurried downstairs, got into his car, and sped toward Fuligintia. En route, he rendezvoused with Xiao Pejuan. The two of them rushed over swiftly. Soon they arrived at Fuligintia, and under the guidance of a waiter, they reached room 47. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, he saw a bald man with a bloodied head harassing a woman. Meanwhile, Lu Peng was pinned to the ground by several men in black, one of whom gripped his hair, yanking his head upward. Lu Peng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the bald man. In the corner of the room, there were also 20 to 30 young men and women. Lin Dong's entrance startled everyone in the room. The bald man stopped his advances on Jiang Min, stared at Lin Dong, and cursed, "Who the hell are you? Do you know what this place is? Barging in like this?" Lin Dong then realized the woman being harassed was Lu Peng's girlfriend Jiang Min. This bastard was not only assaulting his friend's girlfriend, but also forcing Lu Peng to watch. A true psychological pervert. Lin Dong didn't answer the bald man. Instead, he said, "Pejuan, he's yours." "Yes, young master," Xiao Pejuan replied. He then stepped forward. "Damn it, you're asking for death. Get him," the bald man shouted, grabbing a bottle as he charged. Bang! The moment the bald man came into contact with Xiao Pejuan, before he could even swing the bottle, his body flew backwards several meters, landing on the ground in a writhing, agonized heap. In less than half a minute, all 7 or 8 men in black and the bald man were sprawled on the floor, letting out pig slaughter-like screams. Released from the men in black, Lu Peng quickly got up and draped his own coat over Jiang Min. Lin Dong stepped forward and patted Lu Peng's shoulder, asking, "You okay, Da Peng?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Dongzi." "Glad to hear it." Lin Dong then walked over to the bald man, placed his foot on his face, and crouched down, saying, "You mess with my brother and harass my brother's girlfriend. Baldy, how are we going to settle this?" With his face pressed under Lin Dong's foot, the bald man mumbled, "Kid, you're done for. I'm telling you, I'm one of Brother Six Chen's men. You touch me, and you'll have no place left in this city." "Oh, such big talk. Then I'd really like to see who this Brother Six Chen is. Get up, call your Brother Six Chen, and tell him to come here." Lin Dong lifted his foot. The bald man scrambled up, glanced nervously at Xiao Pejuan behind Lin Dong, and felt a chill. This man was far too strong. "Hurry up and call," Lin Dong ordered. Trembling, the bald man pulled out his phone and made the call. The bald man told the person on the phone that someone was causing trouble at Fuligintia, that he had been beaten, and to bring people over, warning that the troublemakers were very powerful. Lin Dong paid no mind to the bald man's lies, as long as the man showed up. "Kid, Brother Six will be here soon. You're dead." The bald man said, his courage returning now that he knew Brother Six was on his way. "We'll see who ends up dead. Let's go wait in the lobby," Lin Dong said, leading the way downstairs. Xiao Pejuan dragged the bald man all the way to the ground floor. Lin Dong sat in the center of the Fuligintia casino lobby, his foot on the bald man, Xiao Pejuan standing behind him, while over a dozen security guards lay unconscious around them. The manager of Fuligintia stood among the crowd, staring in shock at Xiao Pejuan behind Lin Dong. He was incredible, taking down over a dozen guards, almost one by one, none of them able to get back up. Many onlookers gathered in the lobby. Even the 20 or so students from the Media University hadn't left, including Lu Peng and Jiang Min. Everyone gazed at Lin Dong with curiosity. Lin Dong slipped on the ring that marked him as an SCC senior member. He had just used his senior membership to summon all SCC members in the city to Fuligintia. This was a privilege exclusive to senior members. Only other senior members could decline, intermediate and junior members had no right to refuse. No one had ever tested the full power of all SCC members gathered in the city. Would this Brother Six Chen be able to withstand it? Chun Liuji, whose real name was Chun Sheng, had carved out a formidable reputation in Jiang City over a decade ago with his iron fists. Nicknamed for the 6 fingers on his left hand, he was known as Chun Liuji. As time passed, Chun Liuji's fame grew, and he almost completely consolidated the underworld forces of Jiang City through his iron-fisted methods. People began to address him as Sixth Master, and his original name gradually faded into oblivion. Few in Jiang City dared to call him Chun Liuji directly anymore. Today, Chun Liuji received a call from his underling Hype asking him to bring men to Full Gold Sands because someone was causing trouble. How dare anyone still stir up trouble on his turf? And they had even beaten Hype. This person must be new to Jiang City. Although Hype wasn't his most capable lieutenant, he still commanded about a dozen men. For someone to take him down, their strength was indeed considerable. Chun Liuji led over 100 men to Full Gold Sands. It had been a long time since he had personally mobilized. If he didn't get some action soon, his body would rust. Arriving at the entrance of Full Gold Sands, Chun Liuji took the lead, followed by the 100+ men. They entered the grand hall. Chun Liuji froze. In the center of the hall sat a young man with a middle-aged man standing behind him. Beneath the young man's foot was Hype, the underling who had called him. A dozen security guards lay on the floor while hundreds of Full Gold Sands patrons watched from the sidelines. How many years had it been? Chun Liuji couldn't recall the last time he had suffered such humiliation. This was more than a slap in the face, it was a blatant act of disrespect. With so many onlookers, if he didn't handle this properly today, how could he maintain his standing in Jiang City? Chun Liuji stepped forward, stopping about 7 or 8 meters from Lindong. His 100+ men filed in behind him. Seeing the sudden influx of people, some bystanders began to slip away, quietly fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Yet many bold ones remained, merely edging toward the sides of the hall. Despite Xiao Pojin's displayed prowess, no one favored their chances against over 100 opponents. At that moment, Lu Peng whispered a few words to Zhang Min before walking to the center of the hall and standing behind Lindong. Zhang Min wanted to stop Lu Peng, but remembering that Lindong had landed in this predicament to save them, she withdrew her hand and watched anxiously. Lindong had offended the other party to rescue him, so Lu Peng couldn't stand idly by. Young man, don't act so rashly. Every action has consequences. Chun Liuji addressed Lindong. Sixth Master, save. Save me, cried Hype, pinned under Lindong's foot. Are you his master? Did you know your dog was biting people everywhere? Lindong replied, ignoring Chun Liuji's words and stepping on Hype. Even if my dog bites, it's for me to deal with. Anyone else who dares to touch him, I'll break their hands. Truly the 6th Master, so domineering. You don't even ask why. But today not only did I use my hands, I used my feet too. What can you do about it? The reason doesn't matter. What matters is that since you touched my man, you won't leave this hall. Let's see what I can do. With that, Chun Liuji charged at Lindong. His iron fists were no empty boast, though he hadn't fought in a while. He trained daily. His skill had waned slightly from its peak, but not by much. He had to subdue Lindong with lightning force today, or he would lose face in Jiang City. As Chun Liuji moved, Xiao Pojin, standing behind Lindong, also sprang into action. He swiftly maneuvered in front of Lindong to meet Chun Liuji's iron fist. Chun Liuji, aiming to capture Lindong directly, was surprised to find a figure blocking his path, Xiao Pojin. So fast. Chun Liuji was startled. He was only 7 or 8 meters from Lindong, and despite his sudden attack, the other had reacted instantly. This was definitely a master. But Chun Liuji was undaunted. He had fought his way through many experts to become the underworld's top figure in Jiang City. He threw a punch directly at Xiao Pojin. Xiao Pojin twisted his body into a crouch, silently reciting Cannon Fist. Then he unleashed a punch. Boom! Their fists collided in midair. They then separated. Xiao Pojin stepped back a small pace and stood firm, looking at Chun Liuji with slight surprise. Chun Liuji, however, staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Gazing at Xiao Pojin, who had only retreated a tiny step, Chun Liuji was even more shocked. This man was incredibly strong. Chun Liuji believed that in Jiang City, aside from a few hidden experts in aristocratic families, no one else on the surface could rival him. But this man had not only blocked his iron fist, but also driven him back 6 or 7 meters. Moreover, he felt that at least 3 fingers on his right hand were fractured. These two were definitely not ordinary people. They were likely scions of some prominent family, but not from Jiang City's native factions. As the acknowledged top figure of Jiang City's underworld, Chun Liuji knew the local families well and had interacted with their heirs. None matched these two. So they must be powerful outsiders. But since they were on his turf, even a dragon must bow. What did it matter if they were from an aristocratic family? He had backers too, otherwise he wouldn't have reached such heights. Chun Liuji didn't charge again, knowing from their clash that he was no match for Xiao Pojin. You're strong. But as they say, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, especially when you have to protect your master. Let's see how you handle this. Just as Chun Liuji prepared to overwhelm Lin Dong with numbers, Xiao Pejuan suddenly rushed at him with incredible speed. Before Chun Liuji could react, an iron-like hand clamped around his throat. You! Chun Liuji managed only a single word before his neck was seized, silencing him. He could only stare in terror at the man before him. Sixth Master! Sixth Master! The surrounding underlings wanted to intervene, but were halted by Chun Liuji's gesture. A slight squeeze from this man, and he would be finished. Lin Dong stood and walked up to Chun Liuji. Sixth Master, is it? Your dog bit someone, and you want to break the victim's hand. I'd like to see what backs you up. Your 100+ lackeys, or your so-called skills. Just then a deafening roar of machinery erupted from outside the hall. The opulent Golden Sands, the largest entertainment hub in Jiangxing, boasted a ground-floor hall of immense proportions. The thunderous roar of machinery echoed throughout the vast space. Then a custom-made Aston Martin drove directly in, followed by a second, a third. In the end, 12 limited edition sports cars drove in, each worth at least tens of millions. The arrival of the 12 limited edition sports cars drew gasps of awe from the onlookers. Usually it was rare to see even one, yet today a full 12 had appeared. Lu Chen stepped out of the first car. As the eldest son of the prominent Lu family of Jiangxing, he was also the leader of the Jiangxing SCC and a senior member of the same organization. Given his status, his presence was not strictly necessary. However, 2 days prior he had received a notice from headquarters that a second senior SCC member had emerged in Jiangxing. As the head of the Jiangxing SCC, he felt obliged to meet this individual. It happened that today Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members, so he came. 12 cars, 12 people, 10 men, and 2 women, mostly in their 20s or 30s. This group represented nearly half of the influential forces in Jiangxing. Ordinary people might not know who they were, but those who had reached a certain level understood the terrifying power that lay behind each of them. In the eyes of common folk, Chun Liuji, the proclaimed king of Jiangxing's underworld, was a towering figure. But they were unaware that he was merely a pawn pushed forward to divert attention. The truly powerful were those who remained hidden in the shadows, maintaining a low profile. Lu Chun led his group toward Lin Dong. Everyone held their breath, anticipating an explosive collision. Brother Lin, would you do me the honor? Lu Chun said, approaching Lin Dong. The expected clash did not occur, leaving the onlookers eager to see what would happen next. Lin Dong studied Lu Chun. This must be the sole senior member of the Jiangxing SCC and its leader. He was also the one who had arranged for the first hospital to perform surgery on Pejuan's mother. Pejuan, Lin Dong called out. Xiao Pejuan released his grip on Chun Liuji's neck upon hearing this. Chun Liuji gasped for air and then addressed Lu Chun respectfully, young Master Lu. A sharp slap echoed through the silent hall, catching everyone off guard. Apologize to Brother Lin at once. Lu Chun struck Chun Liuji across the face. Young Master Lu. Another slap landed. After receiving 2 slaps from Lu Chun, Chun Liuji quickly realized the situation. Who was Lu Chun? He was the eldest son of the Lu family, the premier household in Jiangxing. Chun Liuji's position as the underworld king of Jiangxing was largely due to the Lu family's backing. To put it bluntly, he was nothing more than a dog of the Lu family set loose to attract attention. Anyone whom young Master Lu addressed as a brother must be on the same level. It seemed he had offended someone formidable today. He quickly bowed respectfully to Lin Dong and said, young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive my ignorance. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Chun Liuji had not reached his position without reason. A middle-aged man of 40 bowing and scraping to apologize to a youth of about 20 in front of such a crowd. This was no easy feat. Moreover, this middle-aged man was the acknowledged king of Jiangxing's underworld. Lin Dong ignored Chun Liuji and said to Lu Chun, since you have spoken, Brother Lu, let this matter end here. Brother Lin is generous. Hurry and thank Brother Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Chun Liuji quickly said. Let's go. Brother Lin, let's find a place for a drink. Please, Brother Lu. The two walked upstairs together, followed by the Jiangxing SCC members. Before leaving, Lin Dong patted Lu Peng on the shoulder, signaling him to go back first. The manager of Golden Sands hurried ahead to lead the way. The group departed, leaving behind over 100 bold onlookers and over 100 of Chun Liuji's underlings standing bewildered. They were still in a daze. Was it over just like that? Where was the explosive clash? The so-called king of Jiangxing's underworld, Master Chun, had been slapped twice and then bowed to apologize. Many stared at Chun Liuji, as if to say, aren't you the boss of the underworld? Why are you so cowardly? Beaten and still apologizing. Aside from a few who knew the inside story, everyone else found it hard to process. Hype lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious, fearing Chun Liuji would tear him apart. If not for him, Chun Liuji would not have lost so much face today. It was likely that news of this incident would spread throughout Jiangxing soon. Chun Liuji, the underworld king of Jiangxing, would become the subject of gossip. Of course, this could only be discussed behind his back. Zhang Min and her classmates watched Lin Dong's retreating figure in disbelief. They wanted to ask Lu Peng who Lin Dong really was, but didn't know how to start. In truth, Lu Peng was also stunned. He and Lin Dong had been roommates since their freshman year, the closest among the four. He never imagined Lin Dong had such a terrifying hidden identity. He would have to find a chance to ask. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun and Chun Lan exchanged glances, both seeing the regret in each other's eyes. If only they had been a bit friendlier to Lin Dong. When Zhang Min had arranged the mixer with Lu Peng's dorm, they could now do whatever they wanted in Jiangxing. Such a legendary figure who only appeared in dreams had once been looked down upon by them. Life was like that sometimes. Some opportunities once missed would never return. Inside an exclusive VIP room at Golden Sands, two young men were chatting. Quietly, these past few years have been hard on you. It's my honor to serve you, young Master Qin. When you return to the capital, I'll host a welcome banquet for you. Thank you, young Master Qin. The man named Huili replied with excitement. Few were worthy of a personal welcome from young Master Qin. By the way, how is Minghua lately? She's doing well, young Master Qin. A knock interrupted their conversation. Enter. A middle-aged man stepped in. Young Master, over a dozen SCC members gathered downstairs just now. Oh, do you know why? I heard a senior member issued a summons. Lu Chun. No. A new senior member has appeared in Jiangxing. Pay no mind. The SCC is just a motley crew. Aside from a few core members and some senior ones, the rest are nothing to worry about. Understood, young master. The middle-aged man left the room. While investigate this new senior SCC member in Jiangxing. Yes, young Master Qin. Under the guidance of the manager of Full Gold Splendor, Lin Dong, and Lu Qin's party arrived at the most luxurious private suite on the top floor. As the largest entertainment hub in Jiangxing, it offered not only spaces for revelry, but also quiet rooms for business negotiations. Come, brother Lin, let me introduce you. These are all members of our Jiangxing SCC. This is my younger sister Lu Xiaoxiao, this is Hu Yue, and this is... Lu Chun introduced each member of the Jiangxing SCC to Lin Dong one by one. With Lin Dong's extraordinary mental acuity, a single pass was enough for him to memorize everyone. The 12 people present were not all the members of the Jiangxing SCC. 3 others could not attend as they were not in the city. Lin Dong swept his gaze across the room. Lu Xiaoxiao was dressed like a delinquent girl around 17 or 18 years old. Hu Yu appeared to be about the same age as Lin Dong, but was heavily made up. Didn't these children from wealthy families attend school? Otherwise, which institution would accept such an appearance? Little did he know even the schools were owned by the Lu family, who would dare to interfere. What does brother Lin do in Jiangxing now? I don't recall seeing you before, Lu Chen inquired. At this question, everyone present pricked up their ears to hear Lin Dong's response. After all, attaining the status of a premium member was not something achieved overnight. As for directly spending 10 billion to reach that level, no one entertained such a thought. Since the establishment of the SCC, there had been no such precedent. Even spending 1 billion to upgrade to an intermediate member had only been done by 2 or 3 individuals. Few among those present could truly afford to produce 10 billion in cash. With that kind of money, why not invest in projects, purchase land, or buy a building? Wouldn't that be more worthwhile? What use was a premium membership besides showing off? Unless one had so much money they couldn't spend it all, no one would do such a thing. If Lin Dong had suddenly arrived in Jiangxing, his status as a premium member indicated formidable backing. In that case, the balance of power in Jiangxing would inevitably be reshuffled, compelling them to listen intently. The pie of Jiangxing was only so large. The sudden arrival of someone looking to take a bite would inevitably reduce the shares of others. Even Lu Chen harbored such thoughts. Before Lin Dong's appearance, Lu Chen was the sole premium member of the Jiangxing SCC and the eldest son of the city's premier family, the Lu clan. His word was virtually law in Jiangxing. If Lin Dong truly intended to make a move on Jiangxing without knowing his background, Lu Chun had to take the matter seriously. No one who became a premium member of the SCC was an easy opponent. Moreover, the unknown was always the most fearsome. Brother Lu, am currently attending university in Jiangxing. However, I do have an investment company. If any of you need capital, feel free to approach me. I only invest for equity and never interfere with management. Lin Dong replied. Investing for equity without interfering in management or decisions. This piqued the interest of everyone present. Wasn't this like money being handed to them? Could such a good deal really exist? What kind of projects interest brother Lin? Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chen was also intrigued. Any project will do. I'm not picky. Then let's find a time to talk in detail. Lin Dong immediately received several friend requests. Since he was offering money, they naturally wouldn't refuse. No one doubted Lin Dong's capability. The SCC premium membership was not easily attained. Yet a doubt lingered among them. Could it be that Lin Dong was deliberately playing the role of a benefactor to win their favor before achieving his own goals? If so, they would need to carefully consider whether to cooperate. In truth, Lindong simply wanted to spend his money as quickly as possible to accumulate more divine wealth points and see if the system had any new features. At this moment, Lindong spoke up. Everyone rest assured. I have absolutely no intention of entering Jiangqing's market or sharing in its spoils. I merely wish to offer you some funds. If you're uneasy, we can specify in the contract that regardless of my equity share, I will not participate in management. Brother Lin jest. Lu Chen said somewhat awkwardly. He had indeed harbored such suspicions. Lindong smiled, but did not reply. Ever since his mental faculties had reached their limit, Lindong's senses had sharpened and his intelligence had increased, allowing him to perceive their wariness. Thus, he chose to address the matter directly to dispel their concerns. He didn't believe they would refuse money offered to them. Since Brother Lin puts it that way, we won't stand on ceremony. Jiangqing has been stable for many years, and we hope to avoid any upheaval. Please forgive our caution. Understood. I repeat, I only invest, never manage, and have no plans to enter Jiangqing. You can rest assured. Feel free to seek me out if you need capital. Excellent. Since Lindong is so forthright, I on behalf of all Jiangqing SCC members welcome you. I hope we have many opportunities for collaboration in the future. What followed was naturally a scene of mutual satisfaction. Many who had projects but lacked funds began introducing them to Lindong. As he had said, since he was offering money, no one would refuse. Lindong, meanwhile, merely wanted to spend money in exchange for divine wealth points. Just as the conversation was in full swing, Xiao Pejuan knocked and entered, whispering a few words into Lindong's ear. Lindong frowned upon hearing this. Turning to Lu Chun, he said, Brother Lu, Pejuan reports that there are experts coming and going from the neighboring suite. Experts? What kind of experts? Lu Chun asked. Experts that even Pejuan isn't confident he can defeat. At least not weaker than him, Lindong replied. Oh. Lu Chun was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Pejuan behind Lindong. From the first moment he saw this man, he sensed an overwhelming aura of power. Moreover, having easily subdued Chen Liuji, his strength was likely not inferior to that of Lu Chen's two uncles. Thus, Lu Chen initially believed Lindong to be a vanguard sent by a major family to break into Jiangqing. But since Lindong had clarified his intentions, it seemed unlikely he truly aimed to enter Jiangqing. Yet now another expert of this caliber had appeared. When had experts of this level become so common in Jiangqing? Lu Chen felt he should investigate. An expert of this caliber lurking in Jiangqing posed a significant threat, and he needed to ascertain their origins. After all, Jiangqing was Lu family territory. Come, Brother Lin, let's go over and make their acquaintance. Lu Chen rose and led the way, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Xiaoxiao as he left. The group arrived at the door of the neighboring suite, only to be blocked by a middle-aged man. Xiao Pejuan stepped forward, confronting the man. Both men released their auras, causing the SCC members to feel suffocated, except for Lu Chun and Lindong. Lu Chun called out directly from the doorway. Which friend has graced Jiangqing with your presence? Allow Lu to fulfill the duties of a host. Soon a voice emerged from within. Uncle Shan, let them in. The man named Shan pushed open the door and entered, followed by Lu Chun and the others. Inside the suite sat two young men. Lindong took a look and recognized one of them as Zhou Huili, the student council president of Jiangnan University and its most acclaimed heartthrob. The other person was unfamiliar to Lindong, appearing a few years older than Zhou Huili. Uncle Shan moved to stand behind this man. May I ask your name and your purpose in Jiangqing? Lu Chen inquired. Who I am and where I'm going. Do I need to report to the young Master Lu? The man retorted instead of answering. If you're going elsewhere, I wouldn't interfere, but in Jiangqing, I certainly will. Quite the imposing manner, young Master Lu. Then listen well. The young man stood up and walked directly in front of Lu Chun, enunciating each word. The Qin family of the capital. Qinzheng. The Qin family of the capital. Qinzheng. Qinzheng of the Qin family. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he asked in disbelief. Qinzheng of the capital's 8 heavenly kings of the Tea Party. The SCC members behind Lu Chun were all stunned upon hearing the name Qinzheng, one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Beijing Tea Party, and stared at the young man across from Lu Chun. The Beijing Tea Party and the Shanghai SCC were long-standing rivals. The SCC was originally established to resist the Tea Party's southward expansion. The two factions were bitterly opposed. One was an established force with deep roots dominating the north. The other was a rising power, sharp and aggressive, holding sway in the south. The 8 heavenly kings of the Beijing Tea Party were legendary figures, and now one stood before them. Oh, so young Master Lu recognizes me. I thought our Beijing Tea Party had fallen out of your good graces, Qinzheng said. Qinzheng, as one of the 8 heavenly kings, why have you come unannounced? What is your purpose? Lu Chen asked after recovering his composure. He was indeed surprised. The 8 heavenly kings of the Beijing Tea Party were equivalent to the core members of the Shanghai SCC. Yet he was not afraid. This was not only SCC territory, but also his family's domain. No matter how formidable the opponent was in the north, here in the south in Jiangqing, even a dragon must bow to his will. Young Master Lu, I do not need to report my whereabouts to you. You are not qualified. Besides, if I had any ulterior motives, would I have come alone? Qin Zheng did not wish to clash with Lu Chun, as this was the latter's turf, and he had only one companion. Thus he added an explanation. Otherwise, given his status as one of the 8 heavenly kings, he would not have deigned to speak so much to Lu Chun, who was beneath his rank. He had come to Jiangbei province on business, and stopped by to ask Zhou Huili about Shangguan Mingyue, only to be unexpectedly spotted. Had they not met, he might have already left. Shangguan Mingyue was the third daughter of the reclusive Shangguan family. Both the Shangguan and Qin families intended for them to marry, forging an alliance. Shangguan Mingyue was attending university in Jiangnan province, and Zhou Huili was sent by Qin Zheng to monitor her and ward off her suitors. He would not allow anyone to covet his woman. Qin Zheng, regardless of your intentions, I hope you leave Jiangqing immediately. Otherwise, even as one of the 8 heavenly kings, I, Lu, will test your mettle today. Lu Chen declared. Qin Zheng laughed. He had not been threatened like this in a long time, especially by a senior member of the SCC. If he retreated now, word would spread, and he would lose his standing in the Tea Party. How could he continue to hold the title of one of the 8 heavenly kings? He had intended to give Lu Chen a way out, but the latter had spurned his courtesy. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Young Master Lu, I have shown you ample respect. If you persist in this harassment, do not blame me for bullying you. What is the Lu family? Merely a minor clan confined to one city. I, Qin Zheng, hold it in no regard. Very well. My Lu family may indeed be inferior to your Qin family, but today I will test the true strength of the legendary 8 heavenly kings of the Beijing Tea Party. Lu Chun repeated the word 3 times to vent his fury. How dare Qin Zheng belittle his family? Even as one of the 8 heavenly kings, what of it? Today he must teach the man a harsh lesson, lest others think the Lu family was a pushover. Just then Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 family guardians. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao called out. Young Master Lu, the 2 guardians echoed. Uncles, please act to uphold the Lu family's honor, lest some despise us as a clan without backbone. Yes, young Master Lu, the guardians replied in unison. Uncle Shan, go and play with them, Qin Zheng said to the middle-aged man behind him. Yes, young master. Uncle Shan stepped forward. The 2 Lu guardians advanced as well. The others withdrew to the sides, leaving ample space. With a thunderous boom, the 3 struck simultaneously. Fists and feet clashed, and the very air seemed to crack from the force, revealing their formidable strength. Uncle Shan single-handedly parried the attacks of both Lu guardians with apparent ease. 2 loud thuds echoed as their fists collided. Uncle Shan stood unmoved while the 2 guardians stumbled back several meters. The disparity was clear. Lu Chen watched in shock. Even his uncles together were no match. Uncle Shan, finish it quickly, Qin Zheng commanded from behind. Yes, young master. Uncle Shan replied. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, their astonishment evident. They nodded to each other and attacked from both sides, one throwing a punch at the upper body, the other sweeping at the legs. Having fought together for years, their combined assault was far greater than the sum of its parts. Uncle Shan remained rooted. As the attacks closed in, he suddenly exerted force from his feet, blocking the leg sweep, while unleashing a full-powered punch that met the other's fist. With a sharp crack, the guardian who traded blows was sent flying into the private room's wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What was this? The onlookers were aghast. Earlier the opponents had only staggered back a few paces. Now one was blasted away. Had the man been hiding his strength? The remaining guardian, taken aback that Uncle Shan could both block his leg sweep and injure his comrade, tried to retreat, but was too late. After sending the first man flying, Uncle Shan turned and kicked the other. Another thunderous sound followed as the second guardian was hurled into the corner. Had he not raised his arms to shield his chest in time, the kick would have gravely wounded him. As it was, both his arms were fractured. Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to their sides, helping them up. Are you a tiger list expert? Uncle Lu, supported by Lu Chen, asked. Uncle Shan did not reply, but simply returned to Qin Zheng's side. A tiger list expert? Lin Dong was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such a term. Among the SCC members present, everyone except Lin Dong shuddered upon hearing this. This was a level inaccessible to ordinary people. Perhaps some, having read too many novels or watched too many dramas, believed that rankings like the Heaven List or Earth List were mere fabrications, non-existent in reality. But in truth, the global underworld had only one ranking. Anyone who could secure a place on this list was among the world's most elite experts. And the Tiger List was one such ranking. What do you think, young Master Lu? The only expert in your Lu family, old Master Lu, is over 70 now, isn't he? If he were to pass one day, could your Lu family still enjoy such glory? Qin Zheng asked with a teasing smile. Qin Zheng, what becomes of our Lu family is none of your concern. If I don't leave a mark on you today, you might think Lu Chun is someone to be trifled with. With that, Lu Chun drew a gun and aimed it not at Qin Zheng, but at Uncle Shan behind him. He dared not truly harm Qin Zheng. The Qin family was an old established clan in the capital with deep roots that the Lu family could never match. If Qin Zheng were to be severely injured or killed here in Jiangqing, the Lu family might be annihilated in an instant. His intention in stopping Qin Zheng was merely to teach him a lesson not to go that far. If he did nothing today, and word got out that the top brass of the capital's Tea Party were lingering at his doorstep, while he, a senior member of the Shanghai SCC, dared not even utter a word, he would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC and forever lose his chance to become a core member. Qin Zheng was right. His grandfather was already over 70, his health declining. As of now, no one in the Lu family could shoulder the burden of the entire clan. Only by becoming a core member of the SCC could he reverse the decline of his family. That was why, even knowing the other party was one of the 8 heavenly kings of the capital's Tea Party, he still confronted him. All to be seen by the SCC's core members. If he failed, it would at least prove his courage to stand up to the 8 heavenly kings, proving he was no coward. If he succeeded, it would be a significant achievement for his promotion to core member. Thus, win or lose, he had to act. If he could keep Uncle Shan here, he would win. Seeing Lu Chun aim the gun at Uncle Shan, Qin Zheng's expression instantly changed. His previously cheerful face now turned stern. Both the capital's Tea Party and the Shanghai SCC had an unspoken agreement: no firearms in conflicts. Now Lu Chun dared to point a gun at them. Young Master Lu, do you realize the consequences of this? Lu Chun did not answer. Young Master Lu, no. Uncle Lu, standing beside Lu Chun, also tried to stop him. He wanted to tell Lu Chun that Tiger List experts were no longer afraid of low-end firearms like pistols. But it was too late. For the sake of his family, Lu Chun hesitated no more and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, silencing the entire private room. Yet Uncle Shan, who should have been hit and fallen, had vanished. Pujuan, Lin Dong suddenly shouted. His spiritual sense had reached its peak, heightening his perception. He saw Uncle Shan easily dodge Lu Chun's bullet, then charge swiftly toward Lu Chun with murderous intent in his eyes. He was going to kill Lu Chun. Xiao Pujuan stood before Lin Dong, closest to Lu Chun, so Lin Dong called out to him to intervene and save Lu Chun. Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Xiao Pujuan reacted swiftly, instantly shifting in front of Lu Chun and charging toward Uncle Shan. After dodging Lu Chun's bullet, Uncle Shan charged at him with unabated killing intent. To dare point a gun at the young master. He must die? Another thunderous sound echoed through the room, far louder than the gunshot. The sound was born from the vibration of their clash, and within this enclosed space, the impact was immense. Thus, aside from a few with solid foundations, the others covered their ears in pain. The two figures recoiled instantly after colliding. Uncle Shan retreated 5 or 6 steps to steady himself. Xiao Pujuan also stumbled back the same distance, even knocking down Lu Chun behind him. Brother. Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to help Lu Chun up. As he rose, Lu Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere collision from Xiao Pujuan's retreating body had injured his internal organs, a testament to the terrifying power of Tiger List experts. Brother, you're bleeding. Are you okay? Lu Xiaoxia asked, tears streaming. Xiaoxiao, I'm fine. Lu Chun's face was pale. Regaining his composure, he cast a grateful look at Lin Dong. Had Lin Dong not ordered Xiao Pujuan to act in time, he would now be a corpse. Calming down, he reflected on his rashness. Qin Zheng had struck a nerve, causing him to lose his cool and draw his gun. Now he realized that even killing Uncle Shan with the gun would not change the fact that he had broken their rules. Moreover, he dared not kill Qin Zheng, but Qin Zheng dared kill him. That was the gap in their status. Qin Zheng, seeing Uncle Shan retreat several steps while the man called Pujuan did the same, was somewhat astonished. He began to look at Lin Dong with newfound respect. Someone who could match Uncle Shan seemed to follow this man. And you are? Qin Zheng asked Lin Dong. Lin Dong, senior member of the SCC. You are the newly promoted SCC senior member in Jiangqing. Yes. Will you also stand in my way? If young Master Qin leaves now, I won't stop you. Ridiculous. Lu Chun just broke the rules of the Tea Party and SCC by daring to point a gun at me. In all my life, he's the first to do so. I must kill him. Qin Zheng was truly enraged. As the eldest son of the Qin family in the capital, and one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Tea Party being targeted by a gun from an SCC senior member. If Lu Chun lived, where would his pride be? Then there's nothing more to say. I will protect Lu Chun. Uncle Shan, go all out. Qin Zheng commanded. Uncle Shan, without a word, charged at Xiao Pujuan. Xiao Pujuan showed no fear. The two clashed again. Blow after blow landed, flesh against flesh. The room was filled with the thunderous sounds of their strikes and the air-splitting cracks from their immense force. Among the onlookers, aside from Lin Dong, even first-rate experts like Uncle Lu and Uncle Li could not follow their movements. Others could only see two entangled shadows. The power of Tiger List experts was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. With another exchange of blows, they each recoiled. A closer look revealed both were injured with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Qin Zheng was truly shocked. Uncle Shan's skills were among the best in the Qin family, yet here in this small city of Jiangqing, he encountered an evenly matched opponent. After such a prolonged battle, neither had prevailed, and Uncle Shan was injured. Lin Dong watched intently, ready to intervene if Xiao Pejuan showed any sign of weakness. In their last spar, Lin Dong had used only half his strength to force Xiao Pejuan back several steps. He wondered what his full power could achieve. Watching the fierce duel between two Tiger List experts, he felt an eagerness to join. The two stood still some 10 meters apart, as if gathering for a final strike. Xiao Pejuan and Uncle Shan stood a dozen meters apart, both astonished by each other's prowess, yet equally able to discern the fighting spirit in the other. Finding a well-matched opponent was no easy feat, especially when both were aggressive fighters who disdained defense. Uncle Shan had grown up in the Shaolin Temple, receiving its true teachings before joining the military. However, due to his aloof nature, he offended a high-ranking figure and was later saved by the elder of the Qin family, becoming their retainer. Now assigned to protect the eldest son of the Qin family, the family naturally held great confidence in Uncle Shan's abilities. As for Xiao Pejuan, he had spent years teetering on the brink of life and death, surviving abroad amidst the chaos of war and returning alive, a feat that demanded far more than mere luck. Both fighters were renowned for their ferocious no-holds-barred style, striking flesh and bone without evasion. Consequently, each sustained minor injuries, but to them these were trivial. Now both were adjusting their states, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. The private room fell into a profound silence. Lin Dong initially intended to intervene, but a glance from Xiao Pejuan suppressed that impulse. With his keen sixth sense, he could feel Xiao Pejuan's exhilaration, his blood boiling. He craved this battle even more so, the chance to surpass himself. The Liu family's retainers, Uncle Liu and Uncle Li, also watched with rapt attention, recognizing this duel between two Tiger List masters as an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Both were peak first-rate experts, merely a step away from entering the Tiger List. Yet that single step was as vast as a chasm, perhaps they would never cross it in their lifetimes. If they could glean some insight from witnessing the clash of two Tiger List masters, they might still have a chance to advance further. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the SCC members stared in shock at Xiao Pejuan, who stood silently in the arena. They had never imagined Xiao Pejuan possessed such formidable strength. This made Lin Dong's background seem terrifying, and their gazes toward him shifted subtly. Suddenly, the two who had been standing still moved simultaneously. Two afterimages shot toward each other at lightning speed, converging in the center. As they met, Uncle Shan sank his chi into his dantian and thrust out a palm with all the momentum of his charge, silently roaring, "Vajra palm." Xiao Pejuan, his right hand clenched into a fist hidden before his chest, unleashed a punch with the full force of his body at the moment of contact, murmuring, "Tiger fist." Boom. The collision of fist and palm produced a thunderous roar that rang in everyone's ears, leaving them dazed. Not only was the sound immense, but the all-out clash also generated a massive shockwave, overturning even the table and chairs where Qin Zheng and Zhou Huili had been sitting, making everyone feel as if they were in a raging storm. Two muffled grunts followed. Xiao Pejuan and Uncle Shan were both sent flying backward by the recoil. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward, pressing his hand against Xiao Pejuan's back to cushion the impact. On the other side, Qin Zheng caught Uncle Shan's returning body. After stabilizing themselves, both spat out a mouthful of blood, their auras weakened. This full-force exchange had inflicted severe damage on each other, likely requiring a month or two to recover. "Pejuan, how do you feel?" Lin Dong asked, supporting Xiao Pejuan. "I'm fine, young master, but I won't be able to protect you for a while," Xiao Pejuan said. "No matter. Focus on healing first," Lin Dong replied. Across the room, "Young master." Uncle Shan tried to speak, but Qin Zheng stopped him. "Uncle Shan, rest now. Leave the rest to me." Qin Zheng handed Uncle Shan to Zhou Huili and walked to the center of the private room. "Lu Chen, do you think you can escape today, just because you have help?" As his words fell, Qin Zheng's aura burst forth. He drew a soft sword from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. Before Lu Chen could reply, Qin Zheng vanished from his spot. "Young master, be careful. Young master, be careful." Uncle Lu and Uncle Li shouted simultaneously. Both of them moved to shield Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Qin Zheng's attack arrived. Originally, Qin Zheng was also a peak first-rate expert, but Uncle Lu and Uncle Li, already severely injured, had their strength greatly diminished. In a single exchange, Qin Zheng's sword sent them flying, two blossoms of blood blooming on their bodies. After sending them flying, Qin Zheng did not stop. He charged straight at Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, thrusting his sword toward Lu Chen. The blade was about to strike. Lu Chen closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, but Lu Xiaoxiao beside him shoved him aside, throwing herself on a Qin Zheng's sword. No! Lu Chen shouted, his eyes wide. Xiaoxiao had pushed him away and offered herself to Qin Zheng's blade. She was trying to die for him. How could he bear this? The sword tip stopped a centimeter from Lu Xiaoxiao's chest. It wasn't that Qin Zheng had a change of heart and decided to spare the siblings. Rather, 2 fingers had appeared at the tip of the sword. Those fingers belonged to Lin Dong. Just 2 fingers caught the sword of a peak first-rate master like Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. Not just him, but everyone, including Uncle Shan, looked at Lin Dong with incredulity. Young Master Qin, let's stop here, Lin Dong said calmly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Uncle Shan behind him spoke. Young Master, let's go. Uncle Shan. Qin Zheng tried to argue. Go. Uncle Shan repeated emphatically, his expression leaving no room for refusal. He had just sensed an aura from Lin Dong that even he found terrifying. Qin Zheng had never heard Uncle Shan speak with such gravity, and for a moment he was stunned. Qin Zheng was in a fierce internal conflict at this moment. If he left, the face of the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Prince Party, would be utterly lost today. If he stayed, he had never heard Uncle Shan speak to him in such a tone before. Uncle Shan had been by his side for years and would certainly not harm him. What should he do? Stay or leave? Qin Zheng scanned the private room. Except for Lin Dong, who wore a calm expression, everyone else was still shaken. The pinnacle duel between Tiger List experts was indeed breathtaking, filling him with awe and deep longing. Qin Zheng felt he could not leave yet. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Chen today, he had to teach him an unforgettable lesson. If he retreated today, aside from losing face, it would affect his state of mind. He was already at the peak of first-rate experts. To step into the ranks of Tiger List experts, he must possess an unyielding resolve. Most importantly, he believed no one dared to kill him or even severely wound him. As the eldest son of the Qin family in Kyoto, he had such confidence and backing. In this river city, no one could withstand the wrath of the Kyoto Qin family. The Lu family couldn't, and other families even less so. Hadn't he noticed that even when Lu Chen used his gun, he only aimed at Uncle Shan, not at him? This was the benefit of a powerful background. He could kill others, but they dared not kill him. After considering the key points, Qin Zheng exerted all his strength to push the sword forward, aiming to stab into Lu Xiaoxiao's body. Yet despite his utmost effort, the sword in his hand remained utterly still. How could this be? How was it possible? He had used all his strength, yet it couldn't overcome the clamping force of the other's 2 fingers. Uncle Shan also realized that Qin Zheng had no intention of leaving. Since Qin Zheng refused to go, there was nothing he could do. He was only there to protect Qin Zheng. Now he could only hope that the Qin family's reputation would serve as a deterrent and that the other party would not strike ruthlessly. Young Master, please show mercy. Our Qin family will be deeply grateful. Uncle Shan quickly spoke. Lin Dong paid him no heed, only addressing Qin Zheng calmly. Young Master Qin, it seems you are still not resigned. Then the 2 fingers clamping the sword tip swiftly released, and with lightning speed the 2 fingers overlapped and gently flicked the sword tip. Ding! A crisp sound echoed throughout the private room. It was the sound of extreme vibration, bright and piercing, striking the ears like countless needles stabbing. The rapid vibration transmitted from the sword tip numbed Qin Zheng's entire right arm, making it feel as if it no longer belonged to him. He quickly released the sword hilt. The moment he let go, the sword blade, unable to withstand such intense vibration, shattered into countless fragments scattered on the floor. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, including the 2 Tiger List experts. Lin Dong stood calmly beside Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao had her eyes closed, her small face twisted in anguish. Qin Zheng stood 2 meters away, clutching his right arm, with his left, his face full of pain. Between them lay a floor littered with fragments of the soft sword. Qin Zheng stared at the debris, his shock beyond words. This was a superalloy weapon crafted with the most advanced technology, capable of cleaving iron like mud. Yet now it had been shattered into pieces by someone's fingers. This person's strength was unimaginable. For the first time, Qin Zheng felt genuine fear. How strong must the family behind someone so young be? Ignoring his own severe injuries, Uncle Shan quickly broke free from Zhou Weili's support and stepped forward to shield Qin Zheng. Zhou Weili stood still, staring at Lin Dong, lost in thought. When he first saw Lin Dong, he felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. It wasn't until the other introduced himself as Lin Dong that Zhou Weili remembered, wasn't this the Lin Dong from a few days ago, rumored to have been abandoned by his girlfriend and collapsed coughing blood in the small woods by the Jiangda playground? He even had some photos and stories about Lin Dong saved in his phone. Though they looked the same, had the same name, and were about the same age, their temperaments were worlds apart. He suspected they were 2 different people, but how could such a coincidence exist? Same age, same appearance, same name. It was impossible. So this man was his schoolmate Lin Dong, the one abandoned by his girlfriend and enraged to the point of coughing blood. Yet now standing here he exuded a calm demeanor that didn't even regard young Master Qin. He found it hard to believe. "Young Master Qin, shall we continue?" Lindong asked. He didn't make another move. His goal was merely to save Lu Chun. After all, Lu Chun had helped him before, and they were in the same organization. He couldn't stand by and watch him be killed. He also didn't want to offend Qin Zheng to the death. Though he felt his strength was considerable, now his foundation was still lacking. Moreover, there was no mortal enmity between them. Qin Zheng wanted to kill Lu Chun, not him. If someone truly tried to kill him, Lindong felt he wouldn't hold back regardless of their background. He would kill them first and deal with the consequences. This was the change brought by strength. Qin Zheng remained silent, staring at Lindong from behind Uncle Shan. He couldn't understand why Lindong, younger than him, was so powerful. Perhaps Qin Zheng thought of a possibility. Only this could explain everything. With that thought, Qin Zheng felt relieved. Only they could have nurtured such talent. But he still needed to report this back to the prince as soon as possible. Those people were beginning to appear, and some had already joined the SCC camp. This was not good news for their prince party. "Uncle Shan Huili, let's go." Zhou Huili quickly stepped forward to support Uncle Shan, and the three left the private room. At the door, Qin Zheng turned back and said to Lu Chun, "Lu Chun, I hope next time we meet you'll still have such good luck." Then he addressed Lindong. "Lindong, we'll meet again." The three left. In the private room, aside from Lindong and Xiao Pejuan, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The legendary figures like the 8 heavenly kings of the Kyoto Prince Party exerted immense pressure on them. Then everyone's gaze toward Lindong shifted, from disdain at first meeting to awe now. To confront and defeat Qin Zheng, one of the 8 heavenly kings, and forcibly rescue young Master Lu from his grasp. Such a feat once spread would shake the entire SCC in Modu. The strong are always admired wherever they go. Brother Lin, today's life-saving grace, my sister, and I will never forget. From now on, if you ever need anything, just say the word, and Lu Chun will not refuse. Me too. I won't refuse either. If anything happens in River City in the future, just use my name, Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao instantly reverted to her wild girl nature. "Brother Lu, you're too kind." Qin Zheng and his 2 companions sat in the car, with Zhou Huili driving, while Qin Zheng and Uncle Shan occupied the back seat. Usually Uncle Shan would be the one driving, but having sustained severe injuries, he had to let Zhou Huili take the wheel. Zhou Huili needed to drive them back to Jiangbei province. Inside the car, Qin Zheng inquired, "Uncle Shan, what level has Lindong reached?" He was eager to know the true extent of Lindong's power, given that Lindong was even younger than himself. "Young master, I cannot see through him either. He only revealed a sliver of his aura, yet it sent chills down my spine. I cannot shatter a sword with a flick of my finger as he did. I suspect he is at least at the peak of the tiger list, or even higher." Uncle Shan pondered before replying. "Above the tiger list. This? How is it possible?" Qin Zheng asked in astonishment. "Young master, you must understand that there is always someone stronger and heavens beyond heavens. Some possess extraordinary talent. During my time at Shaolin, I once encountered a secret disciple who was no less formidable than Lindong," Uncle Shan explained patiently. "Uncle Shan, do you think I have a chance to reach such a level?" "Young master, you have good talent. With hard work you surely can. But by the time I reach their level, how much further will they have progressed?" This time Uncle Shan remained silent. He did not know how to answer. People are inherently different. For some, their starting point at birth is the finish line that others can never reach in a lifetime. Some are born with exceptional talent, able to attain great heights with minimal effort. Others lack such aptitude, entirely remaining stagnant, no matter how hard they strive. Thus he was at a loss for an answer. Qin Zheng possessed some talent, but he still fell short when compared to true prodigies. "Master Qin, I know this Lindong." Zhou Huili, who was driving, spoke up. "Oh, you know him?" Qin Zheng asked. "Yes, he is a student at Jiangnan University." "A student at Jiangnan University?" "That's right." Zhou Huili then relayed various rumors about Lindong to Qin Zheng and showed him photos saved on his phone. "So he deliberately keeps a low profile at school," Qin Zheng remarked. "It seems so," Zhou Huili replied. "Interesting, truly interesting. A man of such immense power who purposely feigns modesty, even remaining unmoved when his girlfriend is taken from him. What kind of person is he?" Lindong escorted Xiao Pejuan to the first hospital. Though it was nighttime, the hospital's top brass were all waiting for them, presumably alerted by Lu Chun. A full-body examination revealed no major issues, only some internal organ damage requiring a period of rest. Lindong arranged for Xiao Pejuan to be admitted to a ward not far from his mother's room, allowing Xiao Pejuan to accompany her whenever possible. They could have placed him right next to his mother, but Xiao Pejuan feared she would worry if she learned of his injuries, so he chose a slightly distant location. "Pejuan, focus on recovering. Spend time with your mother when you can, and don't dwell on anything else. Once you and your mother are discharged, settle down in Jiangqing. He'll arrange everything for you," Lindong said in Xiao Pejuan's ward. "Thank you, young master." During my hospitalization, I can summon 2 of my brothers to take my place. They fought alongside me overseas for years and are nearly as skilled as I am. Xiao Pejuan replied. The other 2 were brothers who had shared life and death experiences with him, and Xiao Pejuan wished to help them as well. When the 3 of them returned, they had given all their money to the families of the comrades who remained overseas, so their current circumstances were undoubtedly difficult. To be able to follow a young master from a prestigious family like Lin Dong and continue fighting side by side would be the best outcome. Oh, you have brothers like that. Call them over immediately, as many as there are. They'll offer them the best treatment, Lin Dong urged. The more experts like Xiao Pejuan, the better, especially since money was no object. Of the brothers who left together, only the 3 of us returned. The others remained forever overseas, Xiao Pejuan said in a low voice. My condolences, Lin Dong said, patting Xiao Pejuan on the shoulder. Young master, I'm fine. We've all crawled back from the gates of hell. There's nothing we can't come to terms with. That's good. Call them over tomorrow. Yes, young master. It was already 11 o'clock at night when Lin Dong returned to Jiangnan International Mansion. After a quick shower, Lin Dong lay down and checked his phone. Many people had sent him messages. Sun Si, Lin Dong, when are you free? My parents want to invite you to dinner to express their gratitude. Lin Dong, no need, it's nothing much. Shortly after Lin Dong replied, Sun Si responded. Sun Si, it might be nothing to you, but to our family it's a huge deal. Lin Dong, all right then. But I don't have much time these next few days. How about next week? Sun Si, okay. They'll wait for your call. After chatting with Sun Si, Lin Dong opened Lu Peng's message. Lu Peng, Dongzi, are you okay? Thanks for today. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what would have happened to Minmin and me. By the way, how did you know I was in private room 47 at Fully Golden Sands? Lin Dong, I'm fine. I'm back and getting ready to rest. Didn't you send me a message saying you were in danger in that room? Lu Peng, I didn't send you that. Besides, I had no idea you were hiding so much. Given how you used to act, calling you over would have been like asking you to die with us, right? Come on, when are you going to explain things to us? Lin Dong was taken aback. If Lu Peng hadn't sent the distress message, who had used Lu Peng's phone to contact him? Then what's this about? Lin Dong sent Lu Peng a screenshot of the message he had received from Lu Peng's number. Lu Peng checked the time and said, that must have been sent by Minmin's classmate. At that time I was kicked and my phone flew out of my hand. So I have to thank her, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lin Dong, Daping, you should comfort Zhang Min properly. She must have been terrified today. Let's grab a meal together when we have time, and he'll tell you everything. Lu Peng, you don't have to tell me that. We were just in the same bed a moment ago. She's in the shower now. Lin Dong, damn. You beast. Daping, don't envy me, bro. When you win Han Shiyun over, you'll have your chance too. Alright, gotta go. Minmin's done with her shower, and I'm about to go for round 2. He'll thank you properly another day. Lin Dong tossed his phone onto the bed, too exhausted to reply to anyone else. He was worn out from the day's events and decided to deal with the rest tomorrow. Lin Dong didn't wake up until noon the next day. After washing up, he went to the Golden Leaf Hotel for a meal, also packing some highly nutritious food for Xiao Pejuan and his mother before heading to the first hospital. As Lin Dong was rushing to the hospital, 2 men in their 30s entered Xiao Pejuan's ward and began chatting with him. Chief, what happened to you? Who could have injured you like this? Exactly. Even in the hail of bullets, you rarely got hurt this badly. With your physical resilience, it'll take at least a month to recover. What? You want to avenge me? Asked Xiao Pejuan. No way. If even you couldn't beat him, we'd just be lambs to the slaughter. Who the hell said I couldn't beat him? We both ended up crippled, understand. He's no better off. Bet he's lying in bed, just like me right now. Badly hurt. Then tell us who and where. We'll go finish him off. Get lost. By the way, how have you been lately? Asked Xiao Pejuan. Don't even mention it. I'm not educated, just a brute with strength. Useless around here. All I can do is haul bricks on construction sites to scrape by, but at least it's steadier than overseas, and I can get a good night's sleep. Same for me, replied the other. If we hadn't taken that last job, all 12 of us would still be alive and well. Xiao Pejuan's voice turned somber. Chief, that was a decision we all made together. We all wanted to come home and afford a car, a house, and a wife. It's just that fate was unfair to us brothers. At this, the 3 fell silent. It was a wound in their hearts. Just before they were set to return home, 9 of the 12 brothers were lost in an instant. Only the 3 of them made it back alive, so they divided every penny they'd earned over the years among the families of the fallen. After a moment, Xiao Pejuan spoke. Now that you're here, don't go back. You'll waste all your skills. But what can we do? It's not like overseas. Everything's tightly regulated here. One wrong move and you're in trouble, one of them asked. I'm working for young Master Lin now. He's studying at Jiangxing University, and I'm mainly his covert bodyguard. While I'm recovering, you two can take my place. Young Master Lin said that if you come, he'll offer you the best treatment. Really? Guarding an employer is our bread and butter, and the situation here is way safer than overseas. It'll be a breeze. How much will this young Master Lin pay us a month? I earn 8,000 a month hauling bricks on the site. I won't do it for anything less than that. You're dreaming. Think it's like overseas. This job's nowhere near as tough as the site. It should be less, chimed in the other. Then at least 5,000. You two have such small ambitions. Let me tell you, young Master Lin's car alone is worth millions. Do you think he'd care about your paltry salary? At least 10,000 a month. Really? Then I'm not going back. When can you introduce us to young Master Lin? This afternoon. He's probably still resting now. They'll call him later. As the three were still chatting, Lin Dong walked in. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Xiao Pejuan tried to get up, but Lin Dong stopped him. Pejuan, rest well. I brought you some food. These must be the brothers you mentioned. Young Master Lin, let me introduce them. Xiao Pejuan presented the two brothers who had returned from overseas with him to Lin Dong. The taller one was Yu Guobing, and the shorter one was Wei Yong. Neither looked particularly muscular, but every movement radiated a sense of power. This was the true mark of explosive strength. Those bodybuilders you see on TV might look muscular, but their actual power is often unremarkable. Pejuan, get some rest. They'll take them for a meal to welcome them, said Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, we can handle ourselves. No need to trouble you, said Yu Guobing. Since you're here, listen to me. Both of you go with young Master Lin, added Xiao Pejuan. Lin Dong drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, carrying the two men to Full Gold Sand. He then let them take the G-Class while he drove the Bugatti Veyron ahead. Last night, because Xiao Pejuan was injured and couldn't drive, the Bugatti Veyron had been left there. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong followed Lin Dong's car steadily. For mercenaries who had spent years overseas, driving was the most basic skill. Not just cars, even tanks were no challenge. Guobing, it looks like the chief has chosen the right master this time. Young Master Lin is definitely loaded. That car he's driving must be worth tens of millions. And he's a good guy too, even bringing food for the chief personally, said Wei Yong from the driver's seat. Yeah, we need to perform well and not embarrass the chief, replied Yu Guobing. Of course. Lin Dong led the two to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Yu Guobing and Wei Yong were awed by the luxurious decor. Though they had been abroad for years, it was always in war-torn countries. Nowhere near as fine as this. Young Master Lin, we can just grab a bite somewhere simple. No need for such a fancy place. It's fine, this hotel is mine. From now on you can eat and stay here for all 3 meals. He'll cover room and board. Young Master Lin's. They'd eat and stay here from now on. The two stared at the 8-star hotel stunned. After the meal, they both felt they could have eaten more. In all their years, they'd never tasted anything so delicious. The first half of their lives had been truly miserable. That evening, Lu Chun called Lin Dong and asked him to come to Full Gold Sand. When Lin Dong arrived, he saw Blackie and Chun Liuji kneeling in the private room. Upon seeing Lin Dong, they kowtowed frantically. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. He'll never dare again. Thump, thump, thump. They kept kowtowing until their foreheads bled. Brother Lin, I leave them to your judgment. Do whatever you want. He'll handle the aftermath, Lu Chun said, standing up to address Lin Dong. He then left the room. Lin Dong looked at the two men without a word. This was the power that strength brought. If he were still an ordinary college student, what would have become of Lu Peng and his girlfriend? Lin Dong called the main parties Lu Peng and Zhang Min over. When Zhang Min arrived, her first reaction was still fear. Lu Peng, however, charged straight at Blackie and rained down a flurry of punches. The room echoed with Blackie's screams of agony. He had been holding it all in, watching his girlfriend get bullied by others. If Lin Dong hadn't arrived, the trauma would have haunted him for life. In the end, Blackie was beaten by Lu Peng until he suffered multiple fractures and had to be sent to the hospital. No one touched Chen Liuji. Though he was Blackie's backer, he had no direct involvement in the incident. Even if he had come, he would have been dealt with by Xiao Pejuan. The May Day holiday came to an end. It was the first day of the new semester. Lin Dong walked through the campus of Jiang University. Wow, isn't that the piano prince Lin Dong? If he would sing Boy Just For Me I'd be his girlfriend. Dream on. Someone like Lin Dong would never fancy you. What if he does like me? He's definitely into someone like me. Lin Dong glanced at the two girls who had just spoken and couldn't help but shiver. One weighed over 80 kilograms. The other had a face full of acne. Lin Dong quickened his pace toward the classroom. Many along the way were discussing him, though most were of that same caliber. The girls at this school were indeed incomparable to those at the Communication University, several tiers lower. Back in the classroom, most seats were already filled. His classmates cast peculiar glances at Lin Dong. The May Day Gala had left a deep impression. He had not only composed the lyrics and music, but also performed on the piano and sang. And the song was so captivating. Lin Dong swept his eyes over the class. When he saw Su Yingxue, his mood improved slightly. At last he spotted someone who wasn't a fright. He took his seat. The morning passed in a flash. In the afternoon he had an elective class, but his roommates Lu Peng and the others dragged him to the indoor basketball court. In the past, Lin Dong had often been dragged along. He loved playing basketball, relishing the cheers from the crowd. Most importantly, he once imagined Jiang Shan would come to watch, but that was just a fantasy. With his skills, he could only play casual games with Lu Peng and the gang. He couldn't even make the class team because he was simply terrible. Though he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, he was too thin and lacked strength. Anyone could easily push him back several steps, and he never had time to practice his technique. But that was the past. Now with his physique at its peak, no one could budge him. The four of them began to divide into teams. 12. Lu Peng and Lin Dong were on one team, Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao on the other. Lu Peng was a member of the school basketball team, albeit a low-tier substitute, but still far above average. So he had to carry Lin Dong the noob to make it a fair match. Lin Dong mostly just served the ball. After a while, it was essentially Lu Peng taking on two opponents alone. Just as they were getting into the game, Huang Junlang and his crew arrived. Since indoor courts were limited, everyone scrambled to claim a spot. There were plenty of outdoor courts, but it was afternoon and the sun beat down mercilessly. No one wanted to suffer out there. Usually once someone claimed a court, others wouldn't try to take it. They could either join the game or leave if the players disagreed. Of course, that was the general rule. A few big shots on campus could always get others to yield their spots. For instance, Zhou Huili, the student council president and the #1 heartthrob of Jiang University, no one dared to refuse him. Huang Junlang wasn't at that level. Lin Dong stood beyond the three-point line, serving the ball. As Huang Junlang and his group approached, one of them asked loudly, "Master Huang, I heard you got Jiang Shan pregnant. Is it true?" "Of course. Who told her to be so easy? A few times and she's pregnant." "Tisk really?" Huang Junlang replied with a sigh. "So what's Master Huang planning? Not going to marry her, are you?" "Marry? No way. What to do? Give her 8 or 10 grand to get an abortion, what else?" "Master Huang is something else. Lin Dong was with Jiang Shan for so long without getting her pregnant, but you managed it in just a few days. I'll be honest with you. Jiang Shan was still a virgin when she got with me. I don't pick up someone else's leftovers." "What? Still a virgin? Is Lin Dong impotent or something?" "How would I know? But probably." "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter followed. Their loud conversation drew the attention of those nearby, stirring up memories of Lin Dong's recent fainting spell from vomiting blood. Jiang Shan was walking not far away with Zhu Yan. Hearing their words, her face turned deathly pale, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Dong turned his head and glanced at Huang Junlang and his crew. Huang Junlang stared back defiantly. Lu Peng and the others walked over. "Huang Junlang, I don't care what you say, but if you mention my name again today, it'll make you leave on your knees. Believe me," Lin Dong said calmly, fixing his gaze on Huang Junlang. He was genuinely angry. He couldn't care less about what Huang Junlang said about Jiang Shan. That was her own choice. But this scumbag dared to call him impotent in front of so many people. Even his aunt couldn't stand it. He was just being respectful. How was that wrong? Huang Junlang was about to retort when he saw Jiang Shan pale and reedy glaring at him. "Huang Junlang, are you even human? Shan Shan has suffered so much for you, and you talk about her like this in front of others." Zhu Yan said, her face full of fury. Huang Junlang felt awkward. Last time he had provoked Lin Dong in the grove, causing him to vomit blood and faint. Seeing Lin Dong here, now he wanted to provoke him again, hoping to humiliate him as before. With so many onlookers, the effect would be even better. Lin Dong dared to walk with Han Shiyun, so he deserved retaliation. But he hadn't expected Jiang Shan to be right behind him. "Huang Junlang, tell me, why did you do this to me? What did you promise me when we got together? Eternal love. Marriage after graduation. It's only been a few days." Jiang Shan sobbed. Huang Junlang was caught in a dilemma, but apologizing to Jiang Shan in front of everyone was out of the question. How could he, Master Huang, maintain his reputation at Jiang University? So he steeled himself and said, "Jiang Shan, I'm tired of you. You just want more money, don't you? Name your price. He'll pay." He couldn't lose face in public. He could always buy her some clothes or bags later to smooth things over. "You?" Jiang Shan was stunned by his words. Not knowing how to respond, she turned and ran away in tears. "Huang Junlang, you're nothing but a beast." Zhu Yan cursed before hurrying after Jiang Shan.